like to welcome everybody to this Budget Committee meeting, and we'll start by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would join me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'm going to turn this meeting over to the former chair. That's Bill Ostrowski, and maybe we should go around and introduce everybody first. We've got on my far left Louise Kallstrom, Administrator Schroeder, Commissioner Huxley, myself, Commissioner Gold. See, I blew it on my own name. Commissioner Boyce, and Council Huddle, and Administrative Assistant John Jesuit. Carl King, Budget Member. Bill Ostrowski, Budget Member, and Tom Brandt, Budget Member. So we'll turn it over to Bill.
Okay. First order of business, we have to appoint a chair and vice chair. Have any motions for a chair?
I move that the chair continue as chair.
I'd second that.
Okay.
I would move that, although it's been informal, that we have a member of the
Mike, is everyone Mike?
that we have a member of the Citizens Committee. I think it's a good informal policy to continue with versus a member of the county governing body. I think also it would be a good process, again, not formal and not required, to have that rotate each year. I think it would be good to allow others who have not chaired yet to chair that committee. So that would be my proposal, and then for that reason, I would motion that because committee member Brand and yourself have already chaired once each, that we have the one who has not chaired for the next year, and then the next year after that a different one again. But that would be my motion.
I would agree with that.
Well, I again will suggest that Bill continue as chair. I decline being chair.
Well, that settles it then.
I guess we need to.
Are there any other, any other nominations
Are there
or?
other nominations? If not, all in favor of me being chair?
Aye.
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 No?
Okay, vice chair. Tom, you want to be a vice chair?
Sure.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is to adopt or
Aye.
amend the agenda. Is there any amendments to the agenda? Yes, Mr. Oxley.
The initial purpose of this meeting, or the primary purpose, and I go back many, many months, I think to at least June of this year,
Right.
was to review and track the progress of all the different departments in regards to what was budgeted versus actual year to date. That
Correct.
predicated the time for having this meeting, or the date for having this meeting, to allow the first 3 months to be correlated, if you will, gathered, and a revenue and expense report generated for the months of July, August, and September.
Correct.
That is going to take, and then there's been a meeting schedule for all the various department heads, elected officials, and so forth, to come and present. And that's going to be a real tight schedule, or we need to stay on schedule, or all of a sudden we'll have things backed up and stacked up, and it will be chaotic, or could
Right.
be, and there's no reason for that. The second thing that was added, if you will, were the minutes of the meetings. And I think because the time that was allocated originally is, let's go to the schedule. that most of the time was allocated to reviewing the budgets.
Correct.
Okay. In my opinion, we won't have anywhere near the adequate time to review these meeting minutes on the front end. That even is compounded or supported more so by the 8 or 10 or 12, how many pages that were submitted last night by committee member Tom Brandt for one of the meetings. I have numerous comments on the meeting minutes.
Okay.
Many comments. As a matter of fact, I was so disappointed with the lack of inclusion of certain things in the 2018 that I stopped at page 10. Tom Brandt has added, depends what font you're using, but anywhere from 8 to 12 pages of excellent notes, minutes, if you will, on just the 2017. The minutes that were originally submitted before this committee in June, which is addressed in the minutes for the June meeting, were the comments that I had. None of those were incorporated in the minutes for this one. None of them. So we won't be able to do it justice
Okay.
in the short period of time.
Would you suggest that we schedule a... Would you suggest then that we schedule another meeting to focus entirely on the minutes?
I think we should, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I think we should.
All right. When would you suggest
I
maybe?
would go with.
That would be a
what
public
this
meeting, so
commi-
we'd have to put
absolutely.
notice out.
Absolutely, and it would give
Okay.
people time to review thoroughly, given all the enormous amount of time that was put into the comments by committee member Brand. It would give people time to thoroughly review all that work also.
Okay.
But I say, I'm not satisfied with either of the minutes.
I did notice that the minutes for this last series of budget meetings was somewhat vague.
Yep.
So I would tend to agree with you.
Her voice had a.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Should have addressed you. Be hard for me not to support that. Spending the time. I think we have that responsibility. You put a lot of work. Yeah. So I would support
May I
that.
make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Tom.
This is Tom Brand. We have to appreciate the amount of work that anybody who does minutes goes through, the decisions they have to make of what to include. It's a difficult job, and it could be said it's no win. When we compare it against what we have, our audio-visual record of a meeting. And it strikes me when the custom and the routine of having minutes, written minutes, came up, it served a need, but technology has changed, and we now have the availability of accurate audio-visual record. And to try to run parallel programs, judge one against the other, doesn't seem productive. It would be nice to find a bridge of how we can combine the two medias until one either supplants the other or make them work together. I think Commissioner Boyce says it's enough to do audio-visual records.
That's been my position in the past.
And I
generally.
think the legal system and our business, our government culture is to rely on minutes. We haven't bridged the two, and I think somehow there should be some thought given to that. And whether that happens in this kind of form or the commissioner's form, there are no laws precluding using either, I believe, or both. We're just going to see by reading these minutes and looking at what was recorded and then reading the official minutes as presented, there's quite a disparity. There's a lot of community necessary information missing in those minutes. And if we continue that way, we're just not taking advantage of this other technology. That's a long monologue on something for the future, I think. But
Yes.
Okay, I don't
Mr.
know
Roll.
whether you're aware or not, but one of the reasons we are taking written minutes is simply because our auditor requires that we have anything to do with budgets and so forth as written minutes. And so as a commission, we decided that we're going to make the more abbreviated case for the minutes. And if people wanted to look at the video, and I noticed that in the minutes, they give you times where different things occur, then you could go back and get more detail. But I think Tom, sending out that email to everybody regarding the administrator, how that came about, I thought that was such a big change for the county that we needed more detail on that. So,
I understand that having that approval by the board that allows us to spend money, or allows the county to spend money, that's important to the auditors.
right,
A
if the
simple
audit,
index of time on the video, when that took place in the vote, would accomplish that.
Yes.
well, there's a problem with the auditors. What happens is, if they audit, they have to have those written minutes, and they would have to go back and do the written minutes at a much greater cost
No.
than,
My point was that we could still do written minutes, but abbreviate them even more. Make it the important part to them, or what other groups, tied into the audiovisual record by just a timestamp. At this timestamp, we took a vote, it passed this way. I
right,
don't know if,
right.
Mr. Oxley?
This, not to drag this subject
Please.
out, we've
Thank
talked
you.
about it many times in the commissioner meetings
Okay.
before. Council Huddle gave his opinion, what one solution was to exceed any of the requirements of the safest was to go with written minutes. There's still gonna be documentation that comes back from the State Attorney General's office in the new meeting manual that they keep delaying because the Attorney General has not finalized and approved the draft. That's the reason. It's gonna address, record retention, and that video is not permanent. Written minutes are permanent. The requirements per the Oregon administrative rules are that it be permanent, and they will further define that in this upcoming public records manual that will be updated, hopefully still of 2018. So that's where it gets into the argument back and forth, or the interpretation, is that video is not yet recognized in most video as permanent. You put it on a DVD, it starts to degrade. That's the reason for written.
Carl?
Two comments. I agree with Tom. The minutes are prepared, they become what I view and learned in law school was, my first year was legislative history. If somebody wants to try to interpret what action has taken place, they're going to look at the minutes. If the minutes don't totally and accurately reflect the discussion, it's going to distort that process. That's why in the Congress, the majority of the committees rush to create the minutes and the reports of it so that they can skew the interpretation of all the compromises they've made. I think minutes for the auditors simply have to have the motion and the votes.
It has to have the discussion.
Now, they don't need to have the discussion. It is not accurate, I believe, to say that the videos taken of these meetings are not permanent. My understanding, and Charles could correct me, is the minute they're on your website, they're in YouTube, and they are permanent. They're in the cloud. They are there. They're
With-
not going to deteriorate due to technology.
With
And,
backups.
So, you know, I guess the question is, do you as commissioners have a meeting scheduled for the 14th or the 28th of November? And if not, we should have the minute discussion on one or the other of those days in November, and let's get it done.
I think the 28th, I don't have my calendar, but I think that's a pretty busy day, so maybe the 14th.
Okay.
But I would be in favor of that. And I think that we're on a path here to hopefully save some money too. There is a great expense in this whole thing. And I think you touched on that a minute ago.
All right, so I'll make a motion that we schedule a meeting for November 14th to discuss the minutes for 2017.
Oh,
18.
that's,
That
I'm sorry.
will work.
It's-
Mr. Huddle, myself, and Court will be gone at the AOC conference
I'm
on the
sorry,
14th.
yes.
I would recommend that the 28th, tentatively on our schedule, we had reserved 10 o'clock for the workshop. I currently do not have anything for the schedule for that day. We try to corral our issues so that it's worthwhile to bring Charles up and record this and spend all the money to
All right.
travel this. I would recommend on the 28th if you're going to do this.
Okay, make a motion
Second.
to, okay. Any discussion? Okay,
There wasn't
I have a question from the staff. So from a logistics standpoint, the staff has put the minutes together, what we feel is a legal manner, and there seems to be interest in having more dialogue and transcription of actual words that were said for the minutes. In the meeting on the 28th, how do you want to convey that to staff to write the minutes up? Because what we put in the minutes and we put on the website should truly be what you're going to be discussing, and so the public has an opportunity to weigh in on what's proposed. Is everybody going to send it? There's 6 people on this committee. There's probably 6 different interpretations of what level of detail and who said what. How are you going to convey that to staff? So what we put on the agenda for the 28th is just basically approved.
okay. I think I sort of like what Carl said about the things that should be in the minutes, the motion to approve, the results of that motion, what was approved, and that should be about it.
Yeah, but you're asking to come back and have another meeting and spend dollars to record this to get greater detail in the minutes, because the minutes as proposed don't have the detail that the committee wants. And so how am I going to direct staff to say, here's the detail that should be included? Now, Tom has gone to the great effort of putting in a 6,000 word document that we could certainly add into it. I would imagine Mr. Huxley probably has a similar edit that he would like to see in there. Maybe you all have things you want to see in there.
Could I just
Yes.
ask one question
Sure.
of Louise? You're more aware of what the auditor wants. What exactly does the auditor want? Keeping in mind that the auditors would have to go back over the whole meeting, which is a lot of watching and a lot of money, cha-ching, cha-ching. So what exactly do we need to have for the auditor to make it so that we don't have to pay for them to take our minutes from the video?
The auditor's comments have been that they need to know what happened at all public meetings. They go through written minutes to look for financial impacts or other types of impacts that they look for to the county that would be included in the audit report. Now, what they're looking for is a summarized recording of the discussion. Summarized is a vague word, but basically it has to have the top points of what was discussed and then the vote and who voted. That's what they're looking for. They are not willing to watch the videos because that takes up too much of their time, and it would cost the county a lot of money if we're going to require them to watch a video to figure out what happened in our county. That's why they want to look at minutes, and they want to look at a summarized version of what happened and not a detailed version of what happened.
Bill,
Yeah, Carl?
for your Wednesday morning meetings, that's a different issue for me, as far as I'm concerned. You make policy decisions that affect the financial affairs of the county. Those decisions are sometimes substantive and not objective. The budget committee either votes yes or no on a budget item. All they need to see with respect to what the budget committee does is what the motion was and what the vote was. I don't know why they need a summary of how we got there. And again, I think Charles can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been working with Brandt Media on generating programs that go on websites and through YouTube, and it's my understanding once we post through YouTube, it is there. It is not going to deteriorate because the tape gets old or our server gets hacked or what have you. It's there. And so as far as I'm concerned, what we're looking for is a minute of these budget hearings that simply, and it can have the time when it happened.
There's a third
has
thing.
The motion and the vote. That's all that's necessary.
Commissioner Gold?
Louise, would it be possible for you to call the auditors and see whether that would be sufficient, the motion and the vote, for the budget meetings only?
I would think that basically you do have to have a subject.
Yeah,
in a vote.
excuse me,
course, it's a
I think,
budget.
I think the motion would be, you know, the road department presented their budget. There was some discussion about the budget. After further discussion,
Yes.
a motion was made to approve the road budget at certain dollars. The vote was
And
done.
the reference, if I may interject, the
And that's it.
reference on the time.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we're on the same page here.
You know,
Those three things.
I don't think the auditors need to know the details behind the approval because they wouldn't understand it to begin with. They're not here. They're interested in knowing if the amount was approved correctly.
Okay, we've been through this with the auditors in communication, and then they came back to us and they said, that's not our place to interpret Oregon law. But let's go back again. I'll include this and request that a copy be provided to all the members of the Budget Committee. You've seen this before, Administrator Schroeder. And also, you know, we've heard comments from County Council. Okay, I'm going to also include the Oregon Administrative Rules. Okay, what is important here is not what Huxley thinks the minutes should be, or Ostrowski, or Brand, or King, or anyone else. It's what do the prevailing statutes, Oregon statutes, and Oregon administrative rules say.
Okay. Well, I would ask you a question then. The person that did the minutes, were they informed of these requirements? Who provided the guidance to that person?
This has been, we have talked this to death almost, but
We
let me
sure
just
have.
briefly read, okay, minutes and record keeping, and you'll get a copy, it's highlighted. This is on page 153 of the Oregon Attorney General's Public Meeting and Records Law on minutes and record keeping. It says, the record, and this is where some of the confusion has arisen with the Attorney General's office, and they've corrected it for the next manual that will be out again, I hope still this year. But it says, basically, whether it's written minutes or sound, video, or digital recording, they shall include at least the following, okay? Members present, results of all votes, that sort of stuff. And the key here is the substance of any discussion on any matter, okay? Any discussion on any matter. If we go, and I'll ask that be copied, okay, to the Oregon Administrative Rules, and here's where the conflict is, okay? And they've taken steps to at least in text correct this in the next manual. Okay. because the archive department agreed, the Oregon Archive Department under the Oregon Secretary of State agreed. There was a disparity in two messages here. And case law ultimately will decide, okay,
Right.
but this is Division 150. This also highlighted this over a year ago, year and a half ago. Division 150, it's 166, 150, 0005 administrative records, and this has to do with retention, record retention. And this is just a little piece of that administrative rule. There's
Okay.
dozens of pages, but when you get to meeting records of a governing body, this is Oregon, which is subsection 17, it goes, let me see, in this section, and board, commission, and committee in county court and commission records section, the minimum retention for minutes, agendas, resolution, indexes, exhibits. Effectively, they are declared permanent, and that's the key. They're saying these are permanent records. There's no limit. They have to be forever.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think that's an issue of permanency or
But
not. It's just a matter of
that's-
what's in the minutes.
That's the key, is that it's permanent and that it shall include
All right.
all things of substance that are discussed in the meeting. Shall,
Right, but-
not maybe, might, could.
Yeah, hold on.
So if I could just briefly paraphrase that, it sounds like they've blessed written minutes and not any other version of
That's
record.
correct. And they agreed in email
It
communication to me.
It doesn't have to do with the physical permanence of the grading. It has to do with, this is going to be our reference standard, our standard of reference for
Well,
what
and
happened.
what they being the archive department under the Secretary of State deems permanent. And they're saying we don't deem
Yeah.
this other type of
Okay.
May I
recording
say one other
permanent.
thing?
Yeah, but we've got 1 minute, then we have to start
Sure.
moving on the budget. I'm sorry.
So I just want to say something. Next year, Tom, I'm going to miss you. Your reference, your work that you do, the research that you do, what you add to this group is quite valuable, and I'm going to miss that next
Thank
year.
you.
Let me just say one thing. I know that the state does not do written minutes. They do video. So they're really not abiding by their own laws.
Okay, well,
But
okay,
bottom
hold
line,
on.
Made
we have
that
to
point
deal
for
with
2
the
years
auditor.
now.
All right, I'm
And
gonna-
neither does the federal government.
We've got 20 seconds, and I'm going to shut it down, because we got to start reviewing the budget,
you.
or there's no reason to be here.
I guess I have finally become a true resident of Curry County.
Yeah, for the-
We don't pay attention to the laws we don't like all the time. I'm fully prepared as the member of the Budget Committee to vote what Tom and I have been talking about, whether it complies with Oregon law or not.
Thank you.
It's what makes sense for us.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Mr. Schroeder, you were looking for guidance as to what should be in the minutes.
Yeah, so it's my interpretation that, basically, just like Commissioner Huxley says, public meeting law requires that you provide for sound, video, or digital recording or written minutes of the meetings. My interpretation and the direction I've given staff is the minutes that are before you fully comply with the law, and basically will summarize a meeting that if somebody wants to look at the minutes or to look at the recording, they can certainly look at the recording and find out exactly what was said.
Right.
I feel it's, I don't know how you're going to ever come to consensus on this, and I feel a lack of direction to say, well, let's schedule another meeting and spend more tax dollars on recording a discussion about something that happened, coming up on 18 months ago. And I would recommend that you approve the minutes as written, and people can object to it, and if they want to put stuff in the record to say, I would like this added to the record, we could certainly put it on the website to say this was added to the record. But to come back on the 28th and say, okay, we're going to go line by line over, whatever they are, 10 or 15 pages,
Yeah.
I don't want to have a meeting unless you have clear direction for staff to say, we want exactly this said. We will compile it, put it together for you to approve, or it should be a 5-minute meeting if that's the case. I do not want to have, a 4-hour meeting.
I understand. I think my guidance to you would be identify the date and time of the meeting, who was present at the meeting, when it started, when it adjourned. What the purpose of the meeting was, if it was a budget committee meeting, what departments presented their budget? Were there any significant discussions regarding any of the values within the budget? And significant, I mean, there was a lot of time discussing, why personnel needed to be increased by 50% or something like that, something major. And then to identify that there was a motion made to approve the budget, what the budget amount was, who made the motion, what were the results of the motion, how did the vote come out, and then move on to the next one. That's what I would think would be in the
You already
minutes.
have that, 15 pages on one, 17 pages on another. This is before.
And that's what I saw,
This
yeah.
is staff recommendation for you to approve. If the budget committee does not want to approve this, I need clear direction for my staff to say, develop something that you will approve. Otherwise, we're just dancing in circles.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give it 5 more minutes. We need to give this guy direction. Are we gonna go with just what I outlined, or do we need more than that? And we need to identify for him what he needs. Yes, Mr. Huxley.
County Council, we've gone through this before. I'm going to ask, not for his opinion, but to have him briefly restate what his position was the last time we went through this. And it was to, clearly have written minutes and to, I'm not going to put words in his mouth.
I have written minutes.
Yes, but
The discussion is
that
the
follow-
contents of those written minutes.
Follow the requirements
Okay.
of minutes in the, so that's what I'm asking for comments from
Right.
council. I do not agree that these are not satisfactory minutes.
Tom?
I'd like to make a motion that, as pertains to the budget committee, when we're in a discussion, that our perspective on life would say it's important to have particularly detailed minutes, that we talk about that. We say that so that the person doing the minutes, the mechanical transcription, will then switch mode. That is, they'll start doing a detailed record. And then we'll end. We will have to be, it'll be incumbent on us to identify which areas we want specific. Most of the discussion we had didn't have to be specific. Until we come up with a better way, my motion is that we assume the responsibility to call for detail at the time we're doing the discussion. It can be retroactive to a certain time when we recognize that this is important. But at least it gets us off the head of the needle, this point of back and forth.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would you want to add to that motion staff's recommendation that we approve the minutes today and forego the 28th meeting?
I would make that motion, yes.
Or would you add that to your motion, Mr. Brandt?
Yes, assuming we have discussion. I'm not sure I'd like to hear others' thoughts on that.
Great.
too, but
If I could, it seems like you've got two different subjects. One, if I'm understanding the motion, your motion was that during your meetings, when the budget committee was discussing an item and felt it needed to have details included in the written minutes, that you would identify that on the record at the time of discussion.
yes.
Okay, that's a different motion than approving minutes. So I
Yes.
think,
Okay.
I think you want to have discussion, whether that's an acceptable rule of procedure for this body. That's a motion. Then, after you make that motion and talk about it and vote on it, that will at least allow us for the future going forward to know what should be included in the minutes. But then the next motion to approve the minutes and I would also take them, I think, one date at a time on that. But I think you couldn't really have the two items discussed and voted on. It's not clear.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we table this until the last of the presenters for the budget review is done, which is around 2:45 according to this schedule, 3 o'clock. Then we'll take it up again at 3 o'clock.
Could we see if there's a second and then table
I'll
it
second that.
immediately? Table now? It'll
We have,
come
may
up
we
at
have
your meeting.
discussion on that, now that it's been seconded?
Motion to table, I don't think gets discussed, it just gets voted on.
Is it precluded? Does it preclude discussion?
I believe Robert's rules would.
We
Right.
don't follow Robert's rules, we haven't
Well,
signed up.
most rules of decorum, I think, do.
Well,
Chair, we're ready for a vote.
Go ahead, I'll give you a minute.
I'm just, okay,
I don't know
thank you.
why there would
Again,
be an
we
objection.
can't have budget committee rules for minutes and then state law for minutes. You can't go into a public meeting under Oregon law and decide that you're gonna have special rules for that public
Right,
meeting.
we can
and then the
discuss
next
this.
Public meeting, you're
Right,
not, so.
we can discuss this at 3 o'clock or whatever time after that. Okay, there was a motion to table this discussion until after the last presenter of the quarterly budget review.
Yes,
Do I have a second?
it was seconded too.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's move on. Louise, you're up.
Well, wait, Mr. Chairman, item D, we actually have two members of the public here now.
Okay,
at
I'm
this
sorry.
Occasion, and they should be offered an opportunity to make a 3-minute comment,
Sure.
should they choose.
Public? Would you like to make a comment, sir? Okay. All right. So we're moving to bypass E on the agenda. Let's move right into the department presentations for the schedule.
Okay. As was stated earlier for this committee, we believe that this committee is just you're just overviewing where the budget is. There's no action taken today. There's no recommendations. This is, besides minutes approval, this committee, in my mind, is just a backwards looking to the previous budget, and we're not going to be developing a new budget at this point. So
Correct.
Yes. So with that, there's just one addition to the particular packet that we sent, and you should have in front of you. We basically added item F, basically an updated version for the event center / fair. That will be presented at 1 p.m. with Nikki Sparks, the manager.
Okay.
And to reiterate, this was a payroll coding error, and it was there was a journal entry that had to happen to redo it. And what you see in front of you at 1 o'clock will be just a corrected version as of today, and we'll go over that at 1
Okay.
o'clock.
Good.
So we had expressed, there was, the list you see in front of you in the schedule was basically directed by my conversation with the chair, former chair, and current chair, and a couple other budget committee members to basically say, these are the people we'd like to see. Obviously, we're not going to be reviewing the entire budget and every line item and all the departments. There's not time to do that. We're here to basically help you understand the budget. And if there's issues that we would, as staff, we would direct our attention to that and focus on that to make sure that any errors or out of alignments are addressed.
Okay.
First thing on the that I had on the agenda was Louise basically giving an overview of what the September packets are and basically what you're looking at and how they're developed. So with that, Louise, how did we come up with these September statements?
Well, in September, what we do is we have a number of quarterly type journal entries, which one of them is spreading the IGS administrative fees. So there's several quarterly type journal entries that we do. Then what we actually do is I kind of go through all of the all of the budgets and look at each department. And what I look at is I look at basically payroll. I look at the if I was looking at the first one, like the BOBTA budget, I look at total personnel services. I look over at the percentage point, and that should be 25% or less.
Right.
Because it's 1/4 of the,
True.
so that's when I'm scanning, I'm looking at that. And then I look down at the total materials and services. That's not necessarily a 25% type number. But I just, for that department, I look at to see if it's reasonable. Kind of got to know what happens in that department, how seasonal it is, how they spend their budget over the year. But I just kind of look at it and see if it's a reasonable thing. And that's what the department head should be doing too. They should be looking at their materials and services and seeing if that's a reasonable amount
Okay.
for those. And if they see, if they're looking down there and they see something that says postage $4,000, then they're going, what the heck is that? They
Right.
should be questioning detail from the finance office to see what the heck happened there. Something got posted wrong to the wrong account, or something got coded wrong and it doesn't even belong in their department. So they should be watching for that kind of thing, and that's what hopefully everybody is doing.
I notice you haven't mentioned revenue.
Revenue is in government accounting. A lot of revenue is annual type or quarterly type revenues. So if I'm here in September and I'm looking at revenues and I see nothing, well, that is a quarterly revenue. In this case, the CAFA grant comes in quarterly payments, is not coming in September, it's coming in October and possibly even November. So there's no revenue there, but that doesn't even mean anything. Most
Okay.
revenues are annualized type.
So it's a timing
revenues.
issue.
Yeah,
more
so
than
it'd be a big timing issue.
Right.
We are on modified accrual. Governments only do accruals at year end, so I am not going to accrue into, we're not a corporation where you're looking at quarterly.
I understand that.
We're looking at annual. So I only accrue revenues at year end.
Right.
I don't accrue revenue for the quarter by the quarter, no.
The other thing that you'll see in here, if you go to page 5 in your statement, you'll notice general liability insurance and property insurance. That happens to be for elections, but
Right.
you'll notice, and this will be carried through for the entire budget for every department. When those bills come for this insurance, they come after you have already set the budget. They come in July or late June after you've already done your work, and so you'll see every line on every budget is 130%.
I was going to ask you that question.
Yeah,
I noticed the same
yeah,
thing.
and so you don't get that ahead of time. Louise puts in the best estimate of what they think it's going to be.
5% increase.
5% increase, and it happened to be a lot more this year, so that's why you'll see on every budget, the general liability and property insurance and other types of issues happen.
I understand. Mr. Huxley?
Come back to that also on, we mentioned the budget, okay? And when I was going through the revenue and expense reports, and then I went to the online budget, and I also had a copy, the commissioners received a hard copy of the approved budget.
Right.
The online budget is not the same as the approved budget. It's about 20 pages less. And that threw me. I mean, it's not the same index, it's not the same table of contents, it's not the same pages. So something's very awry there. Secondly, you talk
Wait,
about.
hold on. Do you care to come up?
This is the
come on
very
up?
first I've heard
Yeah,
of that,
I-
so
well,
I
I
don't know
just-
what.
I just-
what's going on.
In doing this, I came upon it, a day or two back in reviewing this.
Okay.
Because I went back to the budget and I didn't match up. The second thing, as far as the revenue, you still need to look at the revenues, each department, because there is such a thing as cash flow. Government doesn't, a lot of times
Yeah.
worry about cash flow, but cash flow can put a very strong company out of business. Just bad cash flow. So you can't have,
That was going to be my next question
Okay.
to Louise was, how do you know that the revenue is actually going to come in? That we're not digging our hole by all these expenditures and then the revenue doesn't come in. How do we?
Well, once again, we're
Oh,
not a
yeah.
corporation, so we don't depend on sales. A lot of our revenues
Yeah.
are coming in, and they come in quarterly. And we also have carryover from the prior year that should be at least 3 months of expenditures, payroll and other expenditures. And it is. And also in government, a lot of our revenue comes in the month of November, which is our property tax revenues. So cash flow is not in government the same as corporations.
I understand
Once
that.
again, we are not operating on a month-to-month cash flow basis. We operate on an annual type cash flow basis where what we really are looking at is that our carryover is enough to carry us through to property taxes, and then the property taxes carries us through the end of the year, and other revenues that come in quarterly supplement that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, continue.
Can I-
may I make one other?
Before we go beyond the insurance,
Sure, go ahead.
I assumed that when the insurance numbers were more than 100% in places, it was because of increase in premium, but they're not consistently. It ranges, for some departments, their insurance was in the 80s and 90s for one type, or 150. And I saw, for example, and I don't remember paying attention to this during the budget hearing, that we're allocating property insurance to solid waste that has nothing to do with any other than the fact that Mr. Huddle deals with that sitting in this building. Really, why are we allocating property insurance to a bookkeeping department, if you will, one that just receives or handles things like that,
It's
franchise
liability.
fees?
It's liability insurance.
Well, there are two categories there. There's one for property. I can understand general liability insurance maybe, but, but again, why did some of them go up by a different percentage than others?
The spread of the insurance is based on budgets. So if a department budget went up or down, their insurance went up or down.
Based on the allocation.
The
percentage.
allocation is based on
Yeah,
their
percentage.
total budget.
Right.
Could some of those discrepancies?
Makes sense.
How can that, many of these budgets did go up and down.
Yes,
And
they
yet
did.
you have some place, some of the departments, and I paid attention to this one before I had the quarterlies. But, yes, when you look at the clerk, for elections, the insurance is 133.8%, 132.1%, general liability and property insurance. But if you look at other departments, the general liability went up by 107, and the property insurance only went up by 97. That's the tax collector, and so on. And I don't remember either of those departments really changing that much year to year. And again, I just don't understand
Well,
why
I
these
actually-
allocations go the way they do.
I have an actual, spread of the insurance of what happened, of what went in and out of over last year, what was spread. I can get that printed and hand that out to you. But basically what I'm seeing is, like, in the general fund, the main increases was the assessor, which did increase their budget quite a bit because they added that grant that they were hoping to get from the state, which they're actually not gonna get now. And the sheriff, where we added the 4 deputies, and the jail, where we added some budget there. So the amount that was, otherwise it's just like here or there, money in and out.
So are we gonna reallocate the insurance to the assessor since his budget now has dropped back down? Or are we gonna leave it allocated based upon a budget that isn't gonna be a reality as we go through the year?
I don't think I would like to reallocate an insurance thing that was done 2-3 months ago. I think it is what it is at the time it's done, and I don't want to revisit that every time something happens in somebody's budget. The veterans' budget changed quite a bit. It went up quite a bit. I'm not going to give them more property insurance because this happened during the year. The allocation is done in July when the bill is paid, and that's what we do.
Mr. Huxley?
Well, I share Carl's comments on that, but further, the percent was one thing. Some of these would reflect a $5 change or $50 change. Some of them are thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in change, and that's why it jumped out to me, not
Right.
just the percent.
Sure.
We mentioned the assessor. Well, that was $700. It's not a huge number. The assumption was, yeah, it was a one-time annual thing. No, you shouldn't go adjusting your budget over that, but you should be cognizant of what's occurred and why it's occurred. And when you get into like you go into page 21, now that happens to be on the general fund, all of a sudden it's a $5,000+ change. The road department was another huge dollar change because of their budgets, but we're not talking,
Significant amounts.
insignificant amounts.
Right.
We're talking very significant
Yeah.
amounts.
Tom?
Is it my understanding wrong? Shouldn't the percentages all be the same? The dollar amounts will change, but the percentage increase would be the same for each department because the bills went
because
up by a fixed percent.
The percentage is based on everybody's budget in the year that the spread is done. So if their change is 5% more budget than they had last year, then they get not only the increase, but 5% more than they paid the year before.
So the percent,
So-
let me get this right, the percentage
don't
is
understand.
the percentage is based on the previous year's budget?
No.
Because you don't know the current budget?
No.
Or
You know the current budget.
so
You're
it's a
in
propo-
July.
So you're allocating based on proposed budget, but not an approved budget?
You're based on approved
Approved
budget.
Yeah.
You're in July. You're paying the bill. You're assigning the bill to everybody in the
Yeah.
county.
Yep.
You know what their budgets are, so you put their budgets in and you do a percentage spread of the bill. Not every single department gets the insurance, but the ones that do get a percentage based on their budget.
Okay.
Excuse me, does that percentage change from department to department?
Yeah.
Well, yes, their budgets
The
are
fixed amount would change, but the percentage should be the same.
It's all
I
about
don't
percentages.
understand your question. The
It's all about
budget
percentages.
is,
I do.
every department has a percentage of the total amount that, say I have everybody's budget, and say the assessor is 13%. They get 13% of the bill, the insurance. Their budget is 13% of the total of all budgets. They get 13% of the bill.
The budget sheet, if I understand it right, is we have a budgeted amount, and then over in the far right corner, it says percent. What does that percent represent?
Over or under the budget.
Over or under
Correct.
the budget.
Okay, so the budget amount is fixed.
Okay, now,
And
I'm
if we
talking about their
raise-
total budget, not the line item.
Okay, I was focusing on the line item. And
Total
that's
budget,
what
total
brought the
budget.
discussion.
Well, again, I still, I have a budget where I'm allocated a dollar amount that represents my share of the estimated insurance bill. And it's all paid in the first quarter. The insurance bill is now 5% more than expected and has been paid. I would think that if I look at what percentage of my budget has been paid, you paid out 100% of what was in the budget plus 5%. So why are some of these 150% and some of them are less than 100%? If it's based upon the budget that we approved. I just don't understand why those numbers vary as much as they do. It doesn't make sense
Well,
to me.
it could be because the estimate was wrong when the budget was created.
When the budget was
bill.
created, what they got the year before was based on their total budget. So they got, elections got $1,076 last year. So when I'm building the budget, I look at the 1,076 and I add 5%,
Okay.
okay?
And that's what we approved.
And that's what we approved. I get the bill, and it is based on this year's budget, how I'm going to give them their percentage. So I look at not the budget for the line item, but their total expenditure budget, and I say they're this percentage of the total budgets that were approved. And so this year, they get $1,512 based on that. It doesn't really look at how much they paid the year before. It looks at what percentage their budget is.
Percent of the total,
Mr.
correct?
Oxley?
Percent of the total
Okay,
budgets that are being.
Let's jump to a different line item that varies. The percent can vary, but let's think about the cell number now, the spreadsheet cell formula.
Okay,
Because take workers' compensation, for example. You could have a department that had $1,000 in total labor, and because of that workers' comp code, it was whatever that percent was
Right.
for that department.
okay,
If they ended up having 5,000 labor instead of 1, it would go up proportionately. The percent would be reflected, that line item is reflected, and that percent to the workers' comp total, and ultimately the labor would remain the same. So if it was 50% or whatever, and you
Okay.
doubled it, tripled it, quadrupled it, multiplied it by 100, because of the cell formulas there, it would still remain the same. So maybe something could be done on that order, but I would think that it could be much more controlled and not a significant wild card as we're seeing for future.
Well, I'm going to say
So,
that
don't-
in the past, and I don't know how many years this has been going on, it's probably been quite a number of years. Certainly way before me, and I'm certain it was before the person that was before me. This is how insurance has been allocated.
We've talked
and-
about that too, you and I,
yeah.
in prior
And
years.
so, if there is a different way, a better way, that's something that we can consider. So, right now, we do certain things by budget balance, or the total expenditures in each department, and one of them is administrative costs and the other one is insurance. So if there's a better way to do this, I'd like to discuss that, but I don't want to spend a half an hour talking about how much every single department is over or under the year before, or their budget on insurance. It's just a function of how it's allocated, and if we need to do a different allocation next year, I think that we should be discussing that, but if that's not satisfactory.
sure.
There's a couple different ways that government agencies can allocate AMSL, or administrative overhead and services such as insurance, finance, administration, legal, all these different costs. You have kind of like a mini enterprise. So there's this administrative service budget, and all the departments pick up a section of that. it gives you a good accounting to figure out what, you know, Wendy Lang is back here in juvenile right now, so we're gonna be moving on to her shortly. So what is Wendy's department responsibility to pay for my salary and Mr. Huddle's salary? Because she utilizes our service. Now the question is, there are some government agencies will take all administrative services that don't generate any money. You don't get any money from Mr. Schroeder for doing anything. They all put them into just a general fund.
Understand.
And the departments don't have any administrative, you know, insurance doesn't come into play. My salary doesn't come into play. All these things go away at the department level. Now, what that all goes to the general fund. Now, the only reason for these government agencies that do this is if you have departments that get reimbursed based on the actual cost of their services. So if you basically are demonstrating to the state you're spending so many dollars on something, well, yeah, you're going to allocate a percentage of AMSL to those departments in order to recoup outside money. But if you're not bringing in extra money, you are doing an awful lot of financial dancing to basically give you a fair appraisal, say, what does Wendy Lang actually cost the county to produce her services? She's paying part of my salary.
Right, I understand. Real quick question, do the auditors look at your allocation methodology when they audit you?
They know about it because
Okay.
they can see it.
Have they commented on it?
They haven't never commented on
Okay.
it, no.
All right, let's go on.
I think what I'd like to make a couple of comments about is I did this is just that update of,
Why don't we move on to Wendy before we do that, or, because she's here at 10 o'clock? And then we do have time after that,
okay,
because I think that will take more than 10 minutes or 5 minutes.
okay.
This is
So,
one of the handouts.
so if you turn to your packet on page 27, and you want to do that too. This is the,
Journal?
this is the first general fund, Fund 1.10 for juvenile department.
Right,
So one of the things that you'll see on the first line item, you'll notice there was a budgeted OCCF grant. And you can see there, it was budgeted at $22,550. And there's a negative adjustment to that for the year-to-date budget.
Right.
And Ms. Kallstrom, can you just address that? Because this is not abnormal throughout the budget. You'll
Yeah.
see negative
it
adjustments.
was one of my questions to ask you
That's why
on that.
we're addressing
Okay.
this first.
Okay, so this, you know, I'm used to receiving, when I come to the end of the year, what I have always done is I have receipted last year's money as accounts receivable, and I have done a revenue accounts receivable in the prior year for that revenue. In the county here, what they do is they record all revenue into the current year, and then they back it out and put it into the prior year as accounts receivable. And they do it as it comes in. So like if a revenue for last year comes in October, they'll record it into October, but then they'll back it out and put it into the prior year revenue and record the accounts receivable. Accounts receivable in that case is a reversing entry, and the entry is reversed into the current year. What that does is it creates a negative revenue in July when I didn't receive the revenue until October. So until October, it's negative, and then in October, it becomes zero.
Okay,
So that's why you see these ones, because it's really a function of the reversing entry that records in July in our system. So it doesn't record in every single month that it actually, that revenue happened in. So you'll
so you
see these-
received the funds after you had closed the fiscal year?
Yes,
And
and
you're
that's-
just reversing the entry?
Yes, and
All right.
once again, we operate on modified accrual. We do all of our accrual entries at year end. When we receive revenues for, you know, these quarterly revenues do not come in. You would think a quarterly revenue, you ended in June, and then you kind of expect your quarterly revenue to come in July. It doesn't.
Okay.
You're getting these revenues from the state a lot, and
Right.
in this case, these quarterly revenues did not come in until October, so it's another quarter plus another month that
Okay.
you're getting your revenues. So
Have the auditors ever commented on your procedures on how you're dealing with this?
absolutely not. No.
Okay.
This is
'Cause
what
you're
we're
matching
supposed to be
revenue
doing.
to expenses?
Yes.
Okay.
Wendy, would you come up, and if the
Please.
committee has questions for Wendy regarding the juvenile department or budget?
You want me to give a quick update on how we're going, or?
Sure, that'd be nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
a couple minutes.
All right, so Wendy Lang, today is 90 days fresh into this job, so I kind of
Congratulations.
took on, thank you, maybe. I took on a budget that was already in place. As of now, we are in budget, everything's functioning very well. In the juvenile justice world, they say that, you know, our budget really shows our priorities, and you'll see that the majority of our budget is staff, and we would like to keep it that way. So we are really, gotcha. We're really working on efficiency since I took over, and we're making that a priority. Some small things you'll see if you come over to our office is we've done a small remodel. We've actually moved our administrator Summer over to where all the probation officers are. We put in a wall with a service window. This means that we don't have to hire irregular employees anymore. That the staff, we've worked out a schedule to where if she is gone, there will be a PO in the office to cover the windows. So we don't have to do that. And as crazy as it sounds, even I would have to walk 30 times over to Summer's office to the copy machine, to the files, anything like that. Well, that's time where we could all be working instead of walking over. So that helps. We're also cross-training, which means that if somebody comes in to file a petition or they need to pay fines or fees, anybody at the window can help them versus we have to wait for somebody to come back.
Okay,
So
good.
with,
Now, let me ask you a question. We need to sort of keep this rolling, so I appreciate the overview. My question to you would be, are there any expenditures that you see in the future that are not represented in your budget? You see anything on the horizon that we probably might have missed during the budgeting process that we need to discuss?
I would like to make a comment on that. We, like Wendy said, she is new with this budget. She wasn't here when it was built.
Okay.
And it also was built with some payroll in conjunction with the Parks Department, because Jay Trost, the former director, did both Parks and Juvenile. I think that we have discussed this many times since the beginning of the year, and one of the things that we have discussed is that when things have settled down and both Parks and Juvenile have been more familiar with the way things go and how things go, that we will relook at those budgets and do supplemental budgets and adjustments at that time. I'm probably looking at December before I can do that, because I have the auditors coming next month, and there's just no way I could just sit down and look at
Sure.
their budgets, and gives them a little time to really get the flow of their what's going on. And both Wendy and Josh have met with me and gone over what was budgeted for them, and so we do need to, now that they understand things better, go through it again.
Where do you see the adjustments happening in personnel?
Well, most of the adjustments would be in payroll, which might affect what you can spend in materials and services to stay within your budget.
All right. The 116,000 loss year to date, that's just because the revenue hasn't been
That's a
recognized?
revenue
recognized
timing
it?
issue, yes.
Right, okay.
And that's why I thought we put this on the list of things to talk about, is that separation. So it is happening.
It has happened, yes.
Well, and are the expenditures in the two separated parts now reflecting what most likely will continue going forward?
No, they, like I just said, these budgets are what was adopted last spring. And we have not really gone into and discussed the differences now that they're two separate, completely separate departments. We've done some separation type talks, but it really had to do with assets. It really didn't have to do with anything else. And we did talk a little bit about who is being costed where, but we haven't redone any of the budgets to reflect that if it does affect their budgets too much, that I'd have to do a supplemental budget.
Thank
That's
you.
what I'm going to look at in December when we have really got everything all settled, and both of the directors are more familiar with their budgets.
I don't know why there was so much, discussion on, because nothing jumped out in the payroll
No,
and
it
juvenile.
actually has not.
So I don't understand.
Well, the big
Well,
thing.
but the reason for my question is I want
Yeah.
to make sure that the committee is aware of any future problems down the road. That's one of the purposes of this meeting.
I
was to
understand,
do
but
that.
I'm saying, we would have, that's what these percents are for, something would have jumped out, nothing on
Yeah.
payroll, specifically.
But there could be
but on
future expenditures that are not
the
represented in here
materials
that
and
could be biting
services,
us.
the one that
Okay.
did jump out is the second line item to me, because it's not revenue, I'm talking about materials and services for juvenile boarding.
What page are you on, Tom?
Pardon me?
What page are you on?
Same, page 28.
28.
It's materials and services for juvenile. Again, this is not a revenue issue. I'm surprised that that is zero after 3 full months. I'm very surprised that it's zero. Is it something that has decreased that significantly, or is there?
It has not decreased. I wanted to get a chance to get in, and we were very frugal because, again, it wasn't my budget. And there is a big expenditure. I have a community service program, and I have 0 employees to do that. So that is what our department lost that's not showing in there.
Okay.
The community service coordinator part-time position was pulled from us, and so we don't have that. So at this time, we are all on a freeze until we can figure that piece of it out.
But there are costs that are,
Absolutely.
okay, see, that's the one, to me, that's the
Absolutely.
one that should have jumped out,
Totally,
or did jump out.
totally. We have
Okay.
yeah.
So we're not doing community service?
I am doing community service at this point. I don't have a coordinator. We lost that the first of the time. So at this point, the rest of my team has agreed. We're all pulling extra time. We're all donating time to go out and take kids on the crew. It's one of those situations where if I have a coordinator, they go out and get those contracts. But I don't have the coordinator, so we are in kind of a pickle. So I didn't want to lose the program. I'm committed to the program. I think it's important. But at this point, we're doing whatever we can. Friday we'll be in Brookings, actually our first outing with the 9 kids doing ODOT work.
Okay.
But
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
So the one thing I will say, and this is a global statement that you're going to see throughout these departments going forward, the budget committee did not budget for any staff increases. And we have settled the SEI union, which included some members from your department, correct? Yes. We are basically closing out the 223 Teamsters union with the sheriff, which will have increases retroactive to June. We're working on the road department, the 206 Teamsters, which will have retroactive raises back to, July 1st. And then I will be recommending non-represented staff be treated fairly and equitably compared to the other people, and you'll be seeing an increase for that. None of those issues have been budgeted, and those will have to be addressed after we settle the contracts. We would hope to settle all the contracts and then make staff recommendations for non-represented all at the same time and do one basically budget adjustment to the global operation at that point. And
When will those be done,
Did it not?
negotiations?
Well, I might be able to put the Teamsters 223 on for next meeting in executive session, so I'm still working on that, trying to get that done today. The 203, I don't know, that's a brand new contract. So we basically are finalizing just the regular contract language, and we've just started talking about the fiscal impact. So that
Okay, 2 or 3 months?
I don't think it'll take 3 months. I would
Yeah.
think that'd take maybe 2 months to get that done. The longer this goes on, the more distortion you're going to see to these budgets, because what's going to happen is you're going to have these retroactive pay issues that happen going back to July 1st. So it's in the best interest of the county to try to settle them as soon as they can. And I'm doing my best with the time I have to do that.
Okay. Wendy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, next person, Parks?
Parks is not till 10.
10:20?
Oh, yeah, 10:20, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's ready.
It's 10:15.
Do you want to go to Parks and then come back to your overall?
Yeah, let's do that. I don't want to keep people. Is that okay?
You want to go ahead and go Parks?
Let's do Parks, we can.
Okay. All right, Parks is a couple different spots. One is on page 64. And then there's another section on Parks on page 107, which is, well, I'll just cover page 107. 107 is basically ADA restroom, and
Right.
this is just germane because the Boys Club, we basically had put in, you guys had put in the budget to have a pre-made, prefab bathroom brought in and dropped in place for a building which is obviously having significant issues. There's a County Road bridge on the Flores Lake area up there that has been declassified as far as weight. And so that's a budgetary issue. That thing has to be fixed. And so the first thing that has to be happen is figuring out getting engineering out there, figuring out what could be fixed, then budget to fix the bridge. Needless to say, it's a long process to see if that bridge can be brought up to standards. I think it's in the best interest of the county to bring that bridge up to standards. Our cranberry farmers up there that need the weight increased from the restrictions that it has now.
Okay.
With that said, Josh went ahead and put out bids for a remodel of the bathroom itself. So because we realized it was going to take too long to get the bridge fixed. So yesterday afternoon at 4 p.m., Josh did open the bids on this particular contract for the remodel, and we'll be looking at, we have the bids, and they'll be analyzing to see if the low bid meets the qualifications and if they're certified in the insurance and all that stuff. So we have not awarded the contract. Obviously, we need to make sure everybody's qualified for that.
Has that improvement been budgeted for this year?
That's what page 107 is.
107.
Page 107
Okay.
is basically the
Is
ADA bath restroom.
It's
And the remodel
grant.
will be within that budgeted item?
We'll have to look at, Josh, you want to come up and, I don't know if you're ready to talk about the bids that are open to find out what that's going to be.
May I ask a question first?
Certainly.
on this? Now, this is an old subject, the restroom, and it goes back 6 or 9 months, and there was a grant, and somebody forgot that the contract showed prevailing wages. It doubled, effectively, that's what we were told, doubled the price. So, but this appears to be the same dollar amount.
It is the
So
same grant.
what, pardon me?
It is the same grant.
So what did we do to, obviously you have to use prevailing wages. What
So,
did we do to
yeah,
the
just
scope of
real
work?
quick with the grant. Basically, we got a grant awarded to us spring in 2017. The grant amount came out to $150,000 to be used towards an ADA restroom remodel, rebuild, some variation along those lines for a Boys Cope facility. We set aside $37,500 as the match, which is a 25% match for the grant.
Right.
And there were some snags along the way from getting when we got awarded to where we're at now. Due to those snags, we went ahead with the idea of doing a restroom remodel, posted, bid, all this stuff with prevailing wage and the notices, everything like that, so that prevailing wage is covered this go around. And the grant changes with the type of thing. The idea is, when I spoke with the grant people yesterday, if we've got 25% match for what the total project's gonna be, the grant kicks in type of a thing. So although we have 37.5 put out there right now, if we have a $100,000 building, we only need 25,000 of that as the grant match.
Yes, sir.
That being said, I'm not sure if the grant totals are just public record at this point, but we are looking to have it go in front of the BOC on November 7th, I think is the next meeting, so that they can review the contract, get it signed, and get everything going with it. We did find a bidder that was deemed to be reasonable, responsive, and the lowest bidder, and that all happened yesterday after 4 o'clock, so.
Okay.
as
So are
it
you
is.
within the budget or below the budget?
Currently, the bid would be below the budget, but we'll, you know,
Okay, just,
yeah.
But a
Contingencies.
different scope
Yeah.
of work.
I'm not asking
Right.
for exact numbers, but
All right.
we're
Okay.
just concerned with the budget.
A different scope
Yes.
of work.
Yes,
And this will be ADA compliant as well?
correct.
Okay. Good.
All right, so the
So
second
we're-
part for the parks budget is back on page
64.
65.
Yeah.
And on page 65, you'll see, again, some of the on issues, some things that stand out. Josh, on there's on your expenditures, there's waste disposal, you're at 73% for the year in the first quarter. What is the reason for increased waste disposal?
So it's not that it's an increase in the waste disposal.
Seasonal.
It's a seasonal type thing. The majority of our waste disposal bill comes from CTR trash and then our septic system. July, August, September, busiest months, most times that we're gonna get pumped out. The rest of the winter kind of keeps us going. If you look back on the past budgets, it's pretty much in line with that, if not a little bit lower.
Okay.
Okay.
Under salaries, irregular is 141% of what was budgeted. What's the reason for that?
That's another one of the payroll issues between what was parks and juvenile and what is now just juvenile and just parks. Like I said, this is one of the budgets I knew was going to have some kind of supplemental budget because of the fact that not a lot of payroll was dedicated to parks from the division before, and now we have a full-time director. And I think some of that irregular payroll was some of it seasonal, of course.
Yeah, it'd be the seasonal work crew.
But I'm not sure why it is over right now. That's something that we analyze and we're gonna have to look at it in December and see how we're gonna cover that.
Okay.
But the whole two budgets, we really have to almost rebuild both of those budgets for, because of payroll. So I think that all of this, when we look at exactly what the actuals really are going to be happening in that year, and in this current year, we really are going to have to move a few things around to cover what actually is happening versus what was actually budgeted last year. And I don't expect the seasonal money to go up right now. I think the only employee that we have in parks is Josh.
Ms.
Well,
Huxley.
I think, good question though, because there, you know, and the seasonal was a reasonable answer of the materials and services, but not when you exceed significantly labor
Yes.
for the entire year. But we were aware that there was a change in the structure of these departments when we were doing the budget, were we not?
No, he
No.
hadn't, Mr.
I
Trills
don't,
did
I
not
don't recall
resign.
that.
Yeah.
I don't recall it.
Yeah, my memory is that
Yeah,
we,
he was here talking to us.
He's had a busy year job-wise.
well, in past years, it's no secret that
Yeah.
time for staff was allocated to juvenile because other people were paying a large part of that budget. in order to reduce the amount, even though it probably ought to have been in the Parks Department to begin with. So I'm not, you know, I'm not surprised that this is happening, and I think, you know, it doesn't bother me that it is. It's a more honest accounting of people's time, and not having the juvenile department used to subsidize the Parks Department.
And this budget also has an operating contingency. It's down towards the bottom of page 65. And Josh and I have discussed that if things happen in this payroll, that when we discuss kind of a supplemental budget and get things where he needs them to be for his plans and his budget, we'll probably be looking at that contingency that is a mandatory supplemental budget to move it out of there and up where you need it.
Okay.
The other thing we have to remember, there was a fire at Lobster Creek on July 4th?
July 1st.
July 1st. And so there was a number of, I don't know how many, I mean, there was a bunch of cancellations.
Yeah, I could just real quick go over everything.
Go ahead.
So basically, starting off at the top, things that you guys are actually going to want to be known to. State RV license fees, the amount that was budgeted, $61,089. I got an email from the state saying that our actual allocation for this year is more closer to $73,063.
Right.
So that's going to cover a lot of the things once those monies actually come into that point. Additionally, going down, Lobster Creek, we had a fire July 1st, caused numerous cancellations, lost us approximately $6,050 in revenue. The park itself was estimated to make, I think, about $7,000 this year. That being said, we're currently at $46.24 for revenue. We've got some campers coming in towards the end of the season once spring hits, type of a thing, so we're still going to get close to that. Boys Coat Park, the idea between this budget when it was made for the $90,000 was that we were going to have a 20% increase over July, August, September due to the fee increases that went into effect for that budget time, and we're currently at about a 20% increase over that time.
Great. Tom?
The fire,
Yes.
was that covered? Were those losses all covered?
That's just still pending.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Since,
Great. Any more questions?
just
Great
since we're on
summary.
that, where are we on the investigation, or can you say anything on that at all? Is that?
The investigation is being conducted by the state, and so
It is progressive.
they're the ones who are
Thanks a lot.
running that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Good job.
Okay, next up is Deb
Treasurer.
Crowley is our treasurer.
What page?
I don't know, what page is it? Actually, did not write that one down.
You probably don't
Eight.
even need to look.
It's one of
Page 8.
it's on page like 8. Yeah.
Page 8.
8.
So how's the money?
Fabulous.
Show me the money.
It's coming in quite nicely right now.
Okay.
In regards to my budget, I'm pretty spot on. I haven't really gone over in any area.
We
so I
do
don't
want you to
really
go over in
know.
revenue.
Okay, I would like that.
Yeah.
Treasurer's office is another one that gets the CAFA grant as its main revenue.
Which is just
I don't believe we've
not
even
much.
received it as of yet.
Yes.
Oh, we
I
did
just
got
received it yesterday.
Okay, good.
How much did you receive?
One quarter payment.
Yeah,
One quarter?
1 quarter.
Okay.
And it's spread through like
All the
6 different departments.
Tax, or tax, an
BOPTA,
assessor, BOPTA, GIS,
GIS,
non-departmental.
All right.
Any questions? Because really mine is pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
What, if I may, just to the comment, you know, the running about budget, but and we talked about revenue, but of call it $120,000 budget, it subsidizes general funds to the tune of about $110,000. So.
Right. And right now, you're running at a looks like a year-to-date loss of 57,000.
I must be missing that page.
It's 27, but once again,
Where-
it's here.
Oh,
But when you look at the budget, you're going to run at 110 by the end of the year, because she only gets $7,000
Okay.
of CAFTA grant. So the CAFTA grant only.
Like Mr. Huxley
that's
said, it
only
comes
her
out of the
rev-
general
yeah,
fund.
you're going
Yeah.
to run at a huge loss in this one anyway, because it's really only supported by the CAFTA grant, outside
But
of
the
the
critical
general fund.
percents are 23 to 25%, which is right where you should be.
Yeah.
I guess the only question I have, why did postage go up so high to, 173% of budget?
Postage, let's see. Well, I really don't have, where are you looking at? Are you looking at bank fees?
No, postage. It's right after, just below travel.
Okay, I have budgeted $100. My balance is $100.
You haven't spent anything.
I have I haven't bought a roll of stamps in this fiscal year. So that's why you
What
see.
was the question?
Why
Wait a minute.
do I have $100 in postage?
No, it's not her. I'm sorry, I'm
I
looking
think
at a
you got
different
wrong
page.
line
I'm
item.
sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
Which line were you looking at?
I was looking at another department by mistake.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Tax collection.
Tax
today.
collection.
Okay, well,
Which was
postage
the
has
increase.
gone up greatly.
I'm sorry.
In my department, I tend to email just about all the reports to all the districts. There's just a couple that refuse to get emails.
Of course.
Can't change their mind.
Right, now, you invest the surplus funds into money market accounts and so forth? Are you seeing an increase in interest you're getting, or what?
Not in my money market, but the road department, I have like $5 million I've invested. I'm just very cautious right now to see what's gonna transpire.
What are we getting on that?
Let's see. One is ready to mature in about 6 months, but it was 1.5, and the other one was 1.6. And when I took those out, that was greater than the pool, but now the pool rate is greater.
Okay.
The pool is like 2.2.
So are you gonna reinvest those, or just?
Well, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Well, what kind of guidance do you get? Who's giving you guidance on what you can do and can't do?
I talked to Piper Jaffrey. I have a couple men there that have been helping me, and they're very knowledgeable on county government, and a lot of counties use them. And they let me know if they get something good. They're not high pressure, and they know I'm very conservative, and they know I just kind of watch it real close.
Do they charge us a fee for that?
No.
Okay. But where do you get your guidance from the county? As to what you can.
When I took these investments out, John Hitt was the county administrator at that time.
Right.
So I talked to him and we discussed that before
Okay.
I moved ahead.
The other thing related to the money into investments is on the 7th, County Board will be having the second reading of the road fund loan ordinance, which would make funds available for other municipal parties within the county to take out loans. In there is, it's a minimum of like 4% or 3% over the going rate of the, pooled interest. I can't quote the details. The issue that the reason I bring this up is if the county board approves this ordinance, what will happen is the budget committee will have to allocate money to go in that will be available for road fund loans. So if they approve this, we will have to reconvene, and for you guys to say, we want to consider the availability of, $500,000 or $2 million to be considered for loans out. And then if we get applications, that would be available. Or we could wait to see if there's an application and then convene the budget committee to say, do you want to allocate into this fund? And then there's a committee made up of the four of us basically to deal with this. So I just wanted to just kind of bring you up to date on that. I encourage you to basically read that ordinance, because the budget committee will be a part of that decision going forward.
Can you email me a copy of that? Or
Yeah.
Just know the money that's loaned does not eat, if we have some crisis in the county where if you loaned out a whole lot, you couldn't get it back. like the money I've invested, if we need it, I can get it.
Liquidity.
Tom?
To your point, is there a third party in the state that loans, others loan them money and they are official loaner to counties?
Well,
I seem to remember hearing something about,
Business Oracle?
could be.
Well, we talked about that, I think, briefly at the last, or the initial discussion of the proposed ordinance. And I think there was some entity, but they, when county council contacted them, they'd never loaned anybody any money. I think that was the response on a couple of different locations or entities like that. It just had not come up.
And no other county eligible to loan
You know,
money out
yeah.
has set up an ordinance yet. They're kind of looking towards us, right, county council?
Nate?
Yes.
When we loan money, that's gonna be a real sticky subject for me.
Oh,
I don't want it, and I
definitely.
suppose for everybody, so.
Definitely read
Let's come
the ordinance because
come well prepared.
I don't want to say it mirrors, but it's on the extreme conservative side. And just as the county investing money, you know, most of the investments, well, the general pool is one thing, you know, that's all liquid, you can get it back tomorrow. On the others, that this other group that's giving some direction, I think they recommend not going out over a year or 18 months maximum.
And we can get
maximum.
that
And it's
back.
all liquid too, you
It is
get it,
very
you get it
liquid.
right back if you need it. So very conservative.
Yeah, so I will email you that. It's not official yet, so there's no decision that has to be made. And we haven't had any interest or application, so it's all theoretical at this point. And if we go forward, we'll bring you into the discussion.
How much cash do you manage, total cash? All your investments, total?
Let's see, road and pool, there's about 27 million, and then in the county general, there's almost 8.
I think the last report you gave me was
35
41 million. She had about 41 in the last report I
And
saw.
all that is invested in,
Or at the pool.
sorry?
It's at the state pool.
Okay.
The majority is at
And the
the
state pool gives you what kind of return?
2.25, I think it is now.
Yeah,
That's excellent.
right. Great.
Better than my bank.
Yeah, bank
Bank
is
so far.
not
Yeah.
good.
At least you didn't buy GE stock.
Well, actually, I can put it in
Thank you
NASDAQ,
very
get
much.
more money
Anybody,
now.
if you don't mind, next. That's great.
Next up is
Economic development?
Economic development, bought this time by Clark. So we just, yeah, I did, yeah. So I just got from Debbie, basically our first quarterly receipt for our economic development money, which comes from the lotteries. I got a receipt here for $26,205.
What page is that?
And you're on page 47.
Okay.
And so this comes in, again, this comes in quarterly. So in the past, this is gonna roll into an overlap, a discussion at 10 after 11, community development. So as you're well aware, our community development director resigned, and she was, her salary was paid by 50% economic development, 25% planning, and 25% building official, building services. And I'm in the process of hiring I've already hired a building official, and that reports to me, and I'm hiring a planning director that will report to me. And so my intentions for economic development is to keep the economic development part of her salary, because if we're redoing things around the county to deal with businesses and rezoning and variances, conditional use permits for economic activity, she would be the person that we would direct to do that. The other things that the economic, and so I'm in the process.
Is there a budget? Is the budget reflect your desire to hire people?
Yeah, so we have a budget for a planning we have a budget for a planning director, and this
An
is-
economic development fund?
we're gonna be utilizing some of that money for
Okay.
planning director, just as we have in the past. We've used, we've done this you've been doing this.
The
for-
reason I'm questioning is because there's only $36,000 in there for regular salary.
That's half of the prior community development, who was 50% here, 25% planning, 25% building.
All right.
And so I will continue with that same breakdown when I hire the new planning director. Right now, we're basically, a planning director is a statutorial position that all counties have to have. And so right now, we're basically using a gentleman who had already retired, who was a planning director, John Bischoff is his name. And so he's filling in on an hourly basis while we'll be between Carolyn's absence and this new planning director, which I'm hiring.
Okay.
Yes.
Where is that going in the payroll?
John Bishop's.
Yeah.
That would
And
be
the
under,
personal
I think that'd be under
services.
community development, wouldn't it?
Okay, John Bishop,
John Planner,
he's the planner.
yeah. Yeah.
Building, who's the building official?
Well, Richard Stauffer.
Okay.
John Bishop is the guy who works as our planning director on an hourly basis.
Oh, on the hourly basis. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's being costed to, I believe he's being costed to planning, but I don't know. I don't think he's being costed to economic development. He's just on an hourly basis being
Yeah, yeah.
costed to planning.
So he'd be community development or planning.
And who's in the regular at this for the first 3 months? Was it
Carolyn.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, so that's Carolyn's salary right there.
Okay.
And then the other things on there we had used, you can see some of the items in the other materials and services, there's $9,000. And then there's professional services general, there's $28,000. The county had been using a contract economic development agency, SCDC, that would basically provide services for economic development for the county. I did not renew that contract.
So do we need that 28.9?
I'm basically, if I see I want to keep that, or at least some of that in there, because if I see a development that needs to happen, one of the things I've been thinking about is if we have a piece of property or pieces of property that we want to market that businesses could go into, I would hire this company, because we don't have staff to deal with this issue. I'd hire them as a contract basis to say, here's a piece of property, find out the proper uses for it, and solicit an RFP for a business to take care of, to basically land on that property. And they've done this before with other cities and other counties to basically market and get an RFP. So I don't know if I'm going to use that, but if I have the opportunity to analyze a piece of property, these are the people I would hire to do that.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Just if I understand correctly, when did you sever the agreement with SCDC?
I didn't sever it, I just didn't renew it. It expired on June 30th.
And this is the first time hearing about it. I guess I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed. But also the second question I have, if I may, Mr. Chair, you mentioned that you've already hired a new planning director, or excuse me, community development director.
No, we're not hiring a community development director.
Okay. Specify.
The community development director oversaw the building official and also the planning and building. And I basically hired a building official, which has been on board for about a month now.
I understand that.
And I'm negotiating to hire a planning director.
Okay, and half of that person's salary will come from economic development,
That's
i.e.
correct.
lottery funds.
That's correct.
And that person you're negotiating with, how much do they have on their resume that would support economic development background?
You know, I will, once I hire this person, I will inform the board of my
Everything is
decision.
okay. I understand how you interpret your job and your job description. So I hope that person has some economic development background. And
Well, that's why you guys hired me, is to do this service.
yeah.
So that's why I'm here.
Okay, is there any more discussion on economic development?
Well, I'll just chime in. I think my first involvement with Curry County was being on a public service financial review committee and then with the CIC committee down there. So I've been familiar with the operations of the basement of this building for 5 of the 6 years I've lived here, and I think it's been properly operated. It's been, if nothing else, underfunded, and that having the planning director who knows how to develop property involved with inducing people to move their businesses here and locate them on property is critical and rational and sound.
Okay.
If I may again?
Yes, sir.
I just would like to ask you to, since we have that section of the development organization going down there reasonably well right now, I'd like to ask you to delay until after the new board comes on to see if that's the direction that the board would want to go.
The board doesn't have oversight on the hiring. That's not a board process.
Okay.
The board is only a policy-making board. Staff does the hiring.
So we have one person that makes the decision.
That's what the county manager does.
If I could,
I understand. Go ahead.
I think this would be a matter for the board, a policy that the board could make. The board could adopt a hiring freeze. Our board has done that in the past. That's a policy decision, but the day-to-day decision to hire is the administrator. So, but it's also not a matter for the budget committee. I think that your motion, if you wanted to ask for a hiring freeze, would need to be at a board meeting.
I understand. It just looks like we have a rush here on a lame duck commission board to rush forward. And I think the public will, a certain percentage of the public will see it that way.
I'm not involved in any of the board with my decisions, Mr. Boyce.
Okay. So
Okay.
thank you for the clarification.
Any more discussion on the Economic Development Fund? Okay. We're supposed to take a 10-minute break. We're actually on schedule. If we would like to take a 10-minute break, we'll
Thanks.
recess till 11 o'clock, please.
Pause this. Pause this, Jason.
Oh, yes.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges. You want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous, and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
The goal of the Mountain Hemlock Phenology Project is to take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park. This project will span several years and track the change in spring tree growth over time. We don't just want to know if the timing of spring at Crater Lake is changing, we want to know why it might be changing, so we will also be measuring snow depth around the trees. This is how you'll take your measurements in the field. First, find a branch on the study tree and focus on the end of the branch. We're only going to measure a section the size of our hand. Next, look for the buds on the branches. They are really tiny. The dried up tan buds that look like tiny pine cones are pollen cones from last year. Skip over these. You're going to be counting the tiny unopened buds. Early in the season, these will all be tan color. Later in the spring, the cone buds will turn purple and the leaf buds will become hairy. You'll use your data sheet to identify and count the buds. These are the tree's new growth. Make sure you count carefully, the scientists are depending on you. After counting the buds, help the ranger take a snow depth measurement at your study tree. park scientists think that climate change may be affecting plant growth at Crater Lake. Mountain hemlocks are a tree species adapted to deep snow, and snowfall has been decreasing at Crater Lake. What do you predict? Will trees surrounded by deeper snow produce more or less new growth than trees surrounded by less snow? On behalf of the National Park Service and the global scientific community, thank you for helping us take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
That way we can get it all the way up. All right, sounds good.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe,
Are we on? We're on?
It's zoomed in on you, Mr. Ostrowski.
Okay, let's reconvene.
Morning, John.
The assessor is next.
Just, we don't want you to go blood sugar.
Thanks.
We don't want you to pass out.
Yeah, behold the
Thank you.
assessor.
So do you want some tricks or do we get the treats?
Yes,
Oh, you brought in candy?
just so nobody passes out from low blood sugar, and we're out.
Well, that figures. Nothing left for the pocket.
Well, you can have this rainbow candy cane.
Do you want this?
Going once.
It's yours? Okay. I was willing.
Good morning.
We're live? Yeah, we're live.
Yes.
Morning, John.
Morning, Carl. Morning, Bill.
How are you?
Commissioners, everybody else.
Want to give us an overview of where you are?
Yeah, the assessor's budget is on page 10 and 11.
The assessor's office budget really is pretty close to where we would expect. It's not close to what we budgeted for. You recall we had a conversation about a Curry County pilot project. That funding did not come through, so we won't be spending the $125,000 in this year's budget that we anticipated getting from the state and other taxing districts on the pilot project.
Why didn't it? Was it just voted down, or?
It didn't even make the agenda.
Did anybody get it?
No, I mean, this was a Curry County only thing.
Oh,
Boy, when were we doing budgeting last? May?
Yeah.
I think the legislative session had already ended at that time, and we had hoped to get it in before the State Emergency Board. I don't recall the reason for canceling the emergency board in, what was it, July?
Oh,
But
so they didn't even have a meeting?
they did not have a meeting.
No
but
meeting,
then,
no agenda, no grant?
But then they did have another meeting in September. I think it was September, maybe October. Despite the best efforts of our representative, they were not able to get this on the agenda for that. I guess they felt like they had more important things to deal with. So we didn't get the money. You recall the money was essentially to hire another person and a half in the assessor's department in order to bring assessments up to a more current level. We'd have got them up to a 6 to 8 year cycle, as opposed to where we are now in a 15 to 20 year cycle.
How much revenue did we probably lose because of that?
Well,
or is that hard to quantify?
Boy, I did not bring back those figures, but if you recall, over time, over the next 5, 6, 7 years, the revenue to districts was going to be substantial by being able to become caught up. I don't remember what those figures were. If I was to guess, I'd be guessing somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 a year for all the districts.
And as you well know, I mean, from the county's perspective, we get the 59 cents. It's very beneficial in the macro sense for all the taxing districts in the county, but it's not necessarily as advantageous for the county.
Right. Yeah, so $500,000, that would have been what? 50,000 for the county?
Oh,
no.
No, about 30.
30.
So Thank you for that comment, Clark, because, I mean, that's what I've been telling you over the past years.
Right.
So I don't know whether or not Louise has been busy. She's been doing audits and
I
other
had an
things.
email from you,
But
Assessor.
I did send her an email to ask her whether or not we were going to have to do a supplemental budget to take that 125 out and adjust the other line items. There is one place where we'll need to adjust a line item because it will put my half-time employee back to an irregular employee rather than a full-time employee.
So what I'm considering though is that what you're talking about a supplemental budget is a negative supplemental budget to take it back all out. And I think what we could do is do something on paper so that you don't go over what was not budgeted, which will you not get the $125,000 on, and make sure that you stay within your budget that way. But I don't usually do
Just trust me, Louise.
negative supplemental budgets. It's not, we usually do a supplemental budget if you're more than.
Yeah, whatever you need to do, we can figure that out.
And your payroll, your line items might be a little weird, but your total appropriation level should be okay.
Everything else in the assessor's budget is tracking per normal.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Yeah, the revenue, Citizens Revenue Group is meeting in November. I believe the second meeting we have at the end of November will be discussing the big fix. And if I can put in a plug, it would be very helpful to have from you a number that represents what you need additional to your staffing budget to get us to 6-year cycle or better and keep us there.
Yeah.
And whether that's 150,000 or 200,000, it's, you know, if we're looking at raising a significant amount of revenue that's targeted for specific purposes, to me anyhow, as a member of that group, I think it's important to know how much we could earmark in a revenue package for assessing that would then generate the tax revenue to maybe start to keep up with inflation and those costs that go up year in and year out.
And really, for just taking care of the appraisals and that portion of what we do in the assessor's office, you know, I think the 1.5 positions is probably going to work for that. If we're going to bring all programs up to speed, one of the problems with running so lean in these departments is everybody is pretty busy doing what they do, and we don't have anybody to train up for succession planning. And that, you know, I think that's going to become an issue in county departments, especially if, you know, I'm getting up there. But I mean, you'll just replace me with another elected person, and who knows what kind of training they will have. But I also have another person or two in my department that are key positions that, you know, could be approaching retirement age, and it's really that knowledge that we don't have the luxury of passing on to somebody else.
Do you do any cross-training within your department?
Yeah, we do lots of cross training,
Okay,
but mostly at
That's not a criticism.
not at the really key levels. What you see in our department is we have both assessment and tax, and you know, most of the people on the assessment side are assisting the tax side, especially at this time of year, when tax payments are due, and our tax collector is capable of helping out in manning the phones during the rest of the year. So, I mean, we do have quite a bit of cross training. I've got some good experience with some of the employees that have worked several different jobs in the department.
You bring up a good question, good point. You lost a $125,000 grant, and that was going to be used for additional assessments to not only help the county, but all the special districts too. I'm going to throw this out, and maybe, you know, I'll die or something, but why can't we get the special districts to help us fund you for an additional assessor?
Well, you may remember that the districts were funding part of that $125,000.
Okay.
They were going to cover about $50,000 of it. And the state was going to cover the 75. The state throwing in the 75 was really meant to cover the schools portion of the funding, because in Curry County we collect about 60% of the property tax we collect goes to schools. With the state school funding formula, it really benefits the state.
Right, the schools have no incentive to put money into this because they get money from the state. They get a certain level of funding, no matter whether.
Yeah, but they also get funds from property owners
yes, they
here,
do, but
and
what
that's based on his
happens
assessment.
If they get more from property tax, then the state gives them less.
All right.
So much
So-
per head, isn't it? Basically,
Yeah,
per
it is,
student?
but-
Yeah, per head.
It's about $5,000.
So what's the incentive to help
There
helping
is
this guy
no
out?
incentive for the schools. Trust me, I talked to the superintendent of the biggest school district on this issue.
Wasn't there some
But-
ordinance governing that also, the ability to charge them? Thought there
But
was some
I
limitation.
would say that the state does understand the incentive for funding assessment and taxation. I believe that the governor has a committee looking at funding for A&T. As we speak, they may have something for the legislature this next session. So.
Yeah, it's really in the benefit of the state to do this. It really is.
Mr. Boyce?
Yeah.
The majority goes to the schools.
Mr. Boyce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, we're getting some VIPs backed up here.
Right, I know that.
So
Okay.
I think we're gonna have a third one coming in the door any moment.
My last
Thank you,
question to you would be, you know, because you're not going to get this grant, 125 grand, are your current level of assessment, is that going to go down, or is it going to pretty much
It'll
remain
stay about the same.
Pretty much the same. Okay.
Oh, where is the 120, you know, I see an OR map in here, but where,
It's actually, I think that it's that second OR map. It shouldn't say OR map.
Actually,
I had a
I thought
question.
we had a
Format,
different
what-
name for
yeah,
it when we
I-
did the
I
budgeting.
thought we did too, and I think it's in the budget that way, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have Cena rename that.
okay,
revenue
because
line.
that was a question I
Yeah.
had, why the second OR map?
Yeah.
That it was
Yeah,
coincidental.
I think we had to name something
Yeah,
different, at least
yeah.
on my spreadsheet for the assessor's budget.
Yeah.
Jim,
Just
you handle tax collections too, right?
I do.
Yeah, I had one question on your budget on that. Postage went up 173%. Is there any reason for that?
Well, there is. Approximately $5,500 of that actually should be in a different line item. Looks like the fourth, well, wait a minute. You may not be looking the same, but the fourth line item down, contract mail tax statements. That's where about $5,500 of that should be posted, and we'll get that squared away.
Yeah, I have that all circled.
Okay.
To date, we've only spent $300 or $400 or $500 in postage.
All right. Good. I just wanted to know, I didn't know if we had a bigger problem than what you're describing or not, so.
No,
Just a
no,
classification
but-
issue, that's fine.
It seems like I have that problem every year.
You must have a template for paying that bill, and the template has a wrong account number on it.
It could be, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Can I ask one last question, just on the tax bills that came out? You know, they go up about they're still going up about 3%, at least the ones that I get. Is that pretty much all calculated by the software that you have? I mean, it's very expensive annual.
Well, yeah, I mean,
software,
it'd get
but-
even
and I
more
know-
expensive if we
Yeah.
had to have people making those
Oh, no, I
thousands
understand.
of
Isn't that pretty
calculations,
well calculated by
but yeah.
certain criteria? That you
Mhm.
put, okay, I thought so. I just,
Okay. Clark, I'd like to skip over you because we do have a Richardson
Yep.
here. Let's
I
go
was
to
gonna recommend
Richard.
the same thing, so
Okay.
next one up will be Richard
Thank you.
Stouffer.
Thanks, Jim.
He
Appreciate
is
it.
our building official, and so he oversees the staff downstairs plus contract inspectors that we have in that department down there. So he's on page 77.
Okay.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
So I feel grossly unprepared because I've been here 15 days. So I've spent a lot of time trying to get to know contractors and people in the area and people in the building. And so I probably haven't got to spend a lot of time. Some of my questions, because Carolyn Johnston was doing the budget for both. So I've been trying to get with Louise, but she's been very busy. And so I have a lot of questions.
I've not had an appointment with you yet. And
Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
So if you guys have any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
You're representing community development?
No, just the
Building.
department.
Just a
Building?
It says community development building on page 77.
77.
So your fees are running about what you expect them to be,
Well,
or a little low considering the time of year?
we're fairly busy. We're fairly busy. There's a lot of information down there that's in different places that we're trying to get into one place so we can kind of better understand those numbers. I think our fees need to be increased for the amount of work that we're doing. It's something I want to be able to talk about in the future. We haven't raised our fees in the building department since 2011, and before that it was 1999. And so the cost of doing what we have to do down there has increased dramatically in those years. And so I think we have some struggles with code enforcement and inspections down there, but I think we're where we need to be as far as what we're doing right now.
Now, when you find someone who started work without taking out a permit, you have, is it your discretion as to whether or not to charge them a extra fee?
An investigation fee, yes, it is. And typically how we do that is if it's a first-time person that we find doing that, we will not charge them an investigation fee. But once it becomes a continuous problem with that person, then we will go ahead and charge them an investigation fee. It used to be you would double the fee, but we're not allowed to do that by the state anymore.
Yeah, I know that. Other states double it, but we don't punish people that violate rules here.
Well, we're here to help. We're here for safety. That's our job.
How do our fees compare to other counties?
Well, Shelley told me, Shelley's our administrative assistant, she told me we're in the 70th percentile. I want to look at that myself because I think I came from Klamath County. I know we're significantly lower than Klamath County. And Klamath County hasn't done theirs in 5 years. So I do know we're...
Can you give us an example what you mean by significant compared to Klamath?
Well, on one particular, and on top of my head, I can't remember what it was, but we were about $100 less for that fee.
Wow.
So.
I just have one question. Once you find someone that doesn't have a building permit and they've put extra money into their property and so forth, do you get together with the tax assessor and can you go back and reassess that property extra money for 6 years back?
I can't answer the assessor part of it, but I will tell you that we are trying to build some collaboration between all the departments so we have these conversations, because there's a lot of this stuff out here with no permits, no finals, no certificate of occupancy in some of these homes. And so it comes back to...
I know you can only go 6 years back for the taxes, past taxes, so.
But I'm trying to build a collaborative network with Curry Health, with the assessor's office,
And
with code enforcement.
that's really important, I think.
Yeah. And along with the permit fees, I'm hoping that as we move forward with the budget and what we talk about with the permit fees, that maybe we can help with code enforcement to get a full-time person in here doing code enforcement, maybe with some additional, where we can show them as a 50% building department, where they're out helping us to find these issues.
Louise, you got a question?
Well, I just wanted to make the comment that on these permits, when you compare them to other counties, I believe that the permit fees have to be based on your costs of providing the service. And our cost of providing the service might be lower than another county's cost, depending on how much they pay their personnel and different other factors. So the permit fee is supposed to cover your cost, and it is not supposed to just be some arbitrary number
Absolutely.
that's matching somebody else's number.
No.
So that's a consideration if you're going to increase permit fees that you're going to have to take into account is what is our cost of providing, our county's cost of providing that service.
We have to look at travel fees. If you're looking at maybe the city of Portland, they may have a small area that they're doing those. Heck, we might have an hour to an inspection and an hour back just for one inspection. So those travel costs can be more expensive than a bigger.
So what do you do, just like take an average, or are the fees different in South County than they are
No, it's
here
just,
in Gold Beach?
No,
or-
it's all the same. Yeah.
So you just do an
it's
average?
this department has its costs, and so you base the fees based on covering this
Oh,
cost.
okay.
And so I'm not sure which costs are not, I mean, I don't know the
It's a big
fine
conversation.
details of it, but there is that consideration that we need to look at when we look at those fees.
Mr. Luxley?
Well, I know Carl had made a comment on revenue, but revenue, labor, materials and services, there's nothing, maybe that is jumping out the first quarter that's low. If anything, revenue's slightly higher than 25. The only question I had, and not with the bottom line on the personal services, but on the irregular salary, is that it's high, considerably high for the based on a quarter, but that was the only one.
And that's because
and the bottom line, it's not. It's
Yeah.
averaging
We
out.
had people doing extra hours because
Okay.
Carolyn being absent.
Okay.
Well, and actually, in this case, our building official had, I think, my second day here, he resigned. And so we've been using fill-in people on an hourly basis as irregular employees to fill that in. It's not a long-term solution, obviously. And now that we have a building official, we would hope to see those hours would come more in line. The other issue, which I've talked to Richard about, is basically involved with public records requests. In the past, there hasn't really been, good compliance with charging for fees and charging for records requests and searches. So we're going to be involving the staff and getting them involved with our public records official, Mr. Huddle, to make sure that we follow the procedure that the county has just adopted to make sure that we are collecting the time that it takes to search for those records and make sure we're not, just spending money. So that'll be coming forward as we go. We'll be working into that in the next month or two.
We're also hand in hand with that improving the ability of finding public records, because my experience has been historically downstairs they don't have a good records keeping procedure, and you spend a lot of time, theirs and your own, if you're trying to find the records when they should be readily available.
Well, the problem, Carl, is they have 3 old software programs that they no longer use, plus records that go beyond software programs. None of that, they don't have the staff or the time or the money to actually.
Well, that's my point. I
coordinate that together. You'd have to hire a couple people to go through and put that all together and update it all. And frankly, that's not in the budget. So we're going to try to do is try to say, let's capture the money that we're searching for and spending the time doing it.
My memory is the first time I mentioned this, that there were ways of computerizing records. I was told if we computerize it, we won't be able to charge people the cost of finding them otherwise. And it was, it's long before Richard has been here. That's probably 5 years ago. But we need that department and group needs a lot of work to get those records. You can't. It's hard to represent someone buying property if the records of what's happened in the past are not readily available. It's, you know, because they need to know what violations may have been there. They need to know what approvals have been there.
Yes.
And my experience is I've had in the process of 3 months, I've been given a different document in a different file for one property of a different approval. Couldn't even find out what the status of the approvals were because there was no record of it, and the memory of the people varied with who was there that day. And that's no way to run that department, and it's got to improve, or we're never going to get businesses buying and leasing property in the county to create jobs.
Right. Tom, you had a question?
No, let it go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just respond to that real quick, just so you know?
Sure, quickly.
Digitizing the records is something that's on my list. It's a long game with that.
Well, I know.
Because there's a lot down there, and I'm going to give kudos to my team down there. They work very hard, and to get that stuff put away, they don't have the time. They just don't have the time in the budget to do it the way it needs to be done, and it's something we're trying to clean up and work on. So
This would be, you know, Carl, when you talk about what is the global fix for the Revenue and Citizens Task Force, the global fix would be to hire a couple people to actually do that.
Yep.
But there's no, even if I were to bring this up next spring at our budget meetings, there's not money to do that. So this has to wait.
One quick question for you, and then you can, that's it. Is your department structured in such a way that if you had the necessary resources, you could pay for yourself with the fees that you collect?
yeah, and that's the whole idea with the building department. That's kind of the way the state sets it up, is that we want to charge the fees to run the department the way it needs to be ran. And for us to say that, you know, maybe the fees are looking okay right now, there's a lot of other things that need to be done down there, and that's another reason why those fees need to come out.
So question.
Because it would be interesting in the next budget round that you prepare a budget that says, this is what I need to be self-sufficient.
Yes.
Okay, and this is the payback period to pay it back. Yeah.
My question would be, if you budgeted for those people, then you could theoretically raise your fees to offset that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
May I make a quick?
Tom, I'm sorry.
But if you go to the materials and services, and the bottom line, there is no general fund contribution on this budget.
No.
So, to your question.
Yeah.
Okay. But also, you say that you can't take the time to organize so you can pull things up. Yet, but I'm not.
No, I'm listening.
But you can. I'm just saying you know, I hear this, but you can cover the expenses to muddle through not knowing where anything is year after year after year. You can't not afford to digitize it.
Totally agree.
Okay.
Totally agree.
You can't not afford to.
Yeah. Damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Thank
That's
you,
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Boyce.
Just quickly, I hear raising fees and my antennas go up. I mean, in our little county with what we're dealing with, shortage of housing, we need to do everything we can to encourage builders, contractors, and I'm not saying you don't have that approach or attitude, certainly, but that would be a hard sell to me right now as it stands.
Well, if it just real quick, just so you know, that's where I started this conversation, was with the builders. And I've had a really good response from them, because my goal is that we provide daily service to them long-term instead of 1 and 2 times a day. And they have been very receptive to getting better service and quicker service and paying more fees. They're okay with that. So what they're not okay with is paying more fees and not seeing any changes and things being the same way. So I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
All right, next up,
guys.
it's not on the schedule, but Riley Smith is our county surveyor, and he had something he wanted to bring up. This is on page 19.
Okay.
We did not notice anything significant that needed, you know, what we're looking at. But Riley, what did you want to speak to?
Well, the surveyor's department, for part-time department, I think we're doing real good in serving the public. We have an outstanding cadastral crew working 18 hours a week. When I first budgeted it, I was thinking maybe 2 days a week, but they want to work the full 18. One of them is a retired surveyor that just likes to hike, and they're getting up to, they're going out primarily to the fire area, but we have many areas in Curry County where the public land survey corners have not been visited, and some never, and some 50 years or longer.
Wow.
That I'd like to utilize them to go to if we can. One of them is the retired surveyor, has a lot of cadastral experience with Forest Service contracts. The other guy is he's a retired teacher, but he worked many years with the Forest Service. So, and they both like to hike. Their production is such that I might ask for supplemental budget to keep them going. I think our cornerstone funds are sufficient that maybe we can, keep them busy for hopefully a couple of years, if I can keep these guys working. Richard, I noticed a lot of the conversation was on funding. I would really appreciate some direction from the board. Several years ago, we were able to get all of our maps digitized and much of the other information. And with the new website that's been available, however, we've been unable to charge for the maps, so we kind of lost one little source of revenue. However, now they've been online for several years for nothing, and we're reaching the point where we might be able to use a credit card to charge for it. Whether that would, I don't know, but our map filing fees are higher than Coos County currently. I think they're also higher than Josephine. I'd have to check, but I know they're much less than Jackson County. However, Jackson County is self-sufficient, their surveyor's office, as far as funding goes. I could use some direction as far as how to increase fees. Should I increase fees? And in what areas? I know budgets are tight, and we are currently using some public funds.
You mentioned that you were trying to get to a credit card payment system for people that wanted maps?
Yes.
And you're giving them away free right now?
Yes.
Why is that, Clark?
First I've heard about it.
Well, it's online.
Yeah.
If you go down to the basement and walk in and ask them for a map, you pay for it, and I've done that several times, and they've been very helpful and accommodating, especially when I was doing maps for some county project. And
I'm confused because he's saying they don't
online.
charge. They don't
Online.
charge.
You can go online
So you
and print it out.
You don't charge for online access. But you
I
charge for the
wanted
window.
to when we first reached the point where we could do it. Our old website was such that I was told there was no way we could do it. And the IT director was insistent that, now in this age, it, should be available to everyone kind of thing. So I thought, well, what the heck, I'd rather get them online and available. The problem we have is a lot of survey work in the north part of the county is done by surveyors in Coos County. It's a long drive down here. Our hours are short to do their research. I just thought it would be good. We have surveyors from Jackson and Josephine County that occasionally work over here, and even there's only Rich Roberts survey firm and myself doing an occasional survey, but we're down in Brookings, and it's a pain to drive up here to get a map.
Sure.
So I would say we would need to, at a staff level, to do a little research on this. It'd come back when the county, most likely, when we adopt a new fee structure, new fee schedule. That would be probably.
Yeah, every 6 months.
Okay,
Every
all right.
six.
So then if we
July
want to
and
adopt
Jan-
that, so
in
we should take a
January.
look at that from the technology standpoint, see if that's something we want to take from free online access to a charge. We'll have to figure out where that goes. And that'll be a policy decision for the board to weigh in on.
Is that done in other counties where they charge online access?
What varies? The other counties,
I guess it
generally,
really doesn't matter
have
what
like
they
a
do.
subscription service like the
Yeah.
clerks. You
Yeah.
pay so much a year, then you have unlimited access, which is fine for the big firms. The occasional, some surveyors may only do 1 or 2 jobs a year here. Then, a $400 or $500 fee would be a little rough for a simple property survey or something.
The county clerk charges a subscription fee for recorded deeds and stuff. If you need access to the ones that are in the computer, you pay a monthly fee and you can get it online, you can print them out in your office, and that's fairly common. And I think if you're only wanting 1 or 2 a year, that's pretty expentive. So
For the
it's-
public, what I'd like to do is see them be able to access it, however, if they want to print it, which is kind of a problem. But it'd be nice for people to look at maps, you know, I have the indexes online and the maps online, so I could see if their property's even been surveyed.
Okay.
But there was a cost for you to get it digitized, and therefore
Yes.
it would be fair to charge the public
Yeah.
for that.
Right.
That's my
Well,
point.
the issue with the small charges, and I think that's what is the major thing, you know, it's not that we didn't look at this for a long time, you know. Not the, you know, interfaced with the website developer, they don't directly deal with credit card charges. They would deal with outside firms. But what we're talking about is having the access to go in and make a $3 or $4 charge. And that's been the issue. You know, like the assessor right now, you can go and make a credit card payment of your property tax bill through the assessor's office. They're set up. I don't know all the mechanics that they've gone through years ago to set up, but that is not a $3 or $4 charge. And that's from what I saw, you know, in the things that I'd looked into, that was the big issue, was the small charges. You know, you don't, sometimes you, and again, I think the technology, even with these portable little credit card charges, you know, that people go out with these little portable devices today, and you can make charges. I don't know if it's practical on one person going in and, like I say, I want a map. It's $3. Okay, I want to charge it on my credit card. There's a lot of businesses that you can't charge small like that. So I think it's not as easy as it sounds. That's the problem with the small charges. It's just not.
Yeah, but I'd still like to see us investigate it.
As it
You know,
sounds,
it hasn't been done, and,
We don't do the monthly
I don't
charges
think
yet,
any
right?
surveyor department, I'll say in the state of Oregon, has the records
You know, if I had some
digitized
direction,
on the
I would take all the
magnitude
flack
that
I could
Curry
bring you
County
guys.
has.
You just
I
need
don't
one.
think there's
Right.
even close.
That's okay.
One person talking at a time. I
yeah,
think.
that's, okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question that has to do with, when you talk about maps, you're talking about the GIS, the satellite ones, or the surveyor hand-done ones?
The maps that I'm talking about have been filed by surveyors doing private
Okay.
surveys.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Clark, jump back to you.
Yeah. Going back to page.
Community development?
Or is that where you're going?
No, we did community development. I think we were gonna do,
Commissioners?
yeah, oh yeah,
budget?
community development, not
Yeah,
economic
yeah, we haven't
development.
done community development.
Okay, what page?
Well, it's planning, but you already basically talked.
Something on page 18 that's got
Yeah, where
community
are
development.
we?
17, 18.
And 17.
What are we on? 17,
Yeah,
18?
so you have, just go back to page 17. So this is your community development and planning. This is made up of, up until last week, Carolyn Johnson, and then Nancy is the administrator assistant down there. And so you have a fee structure. It does, collect some of the fees for it. And your liability is off like it is expected. But other than that, it doesn't look like it's horribly off budget.
But the fees are down.
Fees are down.
Any particular reason
Any-
why?
Know of any reason why they're down?
I would have to, if I have time enough to go down and do that. We don't have a community development director. That would be something that we would ask the person that was directing that department. And we don't have that person right now, and I'm in the process of hiring someone.
Okay.
So you're kind of in a gap.
Okay.
Tom?
You mentioned it's not really other than that. Other than that, that's the gorilla
Yeah.
in the room. That's the revenue. down. It's down by half for the first quarter. It's a major concern. It should be. Major concern. Should jump right off the
That's why we asked the
page.
question.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
for the revenue. The third, the most recent, it's down by about, again, 50% down by the projected for the first quarter.
Right.
Now, maybe and that time I would have thought that you would have had more business. I don't know what
Summer.
the trend is, but as you get into the winter months, I would think that building activity goes down. But again, they have those statistics. But
Louise,
that's a
do you have any
should be
comments
a
on
huge
that?
concern.
No,
Is there a-
I only look at analyzing something if somebody's asked me to. I don't analyze other people's departments. That's what department heads are for.
Okay.
So I could analyze it and look at the past few years and see the quarterly revenues of this, but I don't know. I don't know what the seasonal collections of these fees are or anything.
I was just wondering if it's a timing issue with revenue on this side.
Well,
or
revenue
not.
on fees are usually they're received daily, deposited, so it's not a quarterly type payment. It's a
Yeah,
as
we'll have to investigate it.
All
So
right.
we don't have the answer for you.
I don't keep that kind of
Yeah.
information in my head.
The board should remember that Carolyn was in a process of turning fixed fees that made no rational relationship to the time involved in issuing the permit into deposits against which the cost of doing the permit.
That is being done. Because
That is being done,
yes.
and we don't know whether that could be the impact of this. They were charging the same amount for a conditional use permit that took 2 hours to issue as they were for a conditional use permit that may have taken 10 hours.
Some of the revenues are sitting in deposits rather than in, and we get monthly journal entries of the time spent on those projects and bring in the revenue for the time spent.
And you're doing that?
I am not doing that. That department is doing it.
The department's doing it.
Yes, I sign off on the journal entries to do it. But
So we don't know whether Carolyn's health issues and her medical leave may have.
Well, they're still doing it, yes. They're still doing the journals every month to bring in the revenue earned that month. But yeah, I haven't looked at to see what is sitting in deposits in their balance sheet and to see what's unearned so far this year. I don't know.
Tom?
This to me, this line item is the perfect example of why this committee is going over these things. This is a serious line item that I would expect. It's not the accountant's responsibility to make out a spreadsheet to see what the history's been.
That's the manager's job to explain it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Ultimately, it lies with the administrator, but this is the reason. I was to give an example. This is an example of why we're here today to go over these. This is a critical one.
I think we'd all agree to that. Okay, the next one is Commissioner's budget. Fit that in before lunch.
Yeah, so we have a Commissioner's budget on page 36, I believe. Fund 111. Right?
35 and 36.
35, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a Commissioner's budget. This is basically the budget that handles the commissioners themselves. And I have on page 36, there's a travel issue, and I have that later on in the agenda because I think we're going to be discussing that. I think that's going to just take a little bit longer, so I have a memo to address that I would like to bring up at that time.
We will.
Comment?
Hey, I have a question. Hold on. The revenue that's coming into this, to the county commissioners, where's that coming from? Is that just allocated?
That's an administrative fee that's allocated by percentage based on departments'
Okay.
budgets.
Okay.
Yes. I think that during the budget committee, we shared that spreadsheet that shows how
Right, we
all
did.
of those were allocated.
Sure did. Tom, you had a question?
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Yes, they're all IGSs, okay, but the first two, I have a question on the second line item. Because you go down to the bottom of revenue and it's right where it should be, and it should be theoretically 25 after the first quarter. These are the easy ones because of the
allocation
of the revenue, but I don't understand what happened on was there a misallocation between the first two line items? Because it's the same budgeted amount, one's 50%, one's 0.
Yeah.
It's not the exact
Interesting.
same. And what it is
Or I say that, it's not within dollars, a few dollars is correct.
okay, so if you, and I don't have that in front of me because I don't have the budget, but and I don't remember the exact percentage, but a certain percentage of the commissioner's budget was set up when the commissioner's fund was set up, that a certain percentage comes directly from the general fund, and the rest of the budget is allocated between all departments. Now, if you look on page 34, there is, under other requirements, there is the 37,384 budget for the percentage that comes directly from the general fund, and then the rest is the IGSs within departments. It looks like this 9,346 was combined in the 110,000 line instead of put it in the 110,001 line in the revenues. There's that 18 should basically
should have been split.
Have two different.
I say the
line
concern was not dollars on this because everyone is a mathematical, is an IGS, okay? But it was just to
The
look and
the
figure out
housekeeping
where
of the
was
item.
the little,
Right.
hiccup. But
Right.
the other comment I have, if you go into the materials and services and specifically on, although we'll get into it, later, that you definitely have a lag in reporting of the third month of each quarter here because you have lags in the road department, the way they reconcile mileage, et cetera, et cetera. I know because I've seen the ones that lagged in after, that you're a month behind, so the numbers are significantly and will be always each quarter understated. You will have, but you will know when you come in to the meeting, the administrator, because of the data that he receives, will know what those numbers are.
Yeah,
could
and
have
that's a
that.
known thing.
For
so,
future,
yeah.
it's a known, but it won't
Right.
be on this report.
Right.
And it can't possibly make it to the report. But it
Even
will
though
be
we're
known.
getting the report a month after the end of the
Yeah,
quarter.
But
Yeah.
because of the lag in the reconciliation, but the point is,
I
It's a-
believe that
okay.
the September includes if you're talking about assigned vehicle and motor pool charges from the road department, it includes what happened in September.
It didn't because of the reconciliation. There were unknowns, I believe, at the end of. for
Okay,
the
we're
end
going
of
to get into this
September that
travel
didn't get-
thing later on today.
Yeah,
I don't want
so-
to get involved in
so
this
that's the
right now.
reason for my
Okay,
caution
let's
on
move on.
those numbers.
I've got a question.
Yes.
I'd like to go back to the comment that was made earlier and what we talked about in our budget meetings where we had the Commissioner's Fund and the BOC office. and how they're funded. It strikes me if we look at duties, that the county administrator should be funded by a share from each department, and the Board of Commissioners should be funded from the general fund. Is that a possibility, or is there something wrong with that kind of thinking?
Well, right now, the Board of Commissioners is considered a administrative overhead fee, and so they are outside of the general fund and all overhead, which is Fund 111, and all of the departments within Fund 220, which would be the BOC office, finance office, payroll, county council, IT, and occupancy are all overhead costs that are IGS to all departments.
So you said something that you said there administrative oversight, but that function now no longer resides with the commission. Is that correct interpretation of what you said?
The commissioners serve the whole county, and everybody pays for a piece of the cost of the commissioners, all departments.
Okay, so that could be in the general fund.
Not all departments are in the general fund.
Okay.
Like planning is not,
Well, planning is, but building is not.
building is not.
Road is not.
Sure.
There's a lot of other funds that are not within the general fund.
That's because
A lot
they're
of sheriff-
self-sufficient.
Right.
Sheriff's funds are not, and that's because they have restricted revenues also is why they're not in the general fund.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Carl, you have a question?
Clark.
Clark, I'm sorry.
That's Carl.
Clark.
If you go to page 82 in your budget, you'll see the commissioner's office. So we discussed, you know, the commissioners themselves. This is the office that supports not only the commissioners' funding of making policy and having meetings, but so this basically is where you see my salary, and you'll see JJ's salary. I think Jamie in there. Yeah, Jamie, the person who's taking minutes,
The regular.
is in there. So that's this budget also.
So the commissioner's office is just the BOC office. It does not include any commissioner cost in it.
Yes, I just want to make sure I point that out. So when we're talking about expenses, one office is, you know, the one budget you saw on an earlier page, on page, whatever I said.
35.
35, and this one is, you know.
Page 82.
So, yeah, so this office has its own travel expenses and its own travel budget and its own different things, and they're allocated differently. And the staff in that office follow a different policy. They actually follow the employee policy for Curry County, and the commissioners follow a whole separate issue. But I just want to make sure you understand the difference of these two different budgets.
Okay. So, you know, I know we're going to talk about travel later, but why is there a travel budget then in that organization, commissioner's
In this
office?
one?
In the BOC office?
That covers,
For
that
the
covers
administrative.
like me if I travel, or if JJ goes to a conference.
Okay.
That's where, or, you know, so that's where the staff that work in there would have travel budget.
That's all it's for. Okay.
JJ's never gone to a conference, so he's over there laughing.
That's
Maybe
fine.
JJ should go to a conference.
Did you go to training?
Virginia in March.
Did you go to training?
Only for
Notary?
Notary, November 30, 2017.
No, not yet.
Who's Bay?
Oh, push it.
And how many
So you
months
won't
till
be getting on
Christmas?
Days.
Okay.
He remembers everything.
Okay, good.
One of the things I will point out, by the way, I just noticed this, I was meant to bring this up. On page 83, there's a budget for $15,300 for a software program. The previous administrator, interim administrator, had proposed in the budget for a company called Grenacious. Grenacious. Anyway, it's basically it's an agenda management software tool that I believe also interfaces with your recordings, and they've been contacting me, and I told them to contact me next spring. I feel I've made some incremental improvements in the management of agendas and packets with the Google Docs information. I want to see how that's accepted by the staff and the board and the community before we would invest that $15,000. So I'm not in favor of spending that $15,000 at this time.
Okay,
Great to hear.
good. Let's try to get one more in before we drop for lunch. Louise, you want to jump back up to non-departmentals? Can we do that?
Sure. So, first of all, I'm just handing out this. This is just, you guys have seen this before. This is what the departments add to or take from general fund revenues. This is updated for the end of June 2018. It's already in error because we did a supplemental budget for veterans. It's not in here. So, but basically this is just a glance down. The first gray column tells you how, departments do sometimes generate a little bit of revenue, but most revenue is in non-departmental. It's budgeted at $6,888,000. So if you look down that grade, that's how that revenue that's mostly in the general non-departmental fund is spread to the other departments, how much they use of those funds.
Okay.
So that's kind of a use of it. And if you go to the far right, there's an over under the prior year's budgeted contributions for those same departments.
Okay.
So that's just kind of a little informational thing that I'm handing out to you guys, and it's kind of just a little, gives you a sense of which departments we are funding through our general fund and our tax monies.
So the 272,000 is basically we reduced the current budget by that compared to last year?
We increased our budget by 272,000.
Okay, that's an increase. Okay.
Yes. I think we discussed that at the budget committee meeting.
Yeah, now that I mentioned, yeah. All right. Good.
Okay, so
So what pages should we be looking at?
So non-departmental is like page 2.
Page 2.
Page 2 and 3. So the main concern, I believe, right now is we have not yet recorded our carryovers from last year, and everybody wants to know what our carryover is for that brings into this year. So I have not finished doing all of my closing entries, although I have like a good 90% of them done. There's things that are going to affect this general fund budget, but I don't believe it's going to be anything significant. It will be actually what the auditors call non-material. Just reversing last time's property tax accrual and putting in the accrual for the current year. So things like that I still have not completely finished yet. And then there's a couple of departments. I think I'm not sure if there still is any inside the general fund that I haven't completed the Title III allocations yet. And so that might affect, I don't think it affects general fund, but it might. I'd have to look. But anyway, what my estimate is as of today, and I didn't do a handout on this because this is just a interim number, is that my estimate for the carryover would be $4,995,000. We budgeted, if you look at, there's actually 3 line items at the bottom of the revenues there, it says unassigned fund balance, assigned fund balance, and non-spendable fund balance. Those three total $2,830,000.
Okay.
So right now, my estimated carryover is $2,165,000 more than that budget. If I look at the departments that were over or under their budget for the year, the total that departments came in under budget was $681,000. And a lot of that is because, like, district attorney couldn't hire an assistant district attorney. The sheriff didn't have all of his people hired. So there's certain things that happened during the year that didn't completely spend everybody's budget. That leaves $1,484,000 that was more than I estimated to carry over, and of that, $1,250,000 was in non-departmental itself. SRS funds came in that were unanticipated, and payment in lieu of tax PILT money came in quite a bit more than anticipated. And that basically, there's a few other small things that happened, but most of that was those two items came in. Okay. So what I'm saying is, when I estimated $2,830,000, I wasn't estimating people coming in that far under budget, and I wasn't estimating those unexpected revenues. Right. So basically, I did a conservative carryover, and really I'm only about $200,000 off of that conservative carryover. But we do have $2 million on unanticipated revenues coming into this year.
You got lucky.
So there's no reason to take $480,000 out of the road fund and give it to the sheriff. We can do a budget amendment that takes some of that $2,100,000 and put it into his budget and take the $480,000 out.
That's a discussion that we could have of funding the sheriff's department with that carryover, but there's also unanticipated payroll costs that we did not budget for that are going to take care of some of that carryover. And and like I have said many times, you usually do have unanticipated carryover, and it is not a good idea to sit here and say, let's go ahead and budget out that and spend that $2 million right now. We need to not budget some of it, and that will be a carryover into the next year.
Right. Mr. Boyce?
No, just other than your recommendation, we need to pretend like that money ain't there.
Right.
And I can give you some examples of how we have really squandered some funds the last 3 or 4 months. I'll spare you today, but I have very clear documentation on that. But we need to guard that $2 million.
That's my feeling, is to guard as much as possible, but there are some decisions that have already been made that is going to use some of that money.
Well, I think, like in an emergency situation like that, the problems with the towers, we know that could be a big issue. You use your money for that, then carrying over for the sheriff. Yes, Mr.
Two things. When do you expect that you would be able to provide at least a draft, if not a final, revenue and expense report for June of 2018?
The auditors are coming on November the 13th, and I should have a trial balance to them, at least, hopefully, cross my fingers, the week before.
Okay, so we can...
Like I'm saying, I'm still completing final closing journal entries.
So we can expect pretty quick to see the June revenue and expense.
Yes.
Which would answer some of these.
It would come out as a draft, because until the auditors finish auditing, it will not be
It usually does. We've had draft up to, I think, 1 year draft number 7. Okay, seriously.
Right now, I'm on draft.
I'm just curious to see draft number 1.
Just getting things closed and then saying, Sina, let me look at the new adjustments. I'm on draft 6
To
right now.
the question, and this would can't request, I guess I can. I would like to see a copy, you know, provided to this committee to the funds that have been squandered over the last few months by Commissioner Boyce. I'd like to see that. I think we need, that's part of what I think the responsibility of this committee may be, you know, looking down the road, but I'd like to see that
Well,
specifics.
Okay, we're going to talk about that later, probably later today.
Do we have any, since it's after 12, do we have any questions on non-departmental?
The only thing I had was in personnel services. Some of the budget items haven't been used, like health care, life insurance. Is that just because you haven't gone to it?
Everything was budgeted as if they were a portion of a full person.
Okay.
And this person is actually right now a half-time person. So I'm not sure, they're not on PERS yet. So there's, actually, there's...
I guess I was looking like, you know, for 25%, you're not seeing it. Now you explained it.
Yeah,
So,
you're, actually, there's only one small paycheck that's even in here because he wasn't hired until the end of the quarter.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
That's our code enforcement officer, by the way, costed there.
The professional services, God, I hope I'm on the right page.
Legal.
Yeah, legal. What happened there?
Negotiations, contract negotiations for union contracts.
Okay. Are we going to see any more invoices for that?
Oh, yes. There's still 2 contracts being negotiated.
So do we need more budget for that, or?
Well, you're looking at a line item, I'm looking at a appropriation level. I've spent $73,000 of $1,078,500 budget.
Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna go over that, so I'm not going to do a supplemental budget to cover a line item. I only do it to cover an appropriation level.
Right. Okay.
Well, my comment on that is, internal controls are what we're doing here today. One of the, you need to look, and somebody has to make decisions of why is a line item over, and instead of waiting until June to shuffle the losses and the pluses and the minuses, to have true internal control over how the money's being spent, you need to face these issues when they surface. And we now know that we're going to overspend a line item for legal services significantly. And while we may not know how much, at least, the fact that we have tens of thousands of dollars in an appropriation to cover that line item and many others, I don't think is the answer. I think the minute we know that we're over and we can make a new estimate, we ought to be addressing it. And that's the only way you control, and you, the Board of Commissioners who set policies, can determine whether certain policies are cost effective. If you wait until June and we just shuffle it to comply with Oregon law, you're just opening the door for squandering away money that Commissioner Boyce says we've been doing.
This particular line item will not actually be done in
page are we
June.
on?
We're on page 3 at the top. Because this particular non-departmental expenditures has a line item that's other materials and services working capital of $750,000, this appropriation will never be exceeded. We're not going to spend $750,000 there. So that's actually covering all the things there.
So until we've spent
don't-
$750,000 more than we budgeted, we're not going to worry about overspending a line item on the
I don't
budget.
understand why you would do a supplemental budget on a line item that's within appropriation level.
Well, somebody needs to talk about it, other than, this is the first time we've had one of these meetings, and it just seems to me that, again, if I were running a business and I had a line item expenditure and I saw it was 150% of the annual budget after 3 months, I'd want to talk about it and see if I needed to change the policies or the procedures of my business to avoid overspending that budget. That's all I'm suggesting. I just don't understand this. I know what Oregon budget law may be, but that's not having the types of internal controls that I would have if I were running a business. And I used to do that.
Yes, Tom?
Do you have any suggestions, or is it just kind of
Well,
the normal
the,
flow
the
thing?
problem, I think that it's kind of the same as the conversation that we had about, say, like the building budget, where because of somebody being gone, the irregular salary is way over what it should be at this time. However, if you look at the appropriation level, it's still sitting at under 25%. I'm not worried about that right now until I go through with this new person and say, hey, if we go out the salaries for the rest of the year, are we ever going to be over? And if we are, then we do a supplemental budget at that time. But that's appropriation level that I am looking at. And that's how I'm controlling those costs. This one, there is more cost on a line item than should be, and that certainly should be discussed. I'm not saying it shouldn't be. We know why it's over. We know that it's going to be even more over because of an activity that's happening right now. But to take one line item and do a supplemental budget and move it around when your bottom line is still going to be okay and is okay. I'm saying if you see something negative, you should know why it's negative, what's going on, and we do know that. That's the control that we have over that cost.
It's pretty much impossible to budget that kind of a line.
That kind of a line is
So
hard
somebody
to
has to make a discretionary call of what's going to really damage the condition and what is probably going to have some.
And if I didn't have that buffer of that $750,000, and I'm not saying that, I never spend that $750,000. That's part of my known carryover type thing into the next year. That's my protection. The line item above it, the other materials and services, it was $600 or $60,000. We took $100 because we needed a supplemental budget for the airport. So we had to do a transfer there. But that $60,000 is to cover unknown costs like this legal costs coming in and other things that come up during the year. Like last year we had the elevator for the jail that came in, and we used some of that $60,000 to take care of that.
So there are some funds where you would want to give them immediate attention, but
Oh,
some
yes.
are take care of themselves.
And to say that that we're ignoring it, I think we already know what's in that line item. We know why it's there. We know how much. We don't know exactly how much more it's going to cost, but we know it's going to cost more. And we are keeping an eye on it, and I think that is oversight.
So we're going to treat that line item different than we treat the travel line items.
The travel is a different type of problem. Tom?
The account, the items in this account are I want to say the extreme exception to what your normal departmental funds for each department are. That's the issue here, because where do you have other than general fund money like this, $750,000 sitting in an account that, well, you have others, but typically if it was a planning department or the building department or the assessor's office or the whatever, and you have a single item, that is over, you have to look at what's the total in that department. You know, does it need a discussion? Absolutely, it needs a discussion on it. That was one of the other, to me, the main purposes of these meetings, for discussions. But because of the totals or the different the huge line items in this particular account, and each one for supplemental budgets are dealt with as an account. So in other words, General Fund 1.10 for let's call it 1.1 million budgeted. That is a single account. If you increased any combination that went over $110,000, then you'd be in a supplemental. You would have been in discussions long before that, just as we are here. If it was, let's look at we're talking about the Commissioner's Fund, when you have $5,000 or $6,000. If you have $1,000 over, you have, again, you're already over 10% of the total. You're in the same scenario, but with a small fraction of the total accounts in that fund, and that's where
these meetings are so we don't get into that problem.
Bogged down.
So let's recess for lunch and come back at 10 after 1. Our first person's at 10 after 1.
Count Kallstrom.
Is the system set up?
We have to get John Jesser with an hour. 1:15.
Okay, 1:15.
Count Kallstrom.
Is the system?
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
We have these parks which are set up to protect and preserve biodiversity. That's challenging under any circumstances. But it certainly is almost impossible if you don't know what the actual biodiversity that's in your park or the area that you're trying to conserve is.
A BioBlitz is a celebration of biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variety of life in an area. We don't know how much life and what types of life are here at Crater Lake National Park. The big obvious things we know about, but a BioBlitz is where we go out and look for a particular type of organism. This year we're looking for beetles, or the order Coleoptera.
The wealth of biodiversity that are in these parks, 99% of it is something that could fit in your hand.
We can't save what we don't know exists. So if there's a beetle species out there that's very important and we don't know about it, we can't do anything to help it. That is the ultimate goal of the BioBlitz. It's a way that citizens can come here. We have volunteers that are here who are actually giving this information. They're using their time to help the scientists build a greater picture of what kind of beetles are here in this park.
Getting this sort of baseline data of what biodiversity is there, not only shows us what's there, which is just intrinsically interesting for its own purpose, but it also begins to set a baseline. And that baseline data set is what we then can use, and not just scientists, but the general public and those land managers, the stakeholders in that BioBlitz, can use those observations then on into the future to understand if things are changing.
It's not so much about counting number of species, it's more about seeing a fuller picture of the biodiversity. And the biodiversity is the variety of different types of organisms, different types of species.
I do believe that in their past BioBlitzes that they have expanded the number of things they now had recorded from the park, but also confirmed that some of the things that were reported historically are still present. So even if it's not a new discovery for the park, it still creates another piece of data that tells us, yes, that thing still lives here and is still thriving or maybe struggling, but we begin to learn something about it. I think that has an intrinsic value to the park for its long-term future, but it also just has an intrinsic social value when you ask questions about why do we have these parks? And there's lots of ways to answer that question, but one of them is that the parks are these areas where we go to appreciate the wildlife there. And this is a way of tapping into some of that wildlife at all sorts of different levels. One of the key things besides the biology that's involved in these BioBlitzes is the interaction with the public and the opportunity to educate the public about the biodiversity around them.
The citizen scientists are here working alongside professional scientists, and that allows them not just to connect with science here at the park, but connect with the greater scientific community. It's a real positive thing. We see all ages coming here, and they're just acting like kids out searching for bugs, but they're doing real science at the same time. It's a great connection between this amazing resource and the people that live around it.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's gonna benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
National parks are one of America's crowning achievements. After all, it was in this country that the idea of setting areas aside for preservation was born. They are a symbol of democracy and exist as places where one can appreciate the beauty and complexity of the natural world, free of human influence. In the past, national parks faced challenges brought on primarily by the industries and practices that threatened them. Today, similar challenges persist, as well as some new ones. High up in the Cascades, Crater Lake National Park remains a pristine natural area enjoyed by visitors from throughout the world. But in recent years, new circumstances have come to endanger the ecosystem of the park. Invasive plant species are beginning to spread and threaten the park's natural biodiversity. An invasive species is an organism that did not originate in an ecosystem and is often introduced by humans. In recent years, Crater Lake National Park biologists have documented a rise in the number of non-native plant species found within the park. Invasive plant species have various ways of spreading throughout Crater Lake National Park. Roads that have been built create pathways for seeds that may stick on tires and get thrown to the side of the road. From the roadways, visitors come from far and wide to see one of the world's natural wonders. With each visitor, the risk of introducing new species also increases. Many invasive plant species have evolved sophisticated methods of distribution through the development of various adaptations to their seeds. These adaptations allow some species to let the wind and even animal life do all the heavy lifting for them. As seeds needle their way through clothing and animal fur, they are carried and then dropped in various places around the park. There are many reasons why new species are entering the park at an increasing rate. One of the factors responsible are the effects brought on by climate change. Due to warming winters, the snow-dominated season of Crater Lake National Park is becoming shorter. Snowpack, that is normally around for most of the year, shortens the period of human impacts, such as high levels of summer visitation and infrastructure maintenance and enhancements. With climate change increasing the frequency and severity of drought and lengthening the snow-free period, the factors that are disturbing the natural environment are amplifying. Snowmelt, that would linger for most of the year, is melting much sooner than usual. Snowpack acts as a barrier to both plant and animal species. Native plant species have adapted to this environment and are used to completing their life cycles during short growing seasons. With the lengthening of growing seasons, native plant species are now vulnerable to increasing competition from invasive plant species. The risk of forest fires increases with rising temperatures as well. As growing seasons lengthen, so do fire seasons. Areas affected by forest fires open up new habitats for invasive plants to move in, creating areas where non-native plants can find solid footing in the competition against their native neighbors. Newly introduced annual grasses fill spaces of forests and meadows and act as a medium for fires, allowing them to spread farther and more easily than before. This means that not only are invasive plant species altering the existing environment, they create a domino effect that can speed up the process of change in the park. In the last 3 years, 25 non-native plant species have been discovered. With every coming season, these numbers are expected to increase. Amid growing challenges and limited resources, the invasive vegetation management team has been forced to prioritize the most aggressive species in the park. These Crater Lake National Park biologists are controlling non-native thistles from a remote area inside the western boundary of the park. These thistles were discovered late in the season, and park biologists are removing the seed heads so they will not spread farther and establish more infestation sites. Given how large an area these plants can envelop, controlling invasive plants can be a meticulous process, but it is the best way to ensure that these plants aren't able to spread further into the park. Roadsides are another area of focus, as they create literal highways for invasive plant species to take hold. By controlling invasive plants near the park boundary and along roadsides, park biologists hope to reduce the amount of species entering and spreading in order to protect and maintain the natural state of the park.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There's little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges. You want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous, and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Unstable snow cornices can kill. Cornices are difficult to detect and can collapse at any time. Stay 100 feet, 30 meters, back from edge of the caldera. Trees can be dangerous in deep winter snow. Tree wells are large cavities around trees that can be 3 to 10 feet deep. People can become trapped in tree wells and die. Tree bombs are large clumps of snow and ice that fall from tree branches. Tree bombs can injure or kill a person. Use map and stay on the trails. Don't venture off trail unless you have a plan and are prepared to rescue yourself. Search and rescue response may not take place until the following day. Stay with a group and let a responsible person know your plans. Leave a detailed itinerary with someone you know. If there is an emergency, they might be the only person who can tell the National Park Service where you are.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you. and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges. You want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous, and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we are actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
The goal of the Mountain Hemlock Phenology Project is to take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park. This project will span several years and track the change in spring tree growth over time. We don't just want to know if the timing of spring at Crater Lake is changing, we want to know why it might be changing, so we will also be measuring snow depth around the trees. This is how you'll take your measurements in the field. First, find a branch on the study tree and focus on the end of the branch. We're only going to measure a section the size of our hand. Next, look for the buds on the branches. They are really tiny. The dried up tan buds that look like tiny pine cones are pollen cones from last year. Skip over these. You're going to be counting the tiny unopened buds. Early in the season, these will all be tan color. Later in the spring, the cone buds will turn purple and the leaf buds will become hairy. You'll use your data sheet to identify and count the buds. These are the tree's new growth. Make sure you count carefully, the scientists are depending on you. After counting the buds, help the ranger take a snow depth measurement at your study tree. Park scientists think that climate change may be affecting plant growth at Crater Lake. Mountain hemlocks are a tree species adapted to deep snow, and snowfall has been decreasing at Crater Lake. What do you predict? Will trees surrounded by deeper snow produce more or less new growth than trees surrounded by less snow? On behalf of the National Park Service and the global scientific community, thank you for helping us take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters? 5 letters. Just think about, what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 55
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth
That way we can get it all the way out. All right, sounds good.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board. A GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
Did you see Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one who needs help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly 1/3 of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections. Counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot, drive to work, take public transportation, or experience a natural disaster in your community, chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one.
So what are you doing, paying in pennies or something?
Is the green light on? Uh-huh.
We're live.
Sorry.
It's okay.
No, you made it. It's 1:15. That's when we were
Okay.
supposed to start.
So we live?
We're live.
Okay. We're live. We're going to go on to the fair. I was asked to bring Nikki in, and she was going to be here at 1. We weren't here. So apologize to Nikki for not telling you that we're going to be late. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you, Nikki, for showing up.
So this is on page 72 of your September statements. And in addition, you were handed a updated version of some of this. It says first quarterly budget meeting, and it says updated event center budget. So this was brought to the attention. As you well know, when you're going through statements like this, you've seen a couple things just today where things are miscoded or they're misallocated, and those are what staff continuing to refine on and continue to work towards improvement on this. So this was brought to our attention that there was an issue with this, and I'll let Ms. Kellstrom speak to the correction.
So when I was given the quarterly September reports for review before anybody else saw them, I noticed that the fair fund, there's two pieces of it. One is event center and the other one is the actual county fair. That the, if you could see in your reports that 71% of payroll in event center has already been spent, and only 15% of payroll in the county fair was spent. And I thought that looked odd. I asked my payroll clerk to look into it. She looked at everybody that had been paid so far that quarter and determined that some people should have been, that their percentage allocation was not correct for the budget, and then there were some people that were just posted to the wrong department within the fair. So what she did was she did a correcting journal entry. She did it through the October 15th payroll. So it's actually not posted to this these documents. So that's why you have the handout that's the supplemental. It's through the October payroll. Now there's still in the payroll for Event Center, the payroll expenditures is still 54% in the new one as of October, which it should be 33, 34%. But it's also a seasonal type budget. So there are a lot more expenditures in the summer months during the fair and event center type activities than during the rest of the year. So right now, I am not particularly worried about where the expenditures are in the payroll in these two, but that's another thing that Nikki and I will meet on and look at because there have been payroll or staff changes within those budgets since the budgeting. And so we just want to make sure that what's going to happen for the rest of the year will be covered by the end of the year, and we might be doing a supplemental budget at that point. When we look at it, we haven't had a chance to meet about it, so we'll probably meet once again in December when I have the audit over and I can concentrate more on looking at these kind of things. You know, we had payroll changes, we had union settlements, and so we want to make sure that we're going to be covered by the end of the year.
It would be nice to have probably a clearer picture by the second meeting.
In January. That's why I'm trying to meet with everybody on these kind of issues in December, and hopefully several other of the union contracts might be settled by then, and I will have a clearer picture of all payroll. I will do a spreadsheet that takes the budgeted payroll and the actual payroll and compare them and look at supplemental budgets to take care of all of the contract settlements.
Good. It'd just be better to have that instead of having a surprise in the third or fourth quarter.
No, it's not a surprise. I know it's coming. It's just that I have to, until everything is settled, I don't want to every time, you know, we have settled one contract, but there's 2 more contracts to be settled, and I don't want to spend a lot of time looking at overall actual payroll, overall budgeted payroll each time these activities happen. So I'm going to, as soon as everything's settled, I'll take care of it all in one full swoop.
Okay. Mr. Oxley?
Okay, well, the one number that jumps off the page on this change is rents, fairground facilities. It was budgeted $100,000 and we have $100,000.
Yeah.
So.
Is that the fire people? It's fire people.
Okay.
We've gotten one check, and that came maybe 2 weeks ago, and that was $97,000, $94,000.
Okay, so for that alone, because of that, you absolutely need a supplemental budget.
If we're going to spend the revenues that came in, we don't need a supplemental budget because we have more revenue, but unless we're going to spend it.
I think you need to look. I think if you have, even if you don't and it comes in like that, I think I don't
not
have
revenue. Revenue is not part of a budget. You're approving expenditures, not revenues. Appropriation levels are based on expenditures.
Whether you were going to spend or not, you have to. So
if you have a grant, if you get a grant in that you did not expect, you're basically saying that you are going to spend it, and then you would do a supplemental budget on that. Yes.
I'll check, but I question.
Well, and just so you know, I purposely put that in fairground facilities and not specifically back into the rooms so that I can keep better track of it. You know, we haven't spent any of it, but.
Do you, because of the size of that, and you could certainly do it, would you even do a separate line item? You know,
well, that's already there and nothing in it, basically. So that's why I picked that. And I talked it over with the treasurer where the best part was, and that's what we decided to be able to keep track of, you know, anything that's spent out of that. You know, we are going to do our own obvious internal budget, and I am in the process of listing. Right now I have, I think, 42 projects that need, you know, just to get the fairgrounds in better operating condition, and that will go to the Fair Board members. I will be glad to send you a copy of those projects too, but just so they can look and see what needs to be done specifically. We all know lots need to be done, but you know, there's lots of large projects too. I was seeing a new roof here. Yeah, well, the new roof, on Dosha, but we already replaced a roof on, last year from, not this fire, but the one before, I think Lobster Creek fire, on the Floral building. That was $35,000. I mean, all the roofs need attention, flooring needs attention, pretty much everything needs attention, doors, you name it.
And
So,
once those projects
Right.
are set, that's when we will look
Right.
at that extra revenue and do a supplemental budget to
Right.
spend some of that money.
and that's why I put it there, so I know that's what's there, and I'm not putting it back into the room, like Dosha, we rented Dosha, so I'm not putting it back in there so that it doesn't get spent on just maintenance. You
That
know,
makes
that's what that was what this budget was for, so I wanna make sure that none of that money is without approval of the Fair Board. And the only thing that they have approved at our last meeting, they did approve spending $25,000 of that on the master plan. We're in the middle of that. We need to, we've already discussed it at last Wednesday's meeting. That came up, that's what they would like to do to complete the master plan. So, and then that will give us a better idea, because we did actually go out to the public and did lots of work on that master plan, but now we were trying for grants and we haven't gotten a grant. We were turned down for grants, so they decided that part of this money, they would like to go to that, so.
So is it easier for you to get grants if you have that master plan?
It's not easy to get grants in that size period, and we're a public entity, so you know, they are real specific about what they'll grant. So we actually have a grant writer, but it just hasn't happened yet. So they decided they didn't want to wait for that the master plan was too important to just take in everything that we need to do and make it the premier event center that we want. So they've decided they want to spend part of that money.
I would encourage the budget committee, if they have further questions about the fair, to attend the fair board. They're the managing organization of that. We're not managing. I have no oversight over it.
Exactly.
So I would encourage you to attend the meetings if you have questions about the fair.
Carol,
I have
Carol has a
a
question.
basic question. We've dealt with issues in the past where departments who have budgets that we approve generate unexpected revenue and have the belief that they can just then spend it as they see fit. Now, I keep hearing that and I don't know what the law is, that the Fair Board views it as the only entity that gets to determine how this $98,000 gets spent, and that it is the only one that determines what repairs, maintenance, or capital improvements are made to a county-owned building, and that they're the only ones that supervise or have control over how those are done. And where this building is in the city of Gold Beach, it's Gold Beach that grants permits for it. And I just, I think I need to understand just what the ground rules are. Now, I hear someone saying that before they can expend this money, they need to have the county amend the budget to spend it. But I don't hear and I didn't hear this at the Fair Board meeting I attended last week, or I don't hear Nikki saying that the county has to approve those expenditures. And I just think we need to walk out of this room today with a firm agreement among both parties as to how those monies get spent and who has to approve the expenditures.
Yes, well, we have a member of the community. Go ahead. Identify yourself.
Lucy Labonte, Fair Board Chair, and I'm sure John will back me on what I'm saying. The Fair Board is a separate entity. We could pull everything out of the county budget and have our own accounting. We decided as a board to go with the county, basically to have your services. If you look at the ORSs on county fairs, as long as we put on a fair every year, the appointed county fair board is responsible for all fiduciary matters. Is that, I'm trying to put it briefly, John, is that what you how you would say it.
Going by memory,
It's pretty complicated.
going by memory, the Fair Board has control of the Fair Fund. But other than that, I would want to try to look it up and just kind of, because the statute is very short, I'd like to find the statute and just read it to make sure we've got it. But my understanding is the Fair Board controls the Fair Fund. And yes, you have to put on a fair.
I'm not talking about the fair, I'm talking about the event center.
Well, that's part of what we control.
And the fund and the property, right? So
Fund and the property.
Let me just take a look at.
Yeah, let's get the ORS, that would help everybody
So
out.
let me ask you a question. You said that the county provides you with services, what, administrative services?
We chose, rather than have a bank account, and a separate bank account and a separate bank, we would run our funds through the county. That's been going on for several years. We decided to continue that. There were Fair Board members that didn't want to do that anymore. We pay for that in the budget. We have a budgeted line item.
And I was
We
just gonna
also
look that up.
we also manage the buildings. That's under our jurisdiction. The county has not paid in, they do own the buildings, but they have not given us any funding to help us keep their buildings in good shape for years and years. When I was first on the board, boy, I can't remember what year, I know I've been on there 12 years in January, which will end. I know that at one point, we actually were in the red, and we owed the county $50,000. And we went through to find out which counties paid into the fair budgets for maintenance of the buildings. And every other one did. And so that's when we actually made a deal with the county that if we did a big project, they would forgive with the cost being at least $50,000, they would forgive that loan because they had never paid us any money towards our buildings. And we do. And
Which
it's
they
Curry
did.
Fair Friends, basically.
They did, then the county
Yes,
forgave the
that's been done. And
Just recently, not
yes.
that long.
I appreciated that happening. The County Fair Friends, a nonprofit group, actually has been paying for just about all the maintenance of those buildings. The city of Gold Beach stepped up to the plate and said, we want to give you 1% of our transient tax to help with buildings. All you have to do is have a meeting and say what you want that for, and we'll write a check. That got changed. As soon as we started, we finally narrowed it down. We wanted to do Dosha Suite Roof. That got changed. We went back and talked to them again, and we all agreed that we would get an engineer for that roof. The city actually stepped up to the plate to do that. That is still in the process. We wanted that roof done before rain season. But the city kind of delayed us a little bit. So that's okay, because we feel structural engineer is very important to preserve those buildings the best we can.
Okay, thank you.
So I hope that kind of
No, you did.
answers.
Louise, why are we, if she controls her own budget and her revenue, expenditure of her revenues, why are we even having anything like this?
You know, we have to. We are the ones that are doing the accounting for that fund, and so
this is strictly an accounting thing.
They turn over all of their receipts. We deposit them in our accounts. They get their allocated interest on their parts of those funds. Whenever we get interest on our deposited funds, and the only thing they get from the county is we transfer to cover the insurance on the buildings. So the building insurance is in their fund, and we transfer, do a transfer from the general fund to cover the building insurance because they are our buildings.
So they do get some of our revenue then to cover stuff like that?
Only that one thing. That's
Only that one thing, okay.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just to summarize the statutes. This is in Oregon Revised Statute Chapter 565. So first, well, it's actually further down, but 565.325, each county that holds a county fair shall establish and maintain a fair fund. So that puts the onus of establishing and maintaining the fair fund on the county. And then it says the fair fund may be expended only for the promotion and operation of the county fair, to provide, maintain, improve the fairgrounds building facility. So that's a fair fund. And that's a county fund that can only be used for the fairgrounds and conducting the fair and the facilities. Then you go to ORS 565.230, which is management of county fairs. It says the county fair board has the exclusive management of the ground and all other property owned, leased, used, or controlled by the county fair devoted for use of the fair, and is entrusted and charged with the entire business management and financial and other affairs of such fair. So that's what the county fair board does, and they are appointed by the Board of Commissioners. So that's the relation between the fair board, the fair fund, and the Board of Commissioners in a nutshell.
Well, then, we charge you a IGS of about between $15,000 and $16,000 to render the services we render for you. Why can't we just have a memorandum of understanding that in exchange for $15,000 to $16,000, the county will provide those services, and then we won't be looking at budgets that we have no say about? I don't understand why isn't that a neater and cleaner way of doing that? And that memorandum of understanding would include that we will pay for the insurance, instead of having this convoluted system where every year we go through, you come up and explain your budget, and we have questions at times, and some of them are on point, some aren't, and then you're doing what the statute says you can do.
Well, that would be up to the attorney and the accountant to work out to see if that's feasible or possible. I have no idea. That's beyond my expertise. I wouldn't be going there.
The way the county assigns administrative services is those IGSs. And I think I just heard county council say that we are responsible for doing these books.
Well, it's a county fund. It's a county fund. It says every county shall have the fund. To me, when I look at it, it's like the fair is a sort of like a department with a restricted fund, and they still have to follow public budget law, so the budget has to be presented. It's a county fund. You guys look at county funds. What you're looking at is, what are the revenues? What are the expenses? What's the budget? I'm not sure I understand. I'm not quite getting your concern, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what your consternation is here.
We have, to me, when we approve a budget and allocate monies to do repairs and maintenance, or not do repairs and maintenance, we have some responsibility for that as a county, and we obviously don't have any control over that. So, but that's just my simple thinking.
I don't think you have any control over when a road department contracts to do repairs. I'm trying to again get to what your major point is here. I don't quite.
Well, the road department doesn't give us an itemized list of everything they're going to spend money on, and I appreciate the fact that we have an itemized list that tells us how much is going to be spent on arena restrooms, the barn, the floor building, et cetera, et cetera. But what if, for some reason, those repairs are not done, and they cause injury or death to somebody, and they turn around and say, you knew that there was a hazardous condition there, and you did nothing about it. You even put money in the budget, and then you didn't do it. I think that creates, to me, as I agree, a semi-retired lawyer at least, or a recovering one, that creates the possibility, knowing how plaintiffs' lawyers are. Boy, you add the Curry County to the list of defendants.
Lucy Labonte, I believe we're legally responsible if anything happens over there. Basically, if the roof fell in and somebody got hurt, the fair board would be legally responsible.
But I'm just saying we could be too, if we go through this process. And so you take us out of the process.
With that, John,
and
I don't know if, your insurance would cover anything, but I don't quite see it that way. But
Okay, we have some people waiting for us.
Yeah, if you have
Thank
time
you.
to go into
get
that,
another
go
point
for it.
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope that helped explain things.
Thanks,
Usually
Nikki.
people, this is new with the quarterly thing. Usually you guys just look at our budget. If there's something that you have a question on, you say, we have a question on this, and then you approve it. I mean, that's,
Before you.
we know what we're doing with the personnel stuff. We were all very.
Well, we're not questioning
Yeah.
your ability to do your job.
No,
What
I
we're doing is making sure that, you know, if the budget says X, you're doing X,
Yes.
and you're not doing Y. That's
Our
the
board
thing.
is totally aware of that.
I understand. All right,
Can I
thank
just
you.
One quick,
Yeah.
one just on the same.
Sure, we have the sheriff waiting
line.
for us, so
Okay.
please.
But I know that a year ago, a year and a half ago, this was before the administrator, but I don't think that's important. Ron Crook was over here frequently, and I think the liaison at that time was Susan Brown, as I recall, you know, asking questions, and I took it as permission, you know, just in going over things. I haven't seen that recently, but that was a frequent occasion.
It was more, he was
Or a
running
year
things
ago, or a
by
year and a
the
half ago.
county
Yeah.
council to make sure we're doing things legally.
Okay.
Because
okay.
that's what we're hiring him for. Actually, the 15,000 is a bargain, because every time the people have said we want to go somewhere else, I've said, hey, you're getting a bargain just because we have this county council for 15,000 a year.
Okay.
And the
I
county
do ask a
accountant,
lot
I
of
mean.
questions, as
And
you know.
payroll.
Thank you.
I might
I-
not physically
I-
come here, but I do talk to him.
Thank
Right,
you.
and I consider the fair to be a, like I said, a pseudo department, but run by a board appointed by the Board of Commissioners. So I'm really, and I think we share the same insurer. So it's really, again, your risk management questions are not, I think we can discuss them offline.
Anything else for me?
Good job.
Okay, thank you.
There's probably no solution to prevent from being sued.
I'd like to move on.
All right, moving on.
Is Eric here?
Shakespeare
Moving
had
on.
one.
Well, actually, we have facilities ahead of that.
Yeah, is he here?
Defer to the sheriff's department, please.
That would be fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Okay.
All right. Sheriff is a couple different spots, a couple different departments. Why don't we just, why don't you just go forth if you have any concerns?
No, I don't have any concerns other than this is all new to us, having a quarterly budget committee meeting. And I'm a little kind of not worried or anything like that, but we do a pretty extensive budget hearings and things from April, May, and June, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to do so. We stick by our budget, and so I'm not sure exactly what this is other than maybe to ask a few questions, and I'd be happy to answer those.
Okay. On the Sheriff Patrol, page 20.
Okay. Are we looking at the financials?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get page 20 here, find it. Hold on a minute.
And if there's questions that my captain may have, that I'll defer to him, but I'll answer best I can.
Excuse me, I'm trying to get organized here. Okay, we have,
Thank you.
Tom Brandt, I think if you're gonna make any comments, they'd be.
Question.
On the record.
Oh, he was just telling me he missed me and it's good to see me.
Yes, thank you. It just was a little strange to have a whispering conversation during the public.
You just challenged him to a game of horseshoes.
I know.
Yeah.
At least I didn't carry it into the bathroom like
Yeah. Nobody heard any of that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. That was in the last.
in the Sheriff Patrol budget,
Right.
you know, right now you're running a deficit year-to-date of $365,000. Is that a revenue issue, or what's going on there?
Okay.
No, we don't have a deficit.
If you look at the budget.
Deficit might be the wrong word, but
underspend.
Your expenditures are more than what the revenue is showing.
If you look at the budget, the total amount that this fund takes out, or department takes out of the general fund is $1,498,910. So it runs at a deficit for the year. Right now, you're 24% of your deficit. So also this one also has a transfer of $481,000 from the road improvement fund, which does not actually happen until after the end of June, when we know exactly how much they really need of that fund. They're not going to get all $481,000. They're going to get what they absolutely have to have, and so that revenue is not going to be until those books close in the summer of 2019.
Okay. That was one of my questions. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, right now, I mean, if we were at the end of the year and it was where we're at right now, we'd be plus. We wouldn't be in a deficit situation.
The only thing that I will point out that you will not see is the $6,000 into the OSSA grant. That is for DUI enforcement, and we are not doing that this year. So at the end of the year, that will be a zero, but that's money in and money out. It was a grant for specific work, so we won't be doing the extra DUI patrols for the grant. So, but as you look at the budget throughout the year, you'll see a zero on that all year long. So, but it won't be in the negative either. The only other funky thing on our budgets this year is on page 21, our insurance for general liability. Those are numbers that are given to us that we do not prepare. If you want to look, as you can see, we took a $5,300 hit to our materials and services, which overall on our materials and services, yeah, it's a little less than 1% of total. But if you take the 200,000 out for vehicles, or actually the 335,000 out for vehicles, that then puts it up at about 2% of our materials and services that we lost. I mean, that's $5,500 basically that we cannot use now to do what we were going to do, what we had budgeted and planned to, because we got the wrong number. That happened on both the criminal civil, and it also happened on the jail side. The jail side wasn't quite as bad. It was only about $1,100. But again, that takes out of what we had planned to do. And then the only other thing is we are watching it, and I'm sure you guys will see it also, but on our professional services for hospitals, we're already at 38.5% of our expenditures, but unfortunately, that's one of those things that we can only control about this much of. It's what the hospital when we have an inmate that has to go to the hospital, we have an inmate that has to go to the hospital. We watch that. We have a nurse. We trying to defer all of it that we can, but that is a number that is really outside of our control. And if we have any issues in our budget, looking at how things have been going and where things are at, that's where I see issues. Potentially, we're working hand in hand with mental health and doing some other things that we're trying to help reduce some of those, or I shouldn't call them mental health now, I should call them Curry Community Health now, that we're trying to reduce, some of our trips to the hospital where they can help us, and so, we're working on it, we're watching that, but other than that, the sheriff's office budget, because I monitor it for the boss, I sign off on all the bills except for one, I think, that he signs. I approve those for him. And so I watch the budget, and I have a pretty good background in that. So I don't foresee in any of our funds, parole and probation looks good. We're in good shape right now. We're a hair under where, 25%. Right. We're at 19 and 20% for so far. So we're actually right on schedule, and we should come in okay pending hospital bills and that kind of stuff. So.
And you also see, as far as the overtime approval type thing line, we're quite a bit over in that, but that is money that's going to be reimbursed to us because of the fire. So we're not under, we're still under that.
How do you stand on your, when we did the initial budget, there was a lot of discussion on recruiting, the additional 400,000 that you requested.
So we got about 480,000
Right.
available to us out of road funds
Right.
for 4 deputies. I hired, we have 2 positions left, so I hired 2 of the positions, actually hired 4 people, but we were down some in our general fund portion of it, position-wise. Out of the 4 positions that we're going to hire, I've gotten 2 out. Losing another one this week, going to Jackson County, you guys have better money, better job securities. But, you know, that's an issue we're gonna face constantly until we get a district set where the people who come here know that they're gonna have a job the following year. And so they don't have to worry about their family moving and things like that. But, like I say, I did order the vehicles back in June for those positions. They haven't came in yet, or maybe in December that we'll start seeing those. But we're not going to use near what we were allotted to use as far as the road funds.
That was my question, you know, where do you stand on that?
And next year, if we do this, you know, if we go through this process again, we'll have the equipment already. We just have to fill the body positions.
And that was actually part of the problem. We had 2 empty positions, but unfortunately we didn't have cars for them, and we still don't have cars for them. So we've got some actually pretty good applications sitting in the hopper that we can't do anything with because we don't have vehicles for them. So until the vehicles get here, we're kind of at a standstill. Otherwise, I would imagine that we would have all 12 deputies in place right now. So,
wow.
Yeah. So.
How long does it take to get vehicles? Or?
Well, I ordered them in June, as soon as the budget was approved, and because I knew it'd take a while. They went into production in the middle of October. They'll get them at Gresham Ford in late November, and then they'll start moving over to the auto editions, get them all outfitted. So I'm hoping, you know, sometime middle of December we'll at least have a couple, and you know, we'll start hiring the process again. So.
It's a long time.
It's a process.
Your overall budget looks really good. I was just concerned about, you know, the revenue versus the expenditures, and that's been explained.
Yeah, and there again, when you look at say for instance, you look at the Forest Service position of it, they work off a calendar year and we work off a fiscal year. So we bill in January for the next year, and we won't see that money for the first 6 months in this revenue until January.
Okay. Good. Do you see any unforeseen expenditures coming your way that is not in the budget?
Well,
that we need to discuss?
We constantly deal with people with mental illness, and it's getting worse and it's getting worse. In fact, when he was talking about the medical cost, we just had a female in there that is just, you know, has some mental illnesses, is definitely in crisis. So I had to call a team in. They needed to get her over to the hospital for a mental evaluation. She already been broke out of there, a stolen ambulance, and was in pursuit. And then she's in crisis in our jail for that because they sent her to Coos Bay. Coos Bay released her 1 day, and she's back here. That happened, back in our jail, and she was, you know, we got a 21-year-old female there naked and can't keep clothes on her. She's got lesions and bruises and cuts all over her. Well, she's definitely in crisis. So we have to send her back to the hospital, get a medical clearance, bring her back over to jail, wait until she gets aid and assist from the court to see if she's even be able to go to the court. And that's another couple weeks, 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. And then we have to take her back to the hospital to get another medical clearance before another hospital will accept her. So it's a revolving thing. We're constantly taking people over to the hospital, and if somebody's to the point where we can't transport, we have to call an ambulance to come pick them up. That's an additional cost. And if you got somebody that's sentenced with, say, 180 days in jail by the courts, and they got a heart condition or something like that, we're responsible for their medical condition. So we're constantly taking them to the hospital, and if they end up having to stay on a Measure 11 case, we have to post somebody at that person the whole time.
Okay.
While they're in the hospital.
So what kind of budget do we have set up aside for that right now?
We have, well, in our budget, we have between, let's see, we have
Hospital and
Hospital, we have 25,000. Doctors, we have 8,000. And then we also have money set aside for medication and then to pay a nurse. And the nurse is worth every penny and then some that we pay for. So we probably have
40,000.
Yeah. And the thing is, you know, not only do we pay for their hospital visits, but where we really get hammered is every time we have someone, whatever their medications are, we pay for their medications. If they truly are psychiatric patients and they're taking psychiatric type medications, those are extremely expensive, and we get no, you know, if you're an insurance company, your insurance company makes a deal with the pharmaceutical companies that they can only charge this much. We don't get that. We pay full price, and we try to, some of our medications we get from out of town. It's from a service that provides medications to jails, but some of them we can't do that with. We have to get here in town at the local pharmacy.
Have you tried goodrx.com?
That doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't
Work
work.
for me,
Yeah.
big time.
Believe me, I've done this kind of stuff through jails for a long time, and it just doesn't work
And
for
they
us.
cannot be on Oregon Health Plan, I take it?
No, they take that away from them as soon as they get into jail. They take away their Social Security, they take away their Medicare, they take away their Oregon Health Plan, and your private insurances, a lot of times, oh, you're in jail, your private insurance sometimes.
DJ is my administrative assistant, and she has just a little information on this.
Yeah, so.
I was just going to add DJ Storn's administrative assistant for the sheriff's office. Excuse me. I was just going to add a couple things as far as the medical goes. Being as you guys are on the topic of prescriptions right now, we do, and it's done through our nurse. She's the one that contacts the companies, but we use a couple different companies such as Henry Schein, Diamond Pharmacy, because you have to remember something like GoodRx or whatnot. These are controlled medications, so there's a criteria. These are different schedules that, you know, really a lot of times require like that handwritten prescription. So we're, being the entity that we are, we're able to do those things with a few other places that
like the pain meds.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking psych meds, so that's
A lot of psych meds.
even more so. So we do try and do those things. That way it's not completely local, because unfortunately locally it is outrageous if you're paying cash.
Been there.
The other thing that I wanted to just make note of, because, you know, I will say too, we are constantly looking at our budget with a very fine-tooth comb. And one of the things that we always do is whenever we get a bill, we're constantly calling, trying to negotiate whether they're going to give us a discount, cash pay discount, whatever discount we can get, because we are, you know, a government entity. If there's any kind of discount we can get for paying it, that's what we do. And it doesn't matter if it's local hospital or if it's a specialist that we had to take an inmate all the way to Eugene or Medford for an eye specialist. I mean, those are really big bills, and we call and negotiate whatever discount we can get. The other thing that we make sure we do is if it's something that's out in the field, we have submitted several claims to LEMLAW. And I don't know if you're familiar with LEMLAW, but that's the Law Enforcement Medical Liability Act. And so you have those.
Doesn't cover the jail, just to
No.
make sure
Yeah.
that out of your mind.
Yeah, it's
nothing
one of those.
happens in the jail.
Yeah, it's one of those things
Oh, yeah.
that's out in the field. You know, if somebody, you know, ran from law enforcement and they might have injuries that were sustained from that they did before they were actually in our custody, then that's something we can submit, you know, if we call for medical for that person. So
you guys are going to take them on field trips every day or something to just.
So I just wanted it noted that it's not like we get a bill. So these big dollar bills there, that's not the price that they billed us. We negotiate every single one that we can.
And we try to negotiate it other ways too, as far as we know there's going to be a huge medical bill on somebody. If we have to take them to the hospital, we'll issue them a citation and release them to the hospital. And whatever happens to them after that, you know, if they go out and commit another crime, then we arrest them. But while they're out of our custody, we don't have to worry about that big bill. Right. But there again, we have to be selective on that as well, as far as who we can do that with.
If the hospital appreciates that.
Oh, they don't.
I fight the hospital every day. So, yeah.
Well, Louise, excuse me, Louise, do you handle emergency services too?
Yes.
Okay. Louise, you might be able to answer this question. The revenue, there's a $28,000 credit in there.
What page are you on?
Page 29.
Well, that's, you know, EMPG pays half of the submitted, so if that's what you're looking at.
So this is another one of those accounts receivable reversing entries.
Okay, that's all I need.
So,
All right.
yeah.
Just wanted to
I
make
don't think they've received anything for this current year yet.
And EMPG works off the federal fiscal year,
Yeah,
so they're a
so-
quarter, and it's a quarterly billing thing, so we'll start seeing income, we'll start seeing revenue come in on that after the end of October, so it should be coming,
Good.
yeah, so.
I wanted to make mention that if you look at page 24, under the jail, where it does say, you know, pro services doctors, pro services hospital, that is over budget because we've had a lot of medical costs. And if this trend continues, we're gonna be out of budget by the end of this fiscal year with what we've budgeted.
Okay. Do you think the current spending rate is indicative of what we can see at the end of the year?
It's hard to tell.
I know it's hard to say.
One situation can blow the whole thing out of the water.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, you get the one person
Does that
that's
mean
been
I'm
on
dead?
capital crime, and
That's right.
they have a heart
Huh?
attack. We just, I mean, you get somebody that's a Mr. 11, you know, a bad sex offender, homicide person, you know,
Yeah.
murder. We can't release them, and so we're gonna pay the bill. And it's gonna be not only the hospital bill, but having somebody sit on that person wherever they end up at, so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of those things that every county faces that liability. I mean, it'd be nice if, we're not in Portland where, you know, you can go to the hospital there and they have a jail wing at the hospital where, you know, they have people working, and that's, you know, if somebody needs to be in the hospital, they stay in that wing. But unfortunately, well, it's not unfortunate. By the grace of God, we live where we live, and, you know, we make do with what we can when we can, so.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Are there any more questions for the sheriff?
I have a couple of comments.
Sure, go ahead.
Number one, I think that the sheriff's department, in knowing their budget, knowing what money they have, budgeting, knowing what costs they have in their budget, is like one of the top departments in the county. They are very good at watching their budgets and knowing what they budgeted for.
Well, on a
Yeah.
comment on that, I appreciate that, and I thank you for that. I'm pretty frugal when it comes to spending money, because I don't like to spend money, and if I can cut corners, I will. What's that? You're worse?
I'm worse.
I know there's been other sheriffs in the past that like to spend money and buy toys and things like that. I buy what's necessary, we have to have. And for instance, everybody wants us to have body cams. We do have body cams, but they're old, they've been breaking down, and the cost of keeping those is over $7 grand a year for the storage for the cloud. So I'm now looking at outright purchasing some cheaper body cams that we can download on our private servers, and I got a person who will donate to pay for that. So that's going
Right.
to save us a lot of money. I'm looking to always save money, and because I don't want to be at the end of the year saying, why are you over budget for that when?
Commissioner Boyce, you got a question?
Oh, just now that you've gone through this little 20-minute, 6 month later on the budget, are you okay with it? I mean, the intent was to do what we just did, and I think it was time well spent. I appreciate all three. Any one of the three of you could answer
Well,
that.
here's my comment. Like I said in the beginning of it, we pretty arduous about our budget process during the year. I mean, the budget system, April, May, and June. And we spent a lot of time on that. So if there was an issue, if you guys get the monthly things, you know, give us a call and say, hey, can you tell me a little bit about this, you know? And I don't have a problem with that, but coming over here, yeah, if we have time, I don't mind doing it at all. So but we don't have the time, and we were gonna go through line by line, I'd say, I ain't gonna do it.
The idea is not line by line, just to get a general overview of where your budget is today compared to what it was supposed to be, what it looks like in the future. You know, does this committee and the commissioners need to start thinking about funding you more money, or things
like
going
you,
so forth?
so
Okay.
I think
But you said you didn't want to spend any more money, so that one.
But if I had more money and I knew I
Yeah.
could spend it, I'd probably spend it.
I will say the one area of concern, the one big area of concern is, of course, the inmate medical and the
Sure.
costs of those services. You know, like I said, you can only budget so much, and then after that, you have to, you know, stuff happens that we have no control over. But that's the one area of concern that I have for our budget.
Okay.
Is because it's out of our control. I can control how much training they go to, how much supplies they buy. I can control every bit of that, and I do that very well. I can't control what happens with the health of the people that we're responsible
People
for.
that walk in the door, sure.
And,
Well, actually, you're doing a little of that by negotiating, and that's
we do.
a huge deal. To me, it is anyway.
We try every avenue we can to save a dollar everywhere we can. I mean, that's my response. I work for the sheriff, and he told me, you're in charge of the budget, and I've been in charge of budgets in the past. You can ask all the guys that buy stuff. They don't like it when I ask how come I can get it $5 cheaper over here and you ordered it from over there.
Okay.
You better have a reason why you did that.
Okay.
So.
Louise, you had
Our extremely out-of-date financial policy handbook does say that all funds or certain funds have to have a operating contingency. And it's basically, you understand that a budget is a plan.
Sure.
And things don't always go to plan, like medical costs or something like that. So the general fund, we just talked about it, has a $750,000 contingency. So there are avenues that we can go to. We also have our $60,000 contingency, which is now $59,900, because we used 100 of it already. But we do have contingencies because plans are plans, and if things go wrong, we do have a few places we can go to within our budget to make sure that those unplanned, unknown things that happen
And that's
can get
good.
covered.
And that's good. You know, the idea is not to have any surprises.
Yes.
Just to bring it out before, hopefully it happens and we can cover it. But thanks a lot. We
My question
appreciate
is this gonna be the same budget committee when we go to present our next budget?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were done.
No, we offered him another job, so he took it.
I just have one request, and that is the Citizens Revenue Task Force is meeting on the 9th to consider one proposal, but on the 30th of November, we're going to have a meeting that is going to discuss a big fix and how much should it be and what should be included in it, and then how to raise it. And it would be very helpful to have from the Sheriff's Department what money, in addition to what is currently in the general fund, you would need to have the staff you need on a permanent basis.
Minus road funds. right?
Minus road funds.
Without the road fund.
That to have adequate, not just bare minimum, but good law enforcement. How many people do you need? So that we can look at that and other departments and other things that we haven't been funding, like the towers and maintenance and sinking funds. So we can look and say, okay, we need to look at how we can raise X dollars on a permanent basis, and who should get it and what will they be doing with it. So
Speaking of towers.
your department, and you are involved with towers now.
Well, speaking of towers, people get the wrong idea about towers. They think the towers need to be replaced. The towers don't need to be replaced. It's all the equipment, the radio stuff and everything. And it is at the end of the life, and it will not be able to, they won't be making parts for after December 31st. So anything that we replace or fix has to be kind of scavenged off other people that may have gotten rid of theirs and things like that, but there's gonna be a huge cost, you know, up to around $6 million when you total it all up to get it all taken care of.
So I have one little question regarding this issue. Would it be advantageous for you to order some parts, spare parts now before they go out of existence?
No.
December 31st?
No. Day Wireless actually is the company that does all the maintenance on our radio system. They currently do that. Basically, it's our dispatch equipment and our repeaters. Now, the microwave system that we have, currently, if it breaks, if they can fix it, great. If they can't, there's no spare parts available for it anywhere. It's old. The repeaters, the radio part of the repeaters, or the repeater part of the system, those are just now going, Motorola is not going to make parts for them anymore. It's called a Quantar repeater system, and Day Wireless, who, like I said, does all of our maintenance, every time they pull a Quantar radio out of somewhere, they put it on a shelf so that they're stockpiling parts already. They'll keep us together as long as they can, but it's something that we have to as a county address.
Well, it needs to be addressed, I agree.
So, but like I said, our maintenance personnel, that take care of that system for us, will take care of it as long as they possibly can.
Well, it sounds like they're doing what I'm talking about.
Well, I'll give a little plug out to the city of Brookings. They're replacing all their same equipment that we have, and they're gonna give us the old parts so we can manage until we can replace all ours.
Oh, okay, that's good.
What was your other comment? I'm sorry.
Oh, it was on the contingencies.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Keep negotiating.
Always.
Eric?
Facilities?
Yeah, so you'll see the facilities budget in a couple different spots. One is on page 91 under Administrative Services, Central County Buildings. And you can see that's kind of that's the regular maintenance of that, Louise?
That is basically the
day-to-day sundries.
Keep things open and available for use, clean and ready for use budget. The maintenance of the facilities is Fund 233.
What page is that on?
98. 98.
98. Okay.
For the record, Eric Hansen, Facilities Director. My capital investment schedule, according to my 5-year plan, I'm at 90% for this year's schedule. And the maintenance aspect, you'll see a jump after the winter sets in. That's when I go into repair mode. But so far it's been capital expenditures mode while the weather was nice.
Excuse me for a minute. Clark, what page are we on?
You're on page either 91 or 98.
Right.
So Eric has been will speak to both of those, but is there any?
Capital projects is 98, page
Okay,
98.
that's why I'm not seeing it. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Is there any questions?
I have none.
Just a math question. You're on page 98.
98, there's
Personal services. The first line item.
in 98, I noticed there's no, again, maybe this is timing, there's no revenue year-to-date activity on repairs and construction projects.
Actually, the IGS for the $180,000, that it comes from the general fund. Once again, that is only going to happen for the amount that it's needed.
Okay.
So until we get to the end of the year and I know exactly how much has been spent, if they're underspending any of their budget, I'm not gonna give them the whole 180,000.
Right.
So that's a annual type.
Yeah, but what happens if they go over 180? Say it goes to 200,000?
They'd have to have a supplemental budget to do that.
Right. But do the bills go off before he hits 200,000? Like
Well,
if he hits
certainly, yeah.
185?
This bill goes off.
His bill, he watches his budget pretty good.
Yeah.
So right now, his repairs and maintenance budget is $40,000, $40,600. That's his winter projects. What he's been working on is the projects that we set under the 5-year plan. One of which is rekeying all this building, which has been
Yeah, I saw that
happening
being
over the
done.
last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So those are the projects he's working on, and when those projects are completed, you know, then he doesn't have any more of those. And if anything happens that has to have a major repair, some kind of capital outlay type 5-year plan moved up out of another year, then we would have to actually have a supplemental budget and look at our contingency plan.
You mentioned you had there's a 5-year plan. Have you monetized that? Figured out how much it's going to cost?
That was handed out at the budget committee. I do have a copy of that, but I did not print that one out.
Yeah, I was thinking about the revenue task force. Trying, like we asked the sheriff, you know, what he would need going forward. It'd be good to know, you know, your 5-year plan, what is that going to cost us? So we can include that in our numbers.
We can make that available.
Okay. Yes, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom Huxley was talking when you started.
I'm sorry. Tom.
Yeah, this was just an addition question. Again, we're on page 98 under personal services well, this isn't an IGS, this is repair and maintenance for the building. It shows a period actual of $20, but that doesn't go anywhere. So I just haven't ever seen that before when
And you know, I saw one of those before
that was
too,
just
and
very odd.
And I think that's odd myself, but I looked at one that I saw like that before, and I said, why is this like that?
This isn't a spreadsheet cell with a formula that wouldn't, you know, if there was an incorrect wouldn't go, but there's something real weird with that.
And I'll take a note of that one because that was something else that I saw. I'm not sure if it was here or someplace else that I saw the same thing happen. And Sina looked at it, and I don't know what Cassell is doing on that. So I'll check on that.
Okay.
Is there any other questions regarding this gentleman, for this gentleman?
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. Great job.
Richard Christensen, roads. So roads pops up in a number of different areas. They have some reserve funds, they have capital funds, they have actually towers is under the control of the towers maintenance is under the control of the road department.
Let's take one page at a time.
Yeah.
37 is the actual road department.
Good afternoon, Budget Committee and Commissioners. Richard Christensen.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How's the job? Last time we talked to you, you were relatively new in the job.
Yeah, it's 10 months and I'm liking it. Things are going well.
Great. Good. Go ahead.
Okay, on the 115 budget.
That's one on page 37.
Right.
Things are, when I go down to personal services, you can see we're trending under. You know, one of the things is I didn't hire that new employee. I wait until union negotiations are done to see what the financial impacts are to the budget overall when things are done. So I've totally held off of that. the salary irregular for temporary employees. We advertised and we're only able to hire, find one certified flagger to help this summer. And since we weren't able to hire that additional employee, which I'm waiting on, we also have a half-time person helping manage the office staff, front office.
Yeah.
So that's what's going there. You can see we're way under on the facility plan and street view. Well, the street viewer is done. It came in under budget. We had budgeted 20, came in at about 14,000. We'll see that on the next 50% budget. Facility plan, behind on that. I need to get that done.
Are you on a different page?
Oh, yes, I'm on 38.
Okay, you got to tell us because we're kind of slow
I'm
here.
sorry. And engineering, you can see we haven't spent anything much on that as well, but we have 3 projects that we're working on that we're reaching out for quotes as we speak.
And I see your motor fuel is 30% of budget.
Correct.
And motor vehicle oil, is there any particular reason for that, or is that?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that, if that's also takes in consideration the role, does that enter budget from 22?
The supplies for oil, is sitting at 30% spent in,
Yeah.
we're, 25% through the year. But, it could be a seasonal,
Okay.
cut type, purchase.
All right, thanks.
Does that also include the oil from general service vehicles?
No, I think it's like the road oil kind of stuff.
Okay.
The oil for the road, is that's just timing of when you're using
That's
it?
for the equipment.
Yeah.
Like Louise says, summertime's our construction, and we do a lot of construction on a lot of equipment. And so,
I think this is oil that you use actually on the road.
Well, the
You know, when
supplies,
you do lay the gravel or whatever you're doing?
that's actually at 12.9%.
Right.
Is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah, is that more seasonal?
yeah.
Yeah, that's seasonal, and actually, we're way under on that because of a couple things. Normally, our slip and slides are in the wintertime, where the road sinks are, and that work is performed in the winter. And so that's when it'll be hit. And then this summer's chip seal, we were unable to buy all the rock we needed to chip seal all our roads, therefore it affected that as well.
Okay.
But where it says supplies, oil, that's supplies for the equipment. There's their tires and parts, small tools.
Right.
So that's,
Yeah,
that's just the,
Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
You can help me understand these sheets, I hope.
Okay.
I'm looking on page 37, and I'm looking at revenues. And year-to-date, your percent of revenues, you received 5.6% of what we estimated or you estimated would be revenues. And I'm comparing those against, on page 38, your total department expenditures, which are 14.3% of what was budgeted. Am I understanding that correctly?
well, once again, we're talking about some government accounting which does not get quarterly or sales or something that happens on a daily basis, and you're looking at it on a monthly or quarterly basis. One of the revenues that they get is SRS money. It hasn't come in yet.
Right.
The other thing that they get is $2 million is budgeted to bring over from road capital improvement. Now, that's something that also happens at the end of the year because they're only going to get the amount that they absolutely have to have. They're not going to get that full $2 million. So most of their revenues are coming much, much later in the year, and the big one is not coming until after we close our books.
So the bottom two items on page 39 have percentages of 0. I'm confused where the number at the bottom line where it says fund net revenue over expenditures, year-to-date actual is a negative of the exact positive on the far right, which is the balance. And
Because-
can you help me interpret that?
Okay, so, this is not a department within another fund. This is a fund by itself. It has a zero balance budget, revenues exactly equal your expenditures, it's required by local budget law. And so, if you have, if your net revenues and expenditures is minus 591,374.24, your balance will be the opposite
It has
of
to
that.
be exactly the opposite.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And one thing, I noticed on page 37, is there's tower revenue in this department?
The towers,
Why is that?
because the road department does some maintenance over there, and when they do use their personnel or supplies to do those repairs, the road department bills the tower for those, cover those costs.
And it's
And that's on page 61 and 62 is basically tower maintenance.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's-
you
I
make-
just wondering why there was a,
I'd like to clarify a little bit more. That's not revenue. That's just recouping the money from
Cost.
towers back into this budget.
right, yeah.
So it's recorded as a revenue, but it's covering the costs that you spent on towers. That's why it's called an intergovernmental service revenue.
What major projects are you working on now that might be in financial problems? You know, you have enough money to do all your current projects or your future projects? You know, how do you look?
Towers is a major concern. We're
Yeah.
running over, as you can see. And the other major concern is this summer we received a bill from the state for $182,000 that we owe them for a bridge project completed 2 years ago. And I'm working on that right now, but reading the IGA we signed 2 years ago, it says any amount of dollars over this amount, the county has to pay directly. And so they're looking for us to pay that. So I'm working on trying to backtrack and find out why a project that was cleared out 2 years ago has a bill for $182,000 now. So that's one of my biggest concerns, and I'm working on that.
Okay.
So who did that work, the state?
Yes, and the state managed the project, and so did a contract engineering firm, OBEC. And so I was kind of blindsided getting this bill, and so I'm working on that. And
So do you think we were overcharged, or?
I think so.
Okay.
And so I'm looking for a way to try to get that reduced.
I've reviewed this contract. The state had a maximum allocation for this particular project and there was a county match, which the county did pay the match. The project went over budget, and the state had a maximum allocation. Any overages would be the responsibility of the county. The problem when you come into a relationship like that is you're basically responsible for somebody else's overruns. Those are the issues we're dealing with.
Right.
What was the magnitude of the forget 2 years or a year or 6 years ago? What was the scope of the project and the magnitude?
It was a $1.5 million project.
And it was to replace a bridge on Langlois Mountain Road on Flores Creek.
And did the county do any of the physical work?
Yes, they did some matching work where they did some land clearing.
But nothing,
Nothing major.
100,000, 200,000?
No.
Less than that?
Oh, yes, much less. And so.
And what was the match then of the county?
The match was.
Usually 10% of a million.
It was 10.27%. I don't have those numbers right in front of me.
What was it? What would you call a grant?
Basically, yes. We don't get the money. we just get the work done. They do the work, they pay the money, and we pay the match, and we record the asset.
But the state was the management company or the manager.
In the project, and the contract engineer, yes. The county, it was, we just applied the matching funds, and they administered the project, and 2 years later, they say, hey, you owe $182,000.
So this is a thing that started maybe 3 years ago?
Yes.
Or longer?
Yes.
I guess from a risk management standpoint, I'm not looking at county council because I don't think he was here then, but
What? Yeah,
review of a
somebody-
contract,
yeah,
I
contract.
mean, if you reviewed the contract and you're on the hook for something you have literally little to no control over,
Tom, you had a
why would
question?
you sign the contract? If it was your money, you wouldn't. I wouldn't.
So my question is just an extension of that. And that is, does that happen very often? And what are the safeguards to keep from getting in that kind of a situation?
Boy, oh boy.
Well, that you would review all contracts with county council, that's
Well,
what
they're supposed
we
to
do.
anyway.
Yeah, you would think
that's what
so.
we do.
So who,
But there's no way to buy insurance to cover that? Is there? Or,
not if you sign the contract.
because that's a
Just
setup.
say
That's a wonderful
you're
setup.
responsible for overages. That's,
Yeah.
wow,
Jeez.
what a deal.
It's our government.
Carl?
We're all assuming that when the state of Oregon, ODOT, steps forward and offers to pay 90% of what they think the cost of replacing a bridge on a road that doesn't sound like it's a major state thoroughfare, that you have some control over how you do it.
Yeah, and you're not going to be in a hurry to say, ODOT, sign here.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, well, so we don't need to dwell any
Yeah, let's
further.
not
Sign
get
here
into that.
first.
Right, so besides
Staff, take a look at
this
that.
one invoice that you're sitting on, are all your current projects, do you have adequate funding for those?
Yes.
Okay.
And
One of the things that I asked you during the budget meeting was, what is the deferred maintenance that's out there that hasn't been done? And what is the cost of that? You said you were gonna work on something like that.
Right, and that's the facility plan, and to tell you the truth, that's on the hot list, but I have not gotten that work
Okay.
completed. Last 7 weeks, I've been out of one of my top guys for a family emergency, and summer workload with construction. We've been very busy.
Right. If you could, when you find the time, if you could do something like that, because this Revenue Task Force Committee that's meeting to figure out where to get more revenue from and what we need it for, your input would be good on that to know what kind of stuff is out there. I know you have adequate funds in the road department probably to cover it, but it would still be good to know, what's looking like.
Okay, just to move on, tower operations, 61. These are the monies that are spent to maintain the towers. We did have some cost overruns this summer. We had an air conditioning unit go out on Grizzly Mountain. We had to make some emergency repairs, keep the doors open in order to, put fans in it. I know Rich went up there a few times. I think you were gonna buy a backup air conditioner, weren't you gonna say you're gonna get one of
Yes.
those?
I think he did.
Did.
In the long run, the next page on page 63, you have tower capital replacement funds. I have been working with the Sheriff's Department and Rich on this, and there's, like the sheriff said, it's a multi-million-dollar solution. In the short run, I'll be coming back to the board and probably the budget committee, because in the short term, I would like to see about maybe a $600,000 or $700,000 to basically replace our microwave. Again, it's just not gonna, if it goes away, 911 service is gone, all the dispatch is gone. And we're gonna have to figure out a way, how we're gonna do that, and then do 2 phases after that, which would be basically like 1.5, and then another $1.5 million or 2 after that. So these are incremental things that we're fixing at a time, but the first one, I'm very concerned about it. You guys, as a county, have had reports on these to fix them immediately, back in 2014 and 15 and 16, and nothing has been done. And when that goes away, you're going to be in a heap of trouble. And we should find a way to do that within the next 12 months.
What do you plan on doing in the current period or in the next 6 months regarding the tower or anything, or
Really,
just
well,
keeping it afloat?
We're just keeping it afloat, and we had a couple crashes, as Clark alluded to. 911, we were getting ready to lose all 911 service from our towers. The main tower, Grizzly, this summer, the AC unit broke down. It was going to take 2.5 weeks to get parts. Had a second AC unit emergency put in there to get the equipment cooled down, so we didn't lose it, and then had the second unit repaired. But, you know, there's still money that needs to go into that facility, and our emergency standby generators, the control board that tells those that equipment to cycle on and off and exercise the batteries and everything is corroding. I need $5,500 to replace 4 of these control boards at 4 of our facilities. Grizzly site, the AC units, you wouldn't think they would be needed in the wintertime, but they're needed in the wintertime. And when those things run in the wintertime, our environment, ice condenses on them, so they need shields on them. So I have another bill here for $1,500 that I'd like to get approval to go ahead and get these shields put in, because otherwise we're gonna have problems this winter. And so and also we don't load test our emergency generator, so I'd like to get quotes on having load testing done on them annually to make sure that they're performing right. Hasn't been done. And also I would like to get annual maintenance on our AC units in all these facilities, because 2 sites went down this year, 1 this summer, 1 just 2 weeks ago when we had that little heat wave. Black Mountain, both AC units went out and had to do emergency repairs, and we were able to repair them, but in parts on 1 right away, and the parts are coming in on the second one. But, you know, part of that thing where you saw 115 that transferred from towers into the revenue being over, that's because the road staff is having to respond to these facilities more than they ever have had to, and to stay on top of these things. And every time there's an overheat issue, we have to open up the doors, put in like a screen to keep animals out, let them try to air them out with fans until we could get these AC units repaired, and hope that these radios don't burn up. So so anyway, so, you know, a couple of the major issues were cooling issues. So I'm going to work and concentrate on that.
I think we got the picture. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Leclerc.
On the load testing, you know, I was involved in that a couple of years ago, and all those generators are supposed to be load tested, all of them. If they're not, somebody dropped the ball, because they were supposed to be, every single one, because of an issue we had here.
Well, somebody dropped the ball on the entire tower project.
Yeah.
Let's
Well,
just
but
put it
I'm-
that way for
I'm
the last
saying-
3
no, but
years.
I'm saying this was a separate
Okay.
issue
Yeah.
just on load testing, because we'd had some other
Okay,
failures
yeah.
that should not have occurred, and the road department was assured, you know, including the local generator here, which had not been load tested, but it was to have been with all of that. The others were all being load tested.
Yeah, this facility would be different from the...
All the towers, though.
Oh, okay.
All the towers.
Commissioner Gold?
So would it be judicious to set up some sort of a maintenance contract with a
That's what he's talking about.
air conditioning company, just on a regular basis, so that we don't have to worry about that, or set up some sort of a calendar or something?
Yes, and we're working on that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's temporary. You're trying to maintain a piece of equipment that probably is older than the hills, and everything else, everything that equipment supports needs to be replaced.
We kind of have to take care of the crap for a
No,
while.
no, I realize that.
Yeah, they're 2 separate pieces of equipment, but I
We
believe
have
this
more
equipment's
attorney bills
maybe 18 years old.
Yeah. All right, we have another.
Yeah, you can look forward to more in-depth research
wasn't
and
accurate.
report from staff.
Yeah.
It's a very complicated issue. I barely got my head into it. And, but I'll be coming back to you this winter probably, maybe at our January meeting, to talk about the budgetary implications for basically what is the 3-phase implementation of basically doing these towers.
Yeah,
And then the second thing
$2,
would
$3
be,
million
how do we,
for all.
again, back to the Citizens Revenue Task Force, how do we create a capital fund in there so that we don't have to face, so that our future generations, 20 years from now, don't have to say, my God, where's the $8 million to repair it?
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
so I'll be coming back to you with that
Okay.
this winter.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Next
it.
up is District Attorney. Okay. So we have the couple spots. Where's the District Attorney?
Where is the district attorney?
Right here.
He's
Yeah, he's standing
there.
right there.
Right here.
Oh, I think we have one on
It's in
page
general
13,
fund.
13, I think.
13, that's a good number for him.
13, what's on 13?
Yep.
On a Friday, I
We have
think.
16 and
On Halloween, it's page 13.
So this would be the general fund money for the District Attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
The district attorneys, if you look at their salary percentage, is way down. Why
Yeah.
is that, Everett?
we have had 3 open positions. We now have 2 open positions.
Very good.
We're trying to fill. It took,
Congratulations. We got one hired.
well, yeah, finally. It's,
Finally, yeah,
it's been very hard to get deputy DAs for, it's the worst I've ever seen. It's taken us 6 months to get somebody to replace Jake's position. And that's not a deputy DA 3, that's just deputy DA 1, so.
And part of that savings of the carryover from last year is because he couldn't fill positions.
Yeah, we probably had, in
You
the
were
6
under
months
budget
or
a
so, I think
lot.
we've had about 15 people apply. I've offered the job to 5 and 4 of them turned me down.
Is
So,
that because of the salary you're offering?
you know, that could be part of it, but it's just, it seems to be statewide. And it's like for some reason, young people getting out of law school don't want to be prosecutors. Like it seems to be a change because our office is not the only one that's having trouble getting staff.
Your current budget for regular salaries, is that adequate enough to cover your new hires that you're hoping to
Yeah.
get in?
Right, it is.
Okay. Okay, what's the other page? You said?
I think you also oversee, is it page 66, is that?
66 is our line
Criminal-
items.
Criminal file?
Oh, no, it's child advocacy, sorry.
Okay, no.
So 66 is criminal fines account, and actually Fund 212 is criminal fines and a VOCA grant, which is on the next page.
Right.
And then
Could you explain what a VOCA grant is?
it's victims,
Assistance.
victim.
Goes to victim assistance, yeah.
It goes to, I don't know what VOCA stands for, but
Doesn't matter.
it's victim assistance.
Victims of crime assistance.
All right.
So those are actually 2 state grants. The criminal fines account is really mostly payroll, and the grant does provide for administrative fees. These are not applied by a percentage of their budget like a lot of departments are. It's the amount that the grant allows. So that's why it's kind of a weird looking.
So the difference
budget for
between
that.
what the grant allows and what it costs, where does that go?
It doesn't go anywhere. When I do the allocations of where all of the costs for administrative costs go, I take out the amount that's going to go here, and then I spread the rest.
Okay.
So.
Next page 68, you have child advocacy.
The second page is on 67 is the VOCA Basic Grant that was just claimed yesterday, was that, Quinn?
Okay.
Spent a lot of time on the VOCA Basic Grant, and So that one is, actually has been, claimed for the quarter. It's just it's a quarterly claimed grant. It's set amount and it's claimed every quarter.
Is the grant, is the grant?
It's a different year,
It's
too, which makes it tricky.
Yes, it's a federal grant, so it goes over, their year ends in September. So this is actually the fourth quarter that we claimed, which is our first quarter.
Is the grant amount enough to cover the expenses that we think we'll have?
The grant amount, the expenses are
The grant.
budgeted to the grant.
Okay.
Yes.
So you can't go over that, that's what you're
No.
saying?
And we do, the grant is actually a 2-year grant, a biannual grant. So this is the fourth quarter of their first year.
It pays for most of the victim advocate, the
Yeah.
grants do. We do transfer in some money from the DA office, but the majority of it's all covered by the
Because
grants.
we transfer money from the DA office is because the grant doesn't cover, like if you write it 2 years ago, it's not going to cover any payroll increases in insurance costs, so those kind of costs, if they increase, the grant can't absorb them. So the DA's office covers that kind of cost.
So do you get any administrative fees to cover this
I
type
think
of
that-
thing?
This one,
There's
this one does
some,
not.
but not sufficient to
This
cover all the
one
administrative stuff.
has $5,448 in administrative fees that we actually
We
put
call
all
it
to
finance.
finance, because I think the finance department does most of the support for this grant, so.
At least there's
administratively.
something,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. And what's the other page?
That's about 5%.
The next page is child advocacy. That's a state
68.
grant.
68.
Or
Yeah.
68. It's called the CAMI grant. It's the child victim advocacy program. And
That's for Jackie Ann Tunis over at Wally's house.
Okay. Looks
so
pretty
this
good.
is another grant. It is a state grant.
Okay.
And yesterday, or actually Monday, Jackie and I met and did our quarterly reports, and we claimed this grant.
Okay. Good.
And this one is a finite amount too. It's a grant.
Okay.
It has its own 2-year budget.
And Jackie's got a board of directors and has a supplemental income coming in from that organization, so.
Okay, I don't have any other, that's it? Or is that it for the
Any other
district attorney?
questions?
Any other questions on district attorney? You are free to go.
Don't want to talk about any cases today, or who got in trouble, or?
Only cases that will result in money coming into the coffers of the.
Yeah, well, you know that one, what do they call it, criminal fines account, that used to be I think, used to have a different name, and it was taken out of fines imposed in criminal cases. And the legislature realized that criminals don't pay their fines. So they got rid of that. So the criminal fines comes out of an extra fee for traffic ticket violations, because most people who get traffic tickets actually pay their ticket, and that actually generates revenue. So that's.
So where does that money go? Into your department?
It goes to the state, and they use it for various things, but part of it comes back in that grant.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
some of it is in certain law enforcement revenue too.
Yeah.
There's,
Oh, yeah,
fines.
probably is.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
is.
I don't remember which one, but there were
And
significant.
that covers the victims'
Yeah.
assistance.
Yeah.
The criminal fines and the VOCA grant both cover
Oh,
victims'
okay.
assistance.
Bert, you had your hand up?
Thank you. I just want to say you are really appreciated, the work you do for this county and your team, and what you're up against, and hope we can help you at a much greater level down the road.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
All right, I recommend we take a 10-minute break till 3 o'clock. Mr. Chair, if you would be
Okay.
so inclined to that.
Let's recess till 3.
Do we have to have a break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bill, can you tell me how this
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
National parks are one of America's crowning achievements. After all, it was in this country that the idea of setting areas aside for preservation was born. They are a symbol of democracy and exist as places where one can appreciate the beauty and complexity of the natural world, free of human influence. In the past, national parks faced challenges brought on primarily by the industries and practices that threatened them. Today, similar challenges persist, as well as some new ones. High up in the Cascades, Crater Lake National Park remains a pristine natural area enjoyed by visitors from throughout the world. But in recent years, new circumstances have come to endanger the ecosystem of the park. Invasive plant species are beginning to spread and threaten the park's natural biodiversity. An invasive species is an organism that did not originate in an ecosystem and is often introduced by humans. In recent years, Crater Lake National Park biologists have documented a rise in the number of non-native plant species found within the park. Invasive plant species have various ways of spreading throughout Crater Lake National Park. Roads that have been built create pathways for seeds that may stick on tires and get thrown to the side of the road. From the roadways, visitors come from far and wide to see one of the world's natural wonders. With each visitor, the risk of introducing new species also increases. Many invasive plant species have evolved sophisticated methods of distribution through the development of various adaptations to their seeds. These adaptations allow some species to let the wind and even animal life do all the heavy lifting for them. As seeds needle their way through clothing and animal fur, they are carried and then dropped in various places around the park. There are many reasons why new species are entering the park at an increasing rate. One of the factors responsible are the effects brought on by climate change. Due to warming winters the snow-dominated season of Crater Lake National Park is becoming shorter. Snowpack, that is normally around for most of the year, shortens the period of human impacts, such as high levels of summer visitation and infrastructure maintenance and enhancements. With climate change increasing the frequency and severity of drought and lengthening the snow-free period, the factors that are disturbing the natural environment are amplifying. Snowmelt, that would linger for most of the year, is melting much sooner than usual. Snowpack acts as a barrier to both plant and animal species. Native plant species have adapted to this environment and are used to completing their life cycles during short growing seasons. With the lengthening of growing seasons, native plant species are now vulnerable to increasing competition from invasive plant species. The risk of forest fires increases with rising temperatures as well. As growing seasons lengthen, so do fire seasons. Areas affected by forest fires open up new habitats for invasive plants to move in, creating areas where non-native plants can find solid footing in the competition against their native neighbors. Newly introduced annual grasses fill spaces of forests and meadows and act as a medium for fires, allowing them to spread farther and more easily than before. This means that not only are invasive plant species altering the existing environment, they create a domino effect that can speed up the process of change in the park. In the last 3 years, 25 non-native plant species have been discovered. With every coming season, these numbers are expected to increase.
We don't follow all the rules, I'm just telling you.
I'm just telling you, bully laws.
I bet he never went trick-or-treating.
All right, we are live, by the way.
The next item on the agenda, I think we're done with the budget reviews. Are there anybody have any questions or concerns before we move on?
So the next item.
My only concern, and Louise, this is directed at you, do we have a consolidated balance sheet? I know you provided balance sheets for all the different departments.
There's no such thing as a consolidated balance sheet in government accounting. You could consolidate different kinds of funds, which is done on our audit. Once again, we talked about this when we talked about providing reports to the budget committee. Revenue and expenditure reports are germane to the topics in watching over the budgets. Balance sheets, except for cash, which we do a monthly bank reconciliation, are an annual thing for a government entity, and we don't.
You don't do that quarterly or?
We don't do it in any monthly or quarterly way. We operate basically on a cash basis, except for at the end of the year where we go into modified accrual. So we don't really do any balance sheet activities except for year end. So even if you have access to the balance sheets, they're not going to tell you much unless you're looking at bank reconciliations.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to highlight for the Budget Committee and for the board some of the practices that we utilize here to oversee the budget on a daily basis. This basket here, and I get a basket like this, or sometimes it's twice as high, every week. And I go through every check that goes out of the county. So every check that goes out of the county has, a claim form, and it's filled out, has the account numbers on it. It has filled out by who the department is, the address for the vendor, who authorized it, who it signed off on, goes through financial review, then it ends up going to get into a payment schedule. So this basket here is $187,000. I've signed off on baskets as low as 95 and as high as 600,000. When the finance department wants to notify me that there's a problem, they'll put a sticky note on it. So in this case, this piece here, this bill here has no budget. And because you guys weren't aware of this issue, this particular thing is the contract for Marino and Associates appraisal for the 70-acre piece of parcel or land that we're thinking of swapping with the Parks Department. So you guys did not know about that, so there's no budget in here, and we'll address that. But that's how the Finance Department notifies me that there's something I have to worry about. The other thing that I do is I spend the time to look at each one, and if I don't understand it, why is it here? Why are we spending money on here? Is there a different way to do that? I'll make a list of questions, and I'll start with the Finance Department and say, why are we doing this? And for the most part, they've been able to answer all of my questions at that level without having to go back to a department head, because most of these things are standard and routine. But I just wanted to let the people know that we're not just throwing money out the window and waiting for people to pick it up.
Didn't think you were.
Yeah, and that's the procedure we do. Now, before you had an administrator, your commissioners would do that. And so I don't know if you took turns or how you did it, but
Whoever was in the office got it, basically.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, because I remember this coming up in the budget process. How do you know you're getting all the invoices in a timely fashion from all your other departments? Because the invoices go directly to them, right? They don't come to one central location.
How do I know I'm getting the?
Yeah, how do you know there's no invoices in somebody's desk, and then all of a sudden at the end of the year, you're inundated with $100,000 of stuff?
Well, actually, most of the departments are really good. We turn in invoices every week. Basically, they might come in several times a week and put them in. They turn in one of these, and to Sina, and so if she turns them, they turn them in by Friday. They're part of the next week's run. So we run accounts payable once a week, every week.
No, more to your question, though, I think addressing this is some bills are centralized into the finance department and then distributed. So think about the cell phone. Cell phone has a centralized, and then that goes out to the department. Each department signs off on a sheet saying, yeah, we're responsible for this. Other bills go directly to the departments. They start at the departments and then come back into the finance department.
Yeah, and I understand that. Using that one example, the road master said he had a $182,000 bill for something. Did you know about that?
Yes, I have.
How did you know about it?
He came and told me about it.
Okay.
So he hasn't turned that in for payment, or I wouldn't know about it. But he did get it, and he is basically kind of contesting it. So he brought it to me. We discussed ways of covering it in his budget. One was not do one of the projects he was going to do and delay that project to another year. And the other one was he does have an operating contingency within his budget. So there's several avenues he can go to do that. Then a third option would be to do a supplemental budget and basically take more money out of the road improvement fund to cover that bill.
Okay.
So he's got several options, and those are what we discussed. But if a bill comes in and a department head is holding it, I really would not know about it unless they came and talked to me about it.
Yeah.
I have not seen that happen. At the end of the year, like in June at administrative meetings, I start talking about, you guys only have until this date to get all your bills in that are pertain to this particular year.
Well, you're talking about cutoff. Do you tell your department heads, this is the cutoff for all your invoices getting into me every month, like the third Wednesday of the month or whatever?
Until Friday every week to get something in if they want it paid during the next week.
Is there a special cutoff for a quarter end or for year end?
No, we don't, we pay bills weekly, so if they
Okay.
have a bill, if they don't get it in by that Friday, then it's not gonna be paid until the following, not that following week, the week after that.
There is a cutoff for year end, and we obviously have advertised, we put that out to the department head saying, you know, here's a hard deadline, anything after this date will be into the current year's budget. So there's a hard deadline for the year end.
Okay. Mr. Huxley, you got a question?
Well, we brought up this short discussion here, brought up this $192,000 surprise again. And I hear talk as far as how we can just pay it, possibly pay it this way, pay it that way. Has county council been involved in this and reviewed the contract to see?
Yes. Yeah, everybody's been involved with this.
So.
Wait, who's everybody?
Well, staff.
And what have the comments?
We're, as I said earlier, we're still working on it.
The legal
So
review,
Once we come to a consensus of what we think is the direction that's going to have to happen, we will make sure we inform the policy-making board.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner
This is
Gold.
kind of small on the big scheme of things, but when I was going through the bills one time, I noticed there were late fees on some of the credit cards that came in from individuals. I don't know is there a policy that we have those individuals pay the late fee if they haven't turned in the credit card bill on time?
I have not seen anything that says any such thing about that. If I see before there was a administrator, I don't know who would have been notified, but if we have an administrator, I would be reporting late fees to the administrator to talk to the department head about getting their bill in on time and stop incurring late fees.
Yeah, because that just hit me, because I am just so totally
Yes.
against late fees,
And-
even though it was small.
Yes, and
But
once
that
in a
adds
while,
up.
it happens when you have a department head or a person that is the only person that knows what's on that Visa bill be out for sickness or some other reason and not be able to address that bill until they get back. And then at that time, it's a late fee. But that, usually, I don't see a lot of late fees.
I think I only saw it once, but it just kind of like, what? Hit me, so.
So is this on a
It was on one of those-
county credit card?
Yes,
So the
yes.
receipt wasn't put in so she could pay the bill?
Mhm.
I would think that the user would pay that.
Well, that was my thought.
We don't have a policy as such. That would
And-
be something that I would go to the board with direction to say,
Yeah.
does the board want to institute, because that'd be a personnel policy that'd have to be adopted by the board that's outside of my control.
Mr. Huxley?
That happened many times more than just once.
Well, once when I saw it.
Right, three
Yeah.
or 3.5 years ago.
And this gets
it
back to
was-
cutoff
it was
of
frequent,
bringing in
there were no
receipts and everything else.
consequences. Hopefully it's improved, I don't, but no, there were no consequences.
Right.
May
Mr.
I ask
Boyce?
you a question?
Hold on a minute.
What is,
Mr. Boyce?
Oh, no, go ahead.
what is a controller?
Somebody responsible to go, that's what I was gonna say, that's a very good system in my view. I've been through it many times and it is very informative and almost educational. The basket we're talking about.
Well, this is, but
invoices.
what I'm
but-
saying is, it sounds like
So
we're
we're playing that
discussing
role, I think.
management functions here.
Or
and
policies, there is a finance
Yeah,
policy,
it's-
I think it's not.
A
That's the one I
comptroller
said.
is a
But yeah, but
person
it's a-
who's
but it's a
responsible
loosely,
for financial
like, no
matters at an
It's the policy.
administrative level. That's not us.
No, it's not. I
No,
just
I-
brought it up because we were talking about
Okay.
overages.
Well, part of the budget process is that the numbers that we're looking at give us a true picture of what the expenditures are. And I want to make sure that we are seeing, if not all the expenditures for that quarter, and there's not something that's hanging out there that we know about. That's
Well-
why I asked the question on cutoff.
Well, I see what you're saying, but once again, this county operates on a cash basis,
Right.
except for at year end where it's modified accrual.
I understand that.
So if I get a bill in November, that's for last July, it's paid in November. And it records as November. there's no booking back within a
No,
year.
I understand, but the idea is if you're going to manage correctly, you should manage based on, current information, not information that comes into you 3 months later.
But once again,
you
we're
know, that-
talking about an annual type organization, not a quarterly. We're not matching expenditures to revenues because our revenues are not sales that come in daily or monthly or quarterly. We're talking about grants and one-time type revenues.
No, I understand that.
So-
Excuse me.
So we're not really matching expenditures in any certain quarter, but we do, I agree with that department heads should not be holding bills on their desk that are not turned in on a timely manner. But I don't believe a lot of that is happening.
Okay.
The way I see bills coming in and going through the basket, I am not seeing a lot of that.
Okay.
What if you receive an invoice in November for something in June? Do you
And
process that?
I process it in November because I have I have to close my books. I have to close my books. So I have told all department heads, if you're expecting bills, if you have bills, you need to get them in through accounts payable by August 15th, and I'm not going to accept anything after that. After that, it's going to be posted to the current year's budget, not last year's budget. And that's just the way it has to be.
See, I'm used to a system where if an invoice it comes in on July 2nd from the prior year, it cannot be paid unless the next year's town meeting votes by 90% of the citizens who show up to pay that bill. It does two things. It gets people doing business with the county, or the town in that instance, to get their bills in timely. Because, if there's no appropriation in Massachusetts for what you've just done work for the town, you can't get paid, period. You can't sue them for it. You just lose the money. And it just seems to me, and I'm not saying it's still happening, but when I first started following what happened in this building, there was no central receipt of mail into the commissioner's office. So if a document was mailed to A as county commissioner, it went directly into A's office. It was never checked in. It was never time stamped. And there were times that things were found in A's office that no one else knew about. And that's do we have, it seems to me we ought to, and again, this is administrative and not budget, we ought to have a policy that requires people to submit bills within so many days of their receipt, so that they don't sit in a department head or in an office somewhere until it's too late to question them.
Mr. Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have an issue here?
I don't think I have an issue here,
No,
so I don't know.
Okay.
The question, I started the question by, I just wanted to know what her cutoff process is.
I will say
I got an answer.
from your overall question on here, the best document that the county produces is what I would say is a changes in cash position. Where were we last year and where are we this year? At a set time when you close out the books. That's your true bellwether of the health of your county,
Okay.
So, I want to review the insurance charges. So Louise had a spreadsheet, and I just want to make sure that you have a copy of this. You can see it, and you can see the differences here. So Louise.
So, when I looked at actually when we paid the bill, I think the first time I saw, like maybe July, I just said, wow, why do some departments are so over on their insurance bill? So I went through and I looked at what was spread the prior year compared to what was spread this year. And it basically correlates with budget balances between the 2 years, because the bill is spread between by the budget not by any other way. So, you know, there's several ways we can pay this bill. I mean, we could just budget in non-departmental and pay the whole thing, and nobody else has to cover their portion of the liability or property insurance. But there are several departments outside of the general fund that would now not have to pay their share of liability or property insurance. And one of the biggest ones being the road department, which has large property and liability type issues. So I'm not sure if this is the wrong way to do it, but it certainly isn't the worst way to do it. If there's another way that we could do it that's equitable to all departments that need to be covered, some of these departments don't get any of the property or liability insurance, and some do. So it's just spread on their budget. So
I, you know, from my opinion, and we're not here to set policy, but I think the current way you're doing it is more than adequate.
well,
I think it's
it seems to be
fair.
the one that really addresses whether or not you're within the general fund, because there's the other way that I could think of doing it is to put it in one of the administrative services like finance department, put the whole bill in there. But then you're hitting funds that get finance charges because I do some kind of work for that fund, and yet they really shouldn't have any property or liability insurance, and you're actually spreading those costs to those funds.
Right.
So
I'd leave it.
so it's kind of a hard one to settle on any one way, but I think this one's the most equitable because we could cut out the ones that don't really deserve to have that kind of a cost applied to them and keep the ones that do.
But you know what? I think it all comes out in the wash simply because, like the road, I'm sorry.
Mr. Huxley, you have the floor.
Oh, you're in charge, Bill.
I said Mr. Huxley, she didn't even recognize
It's a
him.
woman
so-
for you, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Get out
I'll
of
hold
here.
that thought.
I think, so, you know, the magnitude of this is $150,000 last year, so this is not change, it's
Sure.
a change. An increase of
11.5%.
you know, $17,000 on increase this year. So it's substantial. What I saw from some of the comments, more so, not just from the sheriff's department, but the sheriff and the road are the ones that get hit the largest because it's based on budget. But
Right. The biggest budgets.
what was more concerning was that we go through the whole budget process in May, you know, and even up until June, toward the end of June. And then beginning July, I'm not sure which month these came in, but July or August or September, it doesn't matter. The first month or two or three, all of a sudden we see a consistent increase, percentage overrun of what was budgeted. The concern for the sheriff was that we weren't just talking $5 or $10 or $15, we're talking $5,000 plus just in one department alone increase, just the increase. But, so what could be, when do we, if those were known, forget the increase, if they were known before the final budget and we, you know, and just like workers' comp or some of the other salaries and so forth, where we then know it's a fixed, accurate amount, and it comes in on budget, then at least we've budgeted properly. It's coming in on one fell swoop, but it's not 115% or 110 or 130. It's basically 100% or real close to it each time for each department.
Commissioner Huxley, I kind of have a solution to it, and it is because, first of all, I have not been here a really long time, and I still learn things every year about what happens in this county. And one of the things I did not know was how this was actually spread. So last year when we built the budgets, I added 5% to each person's budget mandatory for them to budget over the actual from the prior year. Also, last year when we were budgeting, things were a little weird about the insurance type of cost, because we went from one kind of a policy to another and it was greatly reduced. And so I was trying to reduce everybody's insurance budget because they weren't going to have the kind of budget that they needed the year before, because our costs were greatly reduced by the kind of insurance policy we went with. So what I can do for budgeting next year is when I have everybody's budget out, I have an amount, they know the amount that they had for administrative services the year before, but until we set everybody's budget, which at the time I'm discussing budgets with everybody, we're just beginning, I always say that those administrative costs are subject to change by the time their final budget is done. So I can do the same thing for insurance, and when I do a final budget that goes to the budget committee, I will have department budgets and I can forecast the amount that the insurance is going to go up and spread that budget by everybody's budget, so it doesn't come out like this budget did.
And the insurance solve the problem.
And that would solve the
that would smooth it more.
The point, the objective of the meeting.
Right.
Can the insurance company give you an estimate?
A lot of
before
times
then?
they say usually somewhere they say 5 to 10%. Usually insurance, property and
11.5%.
liability insurance doesn't usually go up much more than 5%. So I'm a little surprised that it's over that.
11.5.
Yeah, so that's not my experience with an insurance bill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look back or talk to him again when I go to budget and see if there's anything in the industry that's going to increase our insurance more than a certain amount, and I might increase it 10% or something.
Mr. Huxley?
When what does the county have those final rates from the insurer?
You know, Cena works with that, and I can't answer that question. But I do know we get the bill by the end of July.
So I can almost assure you they have it.
They should know
long before the end of July. As
Well,
far as
in
that
June
rate,
they probably have it.
But when I'm
they
setting
know.
it, I'm not setting it in June, and I'm not setting it in May. I'm setting it in April is when I'm setting budgets. So I'm not sure when.
But that
when
could,
I get that,
be changed as a blanket too in a spreadsheet.
in my experience with calling the insurance company in April is they don't have those final rates.
Well, maybe not, but they would have them up before the end of June.
Yes, but I have already had the budget approved and adopted by them.
Hence, find out exactly when they have a very close.
Yeah.
And I think we might be pleasantly surprised.
I have a question for Clark. When's the last time we negotiated those insurance policies, rates?
Had a competitive bid.
Council has done the negotiations or worked with that?
2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
A year or two? Pretty recent.
It's very recent.
Okay. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Commissioner's travel budget.
Okay, I was asked to bring this to the attention as a separate item to discuss. This is on your in your budget on page 36. Commissioner Fund 111. In addition, there's a summary sheet that I put together dated October 31st today. In summary, I'll just go over it real quickly for the vast audience that's watching us today. $4,500 is the approved budget for July 1st to June 30th. Actual expenses on this report are $2,940 that has been paid out so far. Obligated dollars, which are not spent, and are estimates. We have an estimate of sending a commissioner-elect to the AOC conference in November, and we have an estimate for Commissioner Boyce to attend the AOC conference of $900. We have an estimated balance at the end of September of, if we account for the not spent dollars, of a minus $224. Just for comparison, the Budget Committee for discussion, last year the Commissioner's budget spent $9,983. So that's what was spent last year. I think we had the same amount of budget, $4,500 or $4,700. So when you read about the county is trying to collect that money from Commissioner Boyce. And so that's what that small claims is about, the difference between that $9,983 and the amount which was allocated for travel. So and this is really not an action-making budget, it's just open for discussion here, but you're gonna have to, somebody's gonna have to decide at some point, are we gonna increase the budget or have no adjustment to the budget?
Okay. Well, if we don't increase the budget, then there's no travel, right?
Well, the commissioners have credit cards assigned to them, and they have assigned vehicle, use of vehicles, and those are things that cannot be refused to be paid. So if they want to write a check to attend a conference, we could say, well, it's not in your budget, so we're not going to let you register for the conference. But if they have other things that come in, it will go over budget because they have access to that.
The one thing that maybe the Budget Committee is not aware of is there's a number of cars that are available for the Bach office, which would include me and JJ, and along with the commissioners and the attorney, I think. And so those cars are billed to the individual department by the road department. They run an enterprise fund, and they do all the maintenance, the tires, the gas, oil changes, everything comes out of there, and you get charged 40 cents a mile or 43 cents a mile or whatever. So when a car is taken out, you fill out a slip every single day, and you fill out, starting mileage, ending mileage, and, if gas was done, then, and those types of things. So it's like a rental car, 43 cents a mile.
So question, has that been done on a regular basis, turning in the slips daily if the cars are used?
Commissioner Boyce has not been doing daily slips on his, to my knowledge, at least. I've not seen them.
Have Commissioner Golden and Commissioner Huckabee, have you used a
I just use my own car, don't bother
county car?
charging.
As I do.
Okay. Do you know the procedure if you were to use one?
Yes, if I was, I would follow the procedure, and that's the problem. We have not followed the procedure. Period.
Okay.
And 2 months later, you find out that you have, and that was the case, and these numbers still are not correct, because what occurs a few days before the end of each month, the individual who runs this program or controls it, all the reconciliations from the road department, will email the appropriate contacts in various departments. They email, in this case, John Jesuit, a few days typically before, just going through procedure, before the end of each month, with a reminder, these are the cars that are assigned to this office. This is the form. You have the form to fill out if you're going to use it. You come get the keys from the commissioner's office, the key box. This is the theory. This is the procedure. What occurred, not just last month, but I will give you that example to show you that the total costs are not nearly reflected in the September numbers, because of the following. We had on October 11th, which is, we get back to this correspondence, and comes in with 3 different vehicles, but with unaccounted mileage of 2,600 miles. So times 43 cents, this is a significant amount of money. So it's unaccounted for. They're saying, hey, we're following up. It's not accounted for. It doesn't reconcile. You need to get back to us. It's a few days later, the individual in the commissioner's office gets back and says, hey, here's, more email communication. But it's more because as of the day that the individual checked the was able to get the keys, they did not have the keys the first time around. They were out, okay? They had not been returned. The mileage had increased by over 600 miles. So come the 15th of October, they go back and the Jesuit gets the keys, checks the mileage. Now the mileage is up on top of the 2,600, another 600. So we're up 3,200. Well, again, you start multiplying times 43, and it's a significant amount of money, especially when you compare it to the budget. So he, I assume at the direction of the administrator, fills out the proper form, but just a lump sum reconcile. Okay, I'm going to fill out for each odometer what the mileage is today, the October 15th, send it back. And you you take it and cost it out. It's all to the commissioner's office. There's no question about that. So you come back, you get another bill, pushing $1,500 more, a little less, $1,387 and change. So at this point, we've blown the whole budget right out of the water. It's not just a few dollars. We've just increased it by another, several $100s. And this is midway through October, but this is not reconciling October. We're trying still to reconcile September on it.
Yeah, so
we're blowing the whole thing out of the water if we follow the rules.
So is it that we need more than 9983?
Well, I guess that's
probably
up to the commissioners to decide. They have their own ordinance that they're supposed to follow. And if they don't follow it, then we have to go to court to collect claims. I guess I would ask the commissioners, what do you guys think you need for the end of the year to travel till June 30th? That's more of their...
Well, it's not only what you need, but as the budget committee, and you guys are part of the budget committee, and hopefully the public is watching this, if we, as a budget committee, authorize a budget, we feel that the county and the commissioners that work for the county should comply with the policies and procedures that safeguard that money on how it's spent. And if you're not going to follow the policies or the ordinances or anything, then in my opinion, there should be no budget. You shouldn't have that right to spend any county money on any travel that you do unless you're willing to follow the ordinances and the procedures. And it must be unanimous between all of you, and not just two of you or three, one of you. It's got to be that way.
I just know when I traveled for the school district and so forth, anytime you traveled, you had to have the miles, where you were going, what was the purpose, how much did you pay for meals, and it had to be delineated very, very carefully. Right. Otherwise, you didn't get paid.
And I've read the ordinance, and there's nothing in there that would indicate to me that it's a hindrance to follow it. It's just a matter of following it. So I don't mind recommending that we approve an additional budget as long as it's managed correctly and consistently. And as the three of you commissioners, if you can't decide that you can do that, then I don't think we should recommend any increase in the travel budget and just zero it out, and that's it. Yes.
That is my opinion, and that would be my vote on it. We've approved rules, we don't follow them, we need to be responsible for the consequences.
Because I'm pretty sure, excuse me, I'm pretty sure the public is tired of hearing the problems between Mr. Boyce, his travel expenditures and everything else, and the county going to court, and this going on and this going on. I know personally I'm tired of it. And I think by setting up, we already have the guidelines and the policies and procedures. You just need to follow them, and these type of problems would go away. Yes?
Well, I know that every other county employee has to put in the proper paperwork for traveling. Is that correct, Administrator Schroeder? Okay.
Could I just ask, what part of the budget are we talking about here? This seems like board policy versus budget committee budgeting.
Just the travel.
The travel
Commissioner budget,
Okay.
which,
Right now, the commissioner's travel budget is over budget. And the county administrator is asking for additional funding to fund what he anticipates the expenditures to be for the rest of the year.
is that what you're asking for?
Well, I'm actually, I'm
Or
leaving that
direction.
for you to discuss. This is a discussion, saying, do you
Right.
want to increase the budget or have no budget?
Right, because we had an observation earlier that we were over budget on a line item. Is this a line item issue that we passed on earlier? I mean, what?
No, this is
Okay.
This is actually, it's a issue with a policy that says that these line items total this much. But in this instance, if these line items in total go over the budget, it can put the appropriation level be a negative situation. Because there's not enough budget to cover overages in other line items for what has to be spent in that budget.
Okay, but just telling the commissioners to follow policy doesn't seem like a budget
Well,
discussion.
It really goes to the heart of the whole thing, though.
Doesn't go to the heart of the budget. I mean,
Excuse me, but Commissioner Boyce, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I'll defer to you
But as the chair of the budget committee, I'm not going to recommend that we adjust the travel budget knowingly that people are not going to follow the policy or the ordinance that guard that money. Because why should I do that? You know, I'd be derelict in my duties, I would think. You wouldn't give your child $9,000 and say, go spend that, but don't tell me how you're going to go spend it. I don't think you'd want to do that.
I'd just like to say that I'm not against traveling, and I'm not against people spending the money for the proper things, but I think we need to go through the proper procedures, and that hasn't happened, so.
Right.
I think also that this is not, we're talking about our review of the budget. We've talked about our review of, in this case, the commissioner's budget. It is not the responsibility at this phase or on the purview of the budget committee as a whole to change or approve more for this particular budget. So I don't want anybody to think that that's the direction that this conversation is going or should go. It's the purview after the budget's passed to have constructive meetings as a group with the budget committee, as we've done today, to review the different spending.
Right.
But
So
it's not.
this is not a supplemental budget
This is not.
consideration.
No.
If it were, it
No.
is up to the governing body, not the budget committee, to do that.
Unless there's certain amounts.
Well, true, but for this, it's not a, for discussion only.
Tom, you have a question?
Well, I have a kind of a educational point, but it's going to end up with, I'd like to move on. We have no role here.
Okay.
Let's move on. But if I may, is my understanding true that 3 commissioners voting on something and spending money has legitimacy?
2.
2 out of 3.
Or a majority.
But a
of
vote.
the-
A vote to,
majority of the board.
let me rephrase it. A vote to spend money has legitimacy. It is a part of a contract, so to speak, that is a valid claim on government money. Individual steps outside of that routine and is what? Personally responsible?
According to the travel policy, yes.
Okay, but how about state law or ordinances?
State law says that 2 out of 3 commissioners can do county business. It requires 2 of 3 commissioners to do county business.
Can one commissioner tell another department what to do?
not unless delegated by the Board of Commissioners.
Can one commissioner use county employees to do work on his property?
Oh, off county time, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can one commissioner?
One commissioner is a citizen.
Can one commissioner on their own bind the county to paying a bill? Just incur a debt and
The
say,
general rule is no, and there's, exceptions to the rule.
in any of those scenarios, what is the authority adjudicating that? And I'm just guessing you all, well, yeah, what's the authority adjudicating those issues?
Usually a court of competent jurisdiction adjudicates disputes.
But budget law, if I may, budget law, and I think it's 294.100 from my memory, okay, says if a member or an officer, an elected officer, or maybe just uses the term official, exceeds a budget without further appropriation by the governing body, that official is responsible, may be held responsible for those funds that were spent in excess of the approved budget. It gets that specific.
And the budget committee has no role in any of those scenarios.
No, that's budget law.
Can we move on?
Well,
Mr. Boyce?
thank you. Except you need to know the facts at some point as a citizen. And I think thus that's why we're headed to a lawsuit to try and sort this out. I think related to this are the requests for attorney fees and over expenses or going above budget on that. What apparently, and I still haven't found the clear records on this, what we authorize for Mr. Bischoff and what we authorize for Dunn Conley or Conley Dunn, I never could remember it. I think that was 5,000. So where are we on those two expenditures right now? The 5,000 on the Dunley Con was to try and collect the $5,200 from me, which by the way is mileage per Administrator Schroeder. That's mileage at 43 cents a mile on 12-year-old cars. And I can explain more on that, I'll spare you. But where I think that is very important to this budget committee because I think we're taking money, scarce resources from the citizens, and we're using it against their own best interest. So where are we on these attorney funds? And then that relates to the lawsuit against me and the citizens.
Could we move on?
Yeah.
So are we not still, you said you would have that information on the 31st of October.
We already discussed.
We talked about it, it's right in the, yeah.
Did I miss it?
All the bills that have been paid for this year, not including last year, just from July to September were in that line item budget, and we already talked about it.
So where are we on the attorney fees?
Well, we talked about that earlier today. It's like $2,000 over.
It's in the packet.
Okay.
It's in the thing.
Just 2,000 as of right now.
As of September 30th.
As of September 30th. As of September 30th.
Thank you. And so
there's probably more.
The total allocated for labor negotiation, Mr. Huxley's personal attorney, okay? You won't acknowledge that, of course.
He's not Mr. Huxley's personal attorney.
Okay.
Thank you, Counsel.
Even the slightest appearance of, and the other one was 5,000 total. Where are we at on that? I don't know. I'm asking for clarification
It's
on.
on page.
So as of September 30th, there had not been any bill for Dunn Carney. So it's not in the packet. We signed a contract with that law firm for basically to not exceed $10,000.
Okay, see, I've never heard that before. I appreciate that. What are we not to exceed with Mr. Bischoff? And I have nothing against these people.
I don't have a contract with Mr. Bischoff for not to exceed the invoice that we received during the month of October for the Carney Dunn legal help was, I don't know, $3,300 or something like that.
I think that's what you told me.
Yeah, so I think that's the one invoice we received, but it's not on this report. It'll be on the next quarter as we talk about quarterly.
Okay, and so for Mr. Bischoff, clarify for the public, he is also negotiating, as a budget matter here, he is also negotiating on Teamsters 206 and 223. Is that correct?
Yep.
And he has a running extending balance, no limits, as far as you know?
I'm not aware of a limit.
Okay. When did we authorize that? Because we're at 30,000 now, is that right, with Mr. Bischoff?
I don't think we're at 30,000.
Okay, 20?
I would not quote a number because I'm not aware of it. But you're talking two
We
different.
should know,
you're talking
Mr.
two-
Schroeder.
You're talking two different budget years.
I understand. Back to Bischoff,
We're
you don't know
talking
what
about-
we've
all we're
paid
talking
him
about is this
to date.
quarter.
Okay. That rubs me the wrong way, I'm sorry.
I
And my
understand.
job is to protect the citizens and their interest, and I don't
Okay.
see that as in their best interest.
So, based on your analysis, you're asking, do we want to increase the budget or make no adjustment to the budget? That's what you're asking for.
I agree with Mr. Huxley here. I guess I'm not asking anything
Okay.
because it's not your place to weigh
There's no
in.
role for us here. Let's
All right.
move along.
Okay, then we'll move on.
I was just asked to bring this to the attention as
Right.
an expenditure that the budget, I mean, the whole purpose of this day, is for you just to be informed about expenditures in the county and the budgets that they are. It wasn't to make a decision. And
Well,
so,
if I know, and now we all know that the travel budget for this particular department is going to be overspent. So do we take it upon ourselves now to correct that or not?
I guess as the administrator, I can recommend to the county board to increase it. We haven't overspent the amount yet. We haven't gone to the conference. We've allocated it, but we haven't spent it yet. Once we're over allocated, I think it'll be up to the commissioners to decide if they're going to travel. If there isn't any budget, we're going to be the exact same boat we are this year, which is we're going to be personally holding them responsible for any expenditures over the budget unless we allocate more money. And I'm trying to eliminate this.
That's what I understand.
I'm trying to stop this from happening again.
So I think it's a budget issue. Do we increase the budget for the travel to cover the anticipated expenses and future expenses for the remaining of the year? Or we just leave it like it is? Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, again, earlier there was a conversation about the expenses for Bruce Bischoff, and I believe it was presented that the expenses for Bruce Bischoff had exceeded the line item that was set aside or budgeted to pay for labor negotiation, attorney, counsel under Bach. And the question, and what we heard, I think, from the county accountant was that didn't require a budget adjustment because the fund or the overall, it was just a line item. You mentioned this item called the travel budget for the commission. I don't know if that's a line item or if it is a fund that would require a.
It's like 5 different line items within the materials and services in the commissioner's budget.
And is it a fund or?
The commissioner's budget is a fund.
Commissioner's budget is fund, but is the travel fund a fund?
The travel is not the travel is part of that fund. It's like 5 line items within their materials and services budget, which has an appropriation level.
Thank you, okay. And similar is, let me ask you a follow-up if I could.
Sure.
Is outside labor negotiations for union attorney representation in the commissioners in that same budget?
No, the
Okay, I don't have the materials, I apologize.
that's in non-departmental in the general fund.
Thank you, okay. All right, so then.
So what I'm saying is that there's two parts of this. One is there is a travel policy that says that commissioners.
No, we're not going to talk about the travel policy. That's
so-
not a budget committee item.
All right.
I want to stick to the
So the
money
other
part of
part
it.
is if we go over the budget, which are actually line items, just like we talked about the attorney fees, if we go over the line items in this fund, there is not a lot of expenditures budgeted in that appropriation level. So if you go over several $1,000s, or like if you're talking, we've got past September, we have 9 more months of say just the use of the car, and if it's $1,000 a month, then you got $9,000 more that could potentially be against that budget, and the appropriation level will be exceeded at that point. So you either have to not spend that, or you have to have a supplemental budget to cover those expenditures.
Right, so for the budget committee to think about, again, this is a snapshot of where we are after 3 months. We've heard that we have exceeded some of our accounts by more than a quarter of their item, or, you know, where we are.
Right.
These 2 items seem like they're beyond 100% of expended after just a quarter. And then the question would be, did we misbudget this? Did we misestimate the amount of money we would need for commissioner travel? Did we misestimate the amount of money we would need for outside attorney labor negotiating counsel? And that to me is a question for you all based on what needs have you heard for these items that are needed, and did we misestimate that, and do we need to do a budget adjustment? I think that's a legitimate question for you guys.
Well, we didn't misestimate it, and that's why Mr. Schroeder is asking for $10,000 more.
Well, could I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
The minutes that we've been asked to approve make it very clear that 2 budgets ago, I made a motion to remove all travel budget items from the commissioner's fund. It did not carry, and I believe Commissioner Gold then offered, or Mr. Huxley offered, a compromise that we would make it $4,500. And then that carried forward. I don't really think there was any real discussion this year. My memory is the $4,500 was a unanimous vote of those present and voting at that budget hearing, Commissioner Boyce. So this budget committee made a decision that travel by the 3 commissioners under those 4 categories should not exceed $4,500. That was our decision. It wasn't that we were misestimating anything. What's happened is a commissioner, one of the 3 commissioners, has decided that he does not need to abide
Well, I think that's
by the rules.
I mean,
That's how it got spent. And
Is it that simple?
it's that simple, yes, Mr. Boyce.
You know, the original budget for the prior year was $14,000. I've asked you, I've asked this board to tell me what travel, okay, I see you shaking your head, so.
I don't think 14.
It was 13 or 14,000.
No, it was 9,000.
The last year that David Rock-Smith was here and was criticized for.
16, 17.
Excuse me, yes, I'm pretty sure that's accurate. The question that Councilor Huddle presented was, is the travel budget enough to support? I can give you one example, the work I've done on the pill payment through the AOCC board. You cut my salary $20,000. I was paying a lot of it out of my own pocket. What I've asked this board to be specific on which travel locations and meetings and important places that I'm required to go and promise the voters I would do, which ones they should be eliminated. I've told you I'm not paying any more out of my pocket. The decision I have is to ignore, for example, the AOC convention.
I think you ignore that at your peril. You've decided to ignore it.
I don't have the money.
You're misunderstanding what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, we've heard all this before.
Okay, why is it not registering? I need to understand that. It doesn't make sense to me.
It's not a matter of registering, it's a matter of you as a commissioner following the ordinances and policies of this governing
Mr.
body.
Chair, that leaves me with a difficult decision. And I'm tired of, I apologize if you're tired of hearing it.
No.
But I have to make the decision on either pay out of my own pocket or disregard what I view and that you are all unaware of, very important meetings.
I understand, and I'm not going to question if they're important meetings or not. I would imagine they are all important meetings.
Why would you not trust me on that?
I'm not saying I don't trust you, but what I'm saying is if you are traveling and your traveling results in the budget going over, or you know it's going to go over, you should be going back to the remaining commissioners and saying, I want to do this travel Because this is an emergency, this is important to the county, and then the two of them, plus you, should agree, yeah, that's important, let's do it, go for it. And we'll amend the budget or the appropriations as it comes up.
That didn't work.
But
That hasn't worked.
I don't know.
That effort.
I don't know if that happens. I'm not here 24 hours a day, so I don't know that.
And that is the point.
Okay.
That's where I'd like to be trusted, and
Okay.
I've failed to.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
At what point in the overage is the budget committee convened? Do we, there's some legal foundation for us meeting? You can do anything you want with the budget between the budget committee meetings yearly without the budget committee being involved, is that
If
correct?
there's a certain dollar amount
It's
that the
10%.
budget is,
That's what I'm getting at.
is changed from what the budget committee approved, then the county has to go back and, if they want to change more than a certain percentage. It's not 10%, 10% on a, can be brought to the budget committee, but does not have to be. It does have to have a hearing. But there's a certain percentage that if it is changed, it has to go back to the budget committee to change.
Are we at
This
that
is
point
of
with
the
this
whole
budget?
This is not of the one budget, this is the entire
This is
budget.
the entire budget?
But even if it comes back,
We're talking.
the Board of Commissioners can choose to disregard whatever we recommend.
I'm just saying, we don't have any legal standing to make any decision
No.
here. Is that correct?
No, I think what was kind of asked is the discussion was to get the input from the budget committee on their opinion of what maybe should be done about this budget, but it wasn't a decision, asking to a decision, I think it was asking for an opinion, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, so there's a couple different things. One, I have polled some of my fellow administrators around the state. What do people do? What do other commissioners do? There's one solution I really like, which I'll be recommending next spring at the budget committee process, is to give each commissioner a stipend. And every month they just get a check. And then they don't have access to any county vehicles. If they want to go to a conference, they want to stay at a hotel, whatever it is, it's on, they basically take care of it themselves. And it has no involvement with the county. There isn't any such thing as a budget expenditure because they manage their own budget. And I really like that solution.
And the stipend does entail payroll.
Okay, well,
Yes.
that's going forward, that isn't
That's different,
solve
yeah,
this
that's what I'm
issue.
saying. But I, I don't know what, as far as this, I mean, I guess I would just ask Mr. Boyce, do you intend to keep traveling if there's no budget?
I have no idea. As of this moment, I'll make a motion that we increase the budget 3 times the 4,500, and that is absolutely imperative to get the county business done that I'm responsible to do, and the new commissioner coming on board. These folks don't travel, okay? I've encouraged them. I try and keep them informed, and if you think you can manage this county and be responsible outside of this corner of Oregon without traveling, I have no idea how anybody could come up with that summary. None.
So, I mean, we could certainly put a,
So
We
I
could
could
certainly
put that
put it on- we
in
could certainly
a
put it on
formal
the-
motion if you like.
we could certainly put it on the agenda. I don't think this is a deciding-making body here. In this case,
Excuse me,
the
yes.
deciding-making body would be the county board, and the county board could consider it. But going back to Mr. Huddle's, poignant issue here is, it's not to the point where you're going to do a budget, supplemental budget at this point. The total budget for these commissioners is at $124,000.
No, it's the appropriation.
Budget.
It's by appropriation level.
Oh, so the appropriation level is $8,300 for that area, and you're at $4,200. So, just like we talked about earlier, you're not over the appropriation level yet. I can anticipate within a couple months, though, we probably will be over the appropriation level. The line items obviously are already over, more or less.
All right.
So, I'm giving you a warning to the county board and to the budget committee saying, experience shows that you're going to go over the appropriation level. Last year, the county board went over the appropriation level, and we made a supplemental budget to cover that, and we created a receivable of $5,000 $6 or whatever it was, that is gonna be collected now from an individual member that basically overspent the travel budget. I do not wanna have, I don't wanna put that on the taxpayers again to have to collect, you know, from a commissioner. We need to deal with this issue.
All right.
To your point on what you did, researched with other counties, I wouldn't rule anything out. If it gives me the access and really the hassle-free and the trust to travel as I believe that I'm required to do. And I'd be much more open to filling out whatever paperwork is involved, getting prior permission, but I have to believe that there's really an interest and a support of doing what I have to do, or somebody else take that role, or part of the role, more of the role.
Yes,
And that would be another
Commissioner Gold.
commissioner.
You know, I have no problem increasing the budget, but if we're not getting the proper documentation to do the travel as the ordinance tells us we need to do, then I'm against it.
Where we are today, I have a problem increasing it at all because we've already exceeded those line items and we haven't recognized what all we've exceeded. We've decided we're gonna do what we want. Here we are, 3 months later, 4 months later, we will likely have exceeded the entire budget for that category. Then you're over and you're into that 294, I believe, 100, where if an
Right.
official has done that, they are responsible.
Okay, I would, Mr. Chair, I'd recommend that you table this issue. Staff will monitor this issue and come back to the county board. If staff feel that they're gonna be expected to go over the appropriation level, I will guarantee you, we won't wait till June after the fact to do that. If we need to make an adjustment to the budget, we'll do it, you know, in December or January, whenever we get to that point where the appropriation level is exceeded.
Okay.
Or we won't. That's the board's decision.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, I can make a
You don't just
recommendation, yeah.
set a limit and then, forget it, I'll spend it in 3 months. That's the problem.
All right.
Yeah, my
problem.
gut guess is.
You
when-
know, the issue of spending is, yeah, spending wisely and correctly is very important, but also following the ordinances and the policies that you're supposed to follow so that you can spend the money with authorization. That's the issue here.
That's a different issue.
I understand that's a different issue, and that's
That's
not
the
the power of this body, so
Yeah,
to speak.
the commissioners have to follow the ordinance, or a citation will be issued if they don't follow the ordinance.
Right.
And that has to do with approval and prior approval for out-of-county budget. You're well aware if you read it.
Right. But you know, the taxpayers are giving you money and they're expecting you to spend that money wisely and correctly. And to spend it wisely and correctly, you've got to follow ordinances and procedures and whatever to do it correctly.
Okay.
But Tom had a statement that he wanted to.
Well, are we ready to move on to doing the minutes, or are we through with our
Yes, I
budget
was just
stuff?
gonna recommend to the chair that we move on to the minutes. And I would recommend that we look at the budget meeting from July 27th, 2018.
Was there anything in this that you guys did not get a chance to ask about?
No, I am,
Okay, just wanted to make sure that you,
all my questions were answered.
okay, thank you.
Good job.
Okay, so this minutes are just 3 pages long, and it was from June 22nd. It'd be staff's recommendation that you approve these minutes as written.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as written.
I'll second that.
Open for discussion.
Question?
Question.
Tom?
I just wanna, okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, do we have a motion?
You have a motion and a second, I'm just gonna make a comment.
I have a question while you're doing that.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't at that meeting. Will I vote in this? Will I vote now? Will people who weren't
Only
at the
if you
meeting-
watched all the video.
Did you watch the video? Oh,
Okay,
you missed a good
just
show.
abstain
Okay.
when the time comes.
It was only a 15-minute long thing.
I was in France, but you're saying video, I could have, had I been a good citizen, watched it.
I think Bill made the motion and Sue Gold
Yeah,
seconded
and
it.
then I was just gonna comment, because this is another case again, when I addressed the fact that the minimum requirements of the public records and meetings laws, and what the minimum requirements for minutes of meetings was. So that's my only comment. And then we, of course, they're accurate, they reflect that we did not have a quorum
Right.
at that time.
Okay. So it's been second. All in favor of passing the minutes?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
I'll abstain.
Tom Brand, did you abstain?
Yes, abstain.
Okay.
Or
Now,
Then-
what's the vote then?
4 to 2.
I have 4 in favor of approving and
Okay.
2 abstaining.
Okay.
Carl King and Tom Brand abstained.
Yeah, he was gone.
Carl was here.
Yeah,
I was
Carl
on the, I was on the phone. Okay.
Okay. Second is the public transit budget meeting from May 16th, 2018. This is basically approving the $750,000 for the Curry Public Transit District organization. Staff would recommend that you approve these minutes as written.
I so move.
I'll second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstaining? Okay, that was seemed unanimous, JJ.
Okay.
Okay, because I think there's been more discussion from my end on the 2017 minutes, I'd like to recommend to this committee that the 2018 Budget Committee minutes be approved as written.
I so move.
I'll second it.
I'd like to hear from Commissioner Huxley.
Absolutely, I would not, I mean, that you can second, but for discussion, they were not followed, the minimum requirements were not remotely met.
Can you give examples?
I went through, I finally stopped at 10 pages into the 17 pages. If you go, because there were so many, if you the was requested. For example, on May 15th,
What page are you on?
I'm on page 5. There were significant at 3 hours and 15 minutes into the video, with conversations from Chair Ostrowski regarding the administrator even know about the changes he was proposing for the, I believe it was the planning department or the community development department. At 3:22 on that same subject, I offered that it was not the time to get into that discussion. At 3:36, the Budget Committee member King got up and walked out of the meeting because of his frustration. Shortly thereafter, County Council addressed for the record that Carl King had walked out. You know, these are things, you know, that are important that weren't put in, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. At 3:28, was Planning Director Johnson challenged Commissioner Boyce in regards to his saying that she was protecting the status quo in the budget. And she said that, she challenged that was absolutely not correct. We had some sarcasm at 3:33. Let's see. 6. We had also on the, let's get the right date here, that was not in here. On the May, what did I say? Let's go to May 17th.
What page is that on?
16th.
It starts on page 10.
Okay, that's where I thought it
Down at the
stopped.
bottom.
Okay. We had that at 01. Okay, we say, boys further discuss the commissioner's travel policy and salary cuts. This went on for approximately 5 to 6 minutes. The next one is at 7. Now, example here on the bottom of page 10 under 31 public comments. The 2 public comments here are an example of the detail that should be put in. These are the comments that accurately reflected the statements of these 2 individuals making public comments. We had 1 paragraph for each. We have a total of 6, 7, 8 lines, 8 typed lines reflecting those comments. We have 1 sentence that says, boys further discuss the commissioner's travel policy and salary cuts. What actually occurred there was Commissioner Boyce advised us that he had taken the cars to the key cars to one of the vehicles, put up a picture of the vehicle, and went on to say, what he was going to do with the vehicles, contrary to what policy was. Matter of fact, I went so far as to quote what actually occurred there, and it says, and then the travel thing has been an incredible thing, which I presented you yesterday, that I'm being penalized, even had language that I may have done something criminally wrong, that I used a car and, took care of county business. So what I've done is I've taken the keys to the Traverse, which is our best car, and he displays the picture of the car, and I'm going to decide when that car is going to be used, and I'm going to make sure it's only for county business. I will continue to keep good receipts, and it goes on. Okay, this is important. These were comments that were not reflected in the minutes. I think they were comments that should have been, not that you would quote the entire thing, but to say that that occurred in that meeting, and you have 1 sentence that says, boys further discuss the commissioner's travel policy. I don't think that's adequate, and it's that type of example that I'm opposed approving minutes that don't reflect what adequately reflects what is discussed during these meetings.
So is that a motion to include those? in
No,
the
I'm
minutes?
just, the question was, I think, asked to,
Well,
for me to give
as
some
a scribe,
examples.
I would,
Okay.
if you asked me to summarize that, I'm not sure I could summarize it all. There was a discussion between 2 individuals regarding a travel policy and disagreements as to, custody of the cars and so forth.
But even there,
I'm not sure
you've done more than nothing.
That has nothing to do with the budget
But
committee.
it's the content of what occurred in the meeting.
I understand.
And
When I asked the question, I just wanted an example, as you're doing,
Correct.
of why you wouldn't vote to accept them. What is your remedy?
I think to go and not to the extent that you necessarily went on the 2017, but to go into detail that accurately, which I think you did here, accurately reflects, I'm jumping from 18 back to 17, but accurately reflects what occurred, because we approved did we just approve, well, we haven't approved them, have we approved the minutes yet for 2000? Okay, we're going to, but are we going to include 8 pages from
That's
Tom
to be
Brandt,
good.
okay.
It just seems
Yeah.
to me that we're not going to disapprove these in
Yeah.
perpetuity. We either have to approve them or have some remedy that we can revisit
The
again.
remedy is to review them again and make them close to accurately reflect the statements that were actually made in the discussions of the meeting.
Well, you could be opening up Pandora's box by doing that, because who's to say that the summary is good? Maybe it's good for Boyce, maybe it's good for Golden, maybe it's not good for Schroeder or for yourself. And we're back to the same situation again.
I gave you an example
There's
here.
no guidelines. There's no
Okay.
guidelines for the
Okay.
scribe to use. You're not giving
Okay,
them
well, you could say for
anything.
public comments. David Barnes made some public comments. Or Steve Berlin made some public comments.
Mr. Schroeder, yes.
Well, no, it went exactly what they talked about.
Mr. Schroeder.
So those are my reasons that I will not approve these.
Okay. My recommendation is that you see if the minutes can pass as written. If they don't pass as written, then we can discuss what the remedy is. A remedy could be that we sit here for 3 or 4 hours and Mr. Huxley can give us every line by line and we sit there and edit it. I got all night. A remedy could be to make staff go back and do this over again. Right now, we're spending an average of 3 to 4 hours per video hour to record this. My estimation, detailed, would be 5 to 6 hours probably per hour to go back and redo this. We're talking thousands of dollars, by the way. And
Thank you for that.
Yeah, and that is not my recommendation. I think if people want to see comments, they can go to the video. I fully support keeping videos as a record, and the minutes reflect this. You have 17 pages. If this is not enough detail, you need to write 50 pages to get the level of detail that I feel is required. My recommendation is that you take a vote, since you have a second, to say, does this pass? And if not, then we can start. There's no sense even going to the 2017 ones. We could start, and you guys could give direction to staff. We could develop a budget to say, here's what it's going to take to basically redo these 17 pages and expand on it.
Right, I understand. Counsel, you had a question?
Sure. Another way to do it would be to put the minutes out ahead of the meeting and have a motion to approve them. And then if any individual commissioner wanted to include detail to meet the statutory standards, they make a motion to amend. That's why I asked Commissioner Huxley if his was a motion to amend to include the comments that he had, and then you all would vote on it, just like you would vote on anything else. We've already taken the time to review the minutes. Commissioner Huxley has taken the time to describe a passage that he felt should have been in there that wasn't. Perhaps it's one of many, and therefore he's not comfortable voting on the minutes because there would be many more, but that's what I've seen done. The minutes are published their minutes are distributed ahead of time, ahead of the meeting, and any member who wants to add to the minutes makes a motion to add their content to the minutes.
The reason I'm not comfortable with that is because that's exactly what I did with the minutes for 2017. I submitted back several months ago when the first came out, written, typed comments in red or green text, I don't remember which. It was basically dismissed and ignored, and this copy that came back did not reflect any of those. That's a fact. I have the documents.
Who dismissed it?
I have a question though.
Correct.
Was your submittal voted on to be included?
No, we didn't even go that way. Matter of fact, that was the one where we didn't have the quorum, but it was that they were, the indication that I received, and I can't quote and I can't take you to the video, was that they would be reviewed and basically included. They were not.
The motion
Not
for that,
one word
they
was
voted on it, but
included.
there wasn't a majority of the
Yeah.
committee, regardless of the majority of the quorum. And I felt there was support for the minutes as written, that we could approve them. And so I've decided just to leave them as is.
That's nonsense.
That's my.
Okay. Carl?
The administrator has suggested we take a yes or no vote on whether we approve the minutes, and I think
think there has
And
been a
then go.
motion, there has been a
There's
motion.
been a motion made, and I'll call the question on that motion, which I don't think is subject to discussion. I think you then have to take the vote.
Well, yeah, if you're really calling the question.
I'm
you have
gonna
to
call
vote, and you have to vote on the call the question first.
Well,
and
I'll-
then you vote on the approval.
I'll
of
call the
main
question. Let's vote on whether or not a majority of the Budget Committee will approve the 2018 budget meeting minutes as submitted.
Aye.
Is there a point of information? Does that fit? Can I ask a point of
listening.
information?
Did we get?
The question I would like to ask is, what are the venues for contributing to the minutes? I think I heard the word append or incorporate. How does one get various points onto the minutes? Do they have to go back and redo them, or can you just say, I approve them with these additions? What are the
board-
options?
The whole body, by majority vote, would have to approve of the minutes submitted with any changes.
So that's the only option, is with any changes.
And the changes have to be specific, and that's why Committee Member Huxley had a written out document where he identified some descriptive parts of the minutes that weren't accurate or truthful reflection, for example. And I asked him if that was an amendment to the minutes to the minutes that were submitted, which would have been one way to put his document that he has there into the actual minute document if the majority would agree. He didn't want to make that motion, so that's not on the table, but that's an example of how it could be done.
Amendment.
Yes, amending the minutes.
That's the only way.
But you're calling the question now.
I'm not aware of
Yeah.
any other way to adopt minutes except by majority vote, or to change them except by majority vote.
The reason I'm saying that is that if we approve them and it makes it easy, somebody else can come along afterwards and add something on.
No.
No.
Only with the majority vote approval.
No, once they're,
Once they're approved, you'd have to have a motion to reconsider made by a member who voted in the majority on the question. No one just comes along later and changes them. That's not how, if they do, that's a very dangerous act.
Here's our minute lady.
Okay,
The question has
You're in the
been-
middle of voting on calling the question. and
Yes.
that
Yes.
particular issue is not open to debate.
Calling the question is only to end debate, and then
Right.
you vote on the main motion after
Yes,
that.
and you're in the middle of voting on that. People have already voted on this.
Well, what's the roll, are we going to do roll call votes on this so that we
This
know
is
who's
calling the
voting?
question. This is a procedural motion. I don't know if you need roll call.
Well, who was voted?
Aye.
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 No.
No.
Okay, so you.
We
are
now
gonna
vote on the motion.
On the minutes, to approve them or not. Yes is to approve them, no is to not approve them.
I vote no.
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 Aye.
No.
So they're not approved.
Did you vote, Commissioner Gold?
It doesn't matter. They're
Well,
not approved.
you need to vote.
You need to vote.
I'll say no.
Okay, so the last minutes were not approved.
Jamie, our minute lady, has something to say.
Well, I have a question. Is Bill Ostrowski gonna,
Yeah.
the chair gonna recognize her? I mean,
I'll recognize her.
Commissioner Gold, you're not the chair here.
I know that, but I saw her and
I understand, but
She
you're
was
not
at his
running the
back.
meeting.
I'll recognize you. Go ahead.
I
Thank
heard
you.
a lot of questions and I just wanted to clarify one thing, and that's my direction was given to me to just capture motions. So any other discussions that happen that do not lead to motions or that have already been covered in previous videos or different discussions, I definitely note them, put accurate times so that anyone who has further questions on those discussions can go back to the video footage and view it for themselves. And that's really all I have to say, is that I was told to keep these short, to capture motions, and that any other further details that anyone wants to know can go back to those times and view them.
That explains a lot. Thank you.
And I saw that as a
explains
compromise
a
to these
lot.
continual discussions we've had on this issue, both from the Budget Committee standpoint and general meetings in, yeah.
Yes.
Who gave you that
Thank you.
direction?
That comes from me.
Okay.
I'm the one who's giving direction, and I believe just exactly what she said.
And
You need to capture the motions, you need to capture the votes, and you can look at the video if you want to see the detail. And if somebody wants to take me to court and say, Mr. Schroeder, you're doing against the law, so be it.
So be it, Mr. Schroeder. Would you pass that on to Jamie, please, just so she can have it? That explained a lot, Jamie, thank you.
And then I was also directed by John Hitt to do that, and anyone who came to talk to me about what I was doing, they said, keep them short, simple, to the point.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, so now,
Thank you.
now you basically, we're not even gonna bring up 2017, because there's no point. I can't imagine you're gonna approve those.
No.
So here,
But kudos to Tom Brand for going and putting 8-page or however the detail on.
Agreed on that.
I would vote for those minutes approval, assuming that
Yep,
that is added in.
yep, that was
I
excellent.
I didn't find anything else wrong with it.
and then, go ahead.
You need to make a motion to approve those minutes with your amendments.
Okay, I move that we approve the 2017-18 Budget Committee meetings. Began on May 15th and went through the 23rd, I believe.
With your written.
With my amendment.
I'll second that.
Can we have discussion?
Open for discussion?
This is the one where I submitted not a lot. I've highlighted them in pink back 3 months ago that I submitted, and not one word was included in the draft that came out. I'm just looking to see whether it's
Yeah, there are two corrections to that.
critical.
That paper you have that I'm asking be amended. They have to do with who was speaking. I can give you the numbers and the corrections for that if you'd like.
Okay, I think, yeah.
Let me make a comment, Mr. Huxley. Do you want us to amend the
I would
motion
like
to also include your
to
changes in
include
your
my
document?
my written, typed in red, I think. Yeah, they were in red. Comments like 3 months ago that I submitted. Some were covered in what Tom Brand did. They would not be necessary. That's why I'm looking.
May I ask,
Yeah.
what, are you doing verbatim or are you
Oh,
doing?
no, these were just, nothing that was there explaining what happened. So I put just a general.
Subjective stuff?
I think subjective comment, but not verbatim.
Tom, I'd be a
Yeah,
little hesitant
yeah.
to do that. I haven't had a chance to see them.
And let,
I think the comments, the only comments that should be in are related to budgets,
The-
budget issues and motions.
Oh, they were
about
related
budgets.
to that, but I didn't go to the point of getting exact quotes versus my understanding of the.
Yeah. Mr. Boyce?
your comments, your amendments written, which I also greatly appreciated, were word for word what the audio says.
The best I could do, and I think it was
Close
pretty
enough.
darn good.
The we,
Oh, yeah, they were
The
excellent.
key word here is subjective. If individual commissioners go back and write in their interpretation what the audio said, instead of word for
Well-
word what the audio said, we're just gonna be doing this till midnight tonight. And I'm concerned, thank you.
So if I could kind of get us to
I
a
disagree
procedural
with
point in
that.
time, we had a motion to
Yes.
adopt the minutes with Tom Brand's amendment. It seemed like there was a potential friendly amendment suggested by Tom Huxley to submit some items that were submitted
Correct.
a while
but
back, but if that friendly amendment isn't agreed to, then you just have the main motion to it.
It's just sad that not one word was ever printed for anybody to review. That's what, actually, more than just.
I also heard that there were a couple of corrections to Mr. Brandt's amendment, and if he does have corrections, he needs to state where those corrections are right now, so that they are.
Are they substantive or just typographical?
They're typographical.
I don't think that's material.
Yeah, you just have to tell JJ and he can fix it later.
All it is those initials that I used before the statement as to identifying who was making the statement.
Yeah.
I've got some of the letters wrong on 2 of them.
You mean identifying who it is or just?
Who was speaking? Yeah.
Oh, but we know it's Tom Huxley? That's fine.
We don't need to spend any more time.
Yeah.
2 of
All
them.
right, so,
Okay.
so do we want to amend the motion to also include the changes that Mr. Huxley is recommending?
Let me just quickly see what date. Let me see, this was
if they're,
This was on the 25th.
I sent you a copy
On,
on your email.
that's out.
Wow, he's,
yes, Mr. Boyce.
thank you again, Mr. Chair. 10 years, or 10 months from now, people are not going to go back to the written minutes to get the absolute accuracy of the minutes. They're going to go to the audio. So I'm sorry that we're spending so much time on this. The young lady that does the minutes, I think she's been directed exactly what she should be doing. Back to Mr. King's recommendation this morning, the 3 items that defer to the audio. I'm just a little frustrated because we're spending so much time on this.
Okay.
Most of my comments were in that same area. Mine started at 5:19, but you covered that from 5:01 or 5:02 for 40
There's
minutes
nothing subjective in
or
there.
something, and there's
It's all
nothing.
just
I
a
just had
transcript.
then one that I would like included of my original notes.
Page?
That were on page, they were on page 7 under on public, and I wrote them under public comments, just because I wasn't sure where to put them. But at the bottom of 29,
Item 29.
it was on page 7?
On
Yeah,
page 7, yes.
Okay,
Page 7
what
on
I
your
wrote
packet.
was at 6 o'clock, and that would have been 6 video time, and I put approximate. Commissioner Boyce comments to committee member King of having a conflict of interest in the matter of setting commissioner salaries. King should not vote on the matter. Now, that's not a quote, but that's effectively what he said, and that's the reason, because sometimes it's just it's enough to listen and try and put it in your words to go to the extent that Tom Brandt did, hours and hours more to be that precise and accurate. But that's what I put there. I said at 6:03, approximate into the video, Boyce refers to nasty letters from Huxley, who therefore also has a conflict of interest and should not vote on the matter of setting commissioner salaries. Those are my 2 points.
Not
I
mine.
thought those were very, very important points in that meeting, that we have somebody that says 2 of you should not vote because you have a conflict of interest. I think that's worthy of note.
Okay.
Okay, and those were my 2 comments.
Okay, JJ, do you understand those 2? Have you written down those 2 comments?
And I'm gonna listen to the video.
Okay, and you have my typed comments from 3 months ago.
Yeah.
So now we're adding in
Okay, so
the 3 months ago?
Okay, so let's,
Yep.
so should we amend
I think,
the motion?
Well, I
To
think.
Tom Brandt.
Yep,
to
and
amend it.
if the friendly amendment's accepted by the maker in the second, then you would just vote on essentially the minutes with Tom Brandt's and Tom Huxley's amendments.
Okay, so I'll make that motion.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes. I don't want to see my stuff get thrown out if Tom's stuff is going to poison it.
It's not gonna, oh, I see what you're saying, right, so,
How do you mean?
well, in other
Well,
words.
if people decide
He's,
that you're,
if you're, now both items are put together, if yours is objectionable
impossible.
and basically poisons the waters to his motion, he's concerned about that.
You
So
could come
you're not-
back and make another motion.
Yeah.
We can make another one.
okay,
I
let's
think
move on.
you need to change the motion then.
Nope.
Well,
We're gonna
you're
vote on this, and if it
approve
fails,
approve with that amendment. So if you approve it with the amendment, when you're done with those minutes. So change the motion to
No,
say, add the
don't-
amendment.
Don't do anything. You have a combined motion to approve yours and his changes. If it fails, you can come back and just go with yours.
Okay, I accept the addition and call the question.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
Are
you.
we
we're done.
Do we adjourn
That
now?
was on the 7th, those were the 2017-18.
Yeah,
Right.
so the 18 ones were not, the 17
Not
pages of the 2018 were not detailed enough. How do you want to address staff to have these approved? We can go through them here.
Can we get amendments from everybody and then vote on the amendments like we just did? Written amendments?
That makes sense.
And then
But
bring
not
back
today.
in January?
But not today?
Not today.
So you want to do this in
Well, because
January?
they
let's do it in
do
January.
write their amendments up so that they could be reviewed by everybody, see if everybody wants to add those amendments.
Fine.
Yeah, by January.
By January.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, I move that we adjourn.
No,
We still didn't get-
no,
we-
Yeah.
we
I'm
still
not gonna
didn't get your
adjourn yet.
minutes.
Thank you.
No adjournment
Yeah,
yet.
Thanks.
But I just want to say thank you, and I want to open this up just briefly. Are there any improvements that we can make going forward with this meeting
Like
that you
good of
guys
the
think?
order. Sure. Good of the order,
Go the order?
something like that.
That's excellent.
Perhaps, because we allotted 10 minutes, I think, for each, but we had people stacking up, and you
Yeah.
can't not, with that short and having that critical, if you start something, to think or consider whether you really needed all of those individuals to come in versus have it presented by the accountant and the administrator. But you're in your review, I assume before the meeting, if you had any questions to arrange for, I think most of the questions could be answered by the administrator.
Okay.
It might be shorter, smoother, but sometimes, you could certainly argue, and I could also, why it would be good to get the people in, because it gets them more involved, I think, than they probably have been
Right.
before.
Stay
in
focused on
some accountability, and hey, I need to know what's going on with that. And I think some good came of that too. So it's,
Okay.
boy, it could be both ways.
I was just going to say, if you look through the budget before the meeting, and you go through and check the things that are just way out of whack, I guess there's two things we could do. We could either have the individual department heads come in and kind of explain what's going on, or we could go through the administrator. Either way, but I kind of like Tom's statement about they're going to feel more accountable if they're here.
Right. Tom?
Well, I learned a lot, and but
super
more how
productive.
this system works. But I'd like to put this in a framework. I think we pay Brandt for this time.
Right.
We pay to have the minutes done of this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
We pay what we lose in tying up your time and all those other people's time. Somehow there's a cost associated with that. And the question is the value, does it balance out at least equal with what that cost is? The dollars, I think, are huge of the time. I don't know what it costs to do minutes. So I'm kind of wondering if this is a productive use of everybody's time and the money that we incur in providing this venue.
I actually would like to see it more of a training for the budget committee and even the commissioners to how to look to these budgets, look for the things that we talked about today, and realize how this county runs revenue-wise and expenditure-wise, what we should be concerned about and not. And less of interviews towards the department heads, more of a learning experience for you guys so that you could read these reports, so you know better when you start reading those budgets and looking at those same line items, and you know more about them. And it's basically the same for the commissioners, because if they're not going every month when those get posted and looking at them and seeing what's going on, at least this meeting would say at least 4 times a year you should be actually kind of looking at them to prepare
And how
for the
about
meeting.
a workshop?
And it doesn't need to be an all-day thing. It could be more of a.
I'm talking about half a day.
Understand.
Yeah, I think this meeting can be done in a half a day if we do it that way.
Okay, so we'll give it some thought.
Have you seen that done before?
I have actually done that before, and that's what I did. Was I didn't have the full people there, but I had a finance committee that wasn't a board-appointed committee. It was just the superintendent, myself, and 2 of the 5 board members.
And you were the
We would
leader?
rotate those board members in and out, and we just do more in-depth than we did in a very quick financial presentation report to the whole board, so that to teach them how to read the statements, what to look for when they're looking at an audit, what to look for when I give them the monthly statements, what makes sense and what doesn't, what should you be questioning and what looks okay. And it's just more of a training of how to really understand what's going on financially in the entity.
Mr. Huxley?
Of course, there could be some training of the administrator and the accountant too. It can go
Right.
both ways,
Yeah,
and I think some of it has. I think we've put everyone on, you know, the platform or the podium or whatever. That hey, we need, you know, we're here to learn and to ask, and everybody needs to be prepared to.
And they have to
be
know that they're accountable for their
Absolutely.
numbers, okay?
And I think I would keep minutes and things like that can get very laborious separate. I don't think it was.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Can we move to delete the minutes?
Yes.
Waiting for minutes for this meeting?
Yes.
In
Commissioner
January,
Gold?
you should have minutes for this meeting.
Right.
I just think Louise's idea is very helpful. Our meetings could be a whole lot more effective and efficient if we had those skills.
Yeah, I'm gonna take her up on that, probably.
Real quick, you mentioned staff time. It is very expensive. I wouldn't change much about today, though. Maybe consider a biannual meeting instead of quarterly. I like having the department heads and other elected officials come up, and even though it was only 10 minutes, if we did a 2-day deal every 6 months, that might make more sense to me. I don't know, but today I like what we accomplished. Thank you.
Okay.
Bill?
Yes.
What Commissioner Boyce said was, actually, I did like having the department heads say, start of the budget, they should be looking to see what's, you know, you had a plan, but last spring, is that plan really going to work? So this meeting was a good one. I think the next time you should have department heads is 3/4 through the year, when we meet in April, just before budget committee stuff, where they are reviewing their 3/4 of their budget. You can ask them questions about where they are, but the one in January, I think, should be a little shorter and a little bit more, just about half-year review, and then bring them back in for that April meeting, so that they're getting close to looking at all of those those 3/4 as they start their budget year, budgeting for next year.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I'll work with you on it. What?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just from my point of view, staff, because of this technology, no disrespect to the proceedings today, but I was able to be very productive on non-budget committee matters, sitting here attending this meeting, so I was able to multitask. So if you're worried about the expense of county council in these meetings, I feel like you're getting good value. Second thing is, the type of meeting Louise was describing to me is slightly different than what we're doing as the group, and I think there's value for the entire body to meet that's different from what Louise was describing, which I don't even think would be public meetings, which is a good value there. You wouldn't have to worry about the minutes or any of that stuff.
That's what we did before. It wasn't. But when I suggested it before, they made it very clear that they wanted it to be a public meeting when we had these trainings.
You could still do what you're talking about, Louise, without worrying about minutes or any of that stuff. But I think, and I would echo Commissioner Boyce's sentiment, that having the entire body convene, it's important for you guys to look at everything together at one time.
And I like the idea just before, the quarter before the budget, bringing them in, maybe prior to that, a different type of meeting environment to go over it. I think
a little bit more training on the January meeting, and a little bit more in depth about where we are on the March or April meeting.
Right. Carl, you had a question?
I just need to point out that Mr. Huddle provided me today, a memorandum of understanding between the Board of Commissioners and the Fair Board.
That was provided to me by Julie Swift.
Julie Swift, and just to defend myself, it essentially does what I was suggesting. It does the limit, and it is basically.
I've also forwarded that to Clark Schroeder, and if you all want to see it, you can just ask and he'll send it around.
Okay, Tom would like to make a.
We have a tabled motion, and I'd like to restate that. Yes? I'm sorry?
No, sorry, I just had a question for the minutes. I just wanted to, if you have comments for the 2018 minutes, get them to the staff by December 1st. So staff can enter them into there, so then we send the packet out, you guys will have time to review them.
Okay.
So I just appreciate that. I don't want any last minute changes.
Tom, the floor is yours.
So if you have the minutes as presented, the 2018 minutes, that's the way they are now. So when we come to the next meeting, when we start looking at those minutes, wouldn't we, if we have 3 people who have amendments, I don't think they should all be incorporated
Thank
into
you.
2018. I think they should be standalone presentations for everybody to consider to add to or not, one at a time from each person.
But get them to Clark ahead of time.
Yes.
But get them to
Yeah.
Clark ahead of
Right.
time so that everybody can get them reviewed in
Fine.
time, so that if they have any problems with those amendments at the meeting, we could go through them.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I have a
I agree with
question for Tom Brand right now. Given what we've gone through and the way the minutes have been amended by submission, do we really need to come back to your motion at this time?
I would say the only value they might have is that it gets away from the problem we're having with the 18 minutes.
Sure,
It
okay,
may
well,
dodge that.
but it won't, in other words, the way I understand this motion here, and that it couldn't be implemented for today's meeting minutes, and it couldn't be implemented for the 18 meeting minutes.
That's right, but for
Okay.
the future.
Okay, good,
And it
all
may
right.
have legs to other committees.
Got it, thank you very much, go ahead then.
So is it okay to tell what transpired between you and I?
Sure, I mean, and it's, like you said, this is from earlier that was tabled till the end of this meeting.
All right,
So
go ahead.
I wrote out so I wouldn't do my usual inarticulate self, a proposed motion to supplant the one that was tabled, but of the same substance, and gave it to Councilor Huddle, and he looked at it and redid it in a way that I'm sure he thinks makes it more productive.
And my question is, I mean, you've looked at what I proposed there. Does that capture the spirit and the intent of what
It
you're
does.
going for? Okay, so what Tom did is he proposed a motion about how we get the minutes prepared, and what I've proposed back to him is that it become a budget committee, essentially a rule of procedure that you all can adopt to follow for yourselves, and it has to do with what to do during a meeting when you have an important point that you want to be included in the minutes. So go ahead,
So
Tom
are
Brown.
that's tabled, untabled, whatever? So it reads this way: it's a motion to adopt the following rule of procedure. And the transcript of meeting segment for minutes. The word transcript, I think, is important. So transcript of meeting segments for minutes. A, that was number 1. A, if a budget committee member wants a verbatim passage in the minutes, the member shall, during the meeting, move for a transcript passage and identify the time segment of the meeting, for the transcripts. If approved by a majority of the budget committee, a transcript of that segment shall be included in the minutes. All other minutes need not be transcriptional, if there is such a word, but shall be time reflective.
I think a true reflection.
Or true reflective.
Sorry about my writing.
True reflection of matters discussed at the meeting, including
Views.
views of the participants.
Thanks. And
So-
that last part is essentially verbatim from the statute that says the minutes shall be a true reflection of the meeting and and include the viewpoints of the participants. So, but the state law also says they need not be a transcript. So the general idea is minutes don't have to be a transcript, but if during the meeting any commissioner, any committee member wants to have a particular time segment that they just went through or that they're about to go through transcribed, they say, I make a motion that we transcribe from here to here, and then that gets voted on. If it's not voted on, then the transcriptionist person doesn't have to worry if they're doing any verbatim for any other part of your minutes. They just have to be accurate. You would still, in my opinion, be able to vote on whether the minutes themselves were accurate reflections of the meeting and also express the viewpoints of the members. But it just gives guidance to staff of when to be verbatim and when not to be.
From a mechanical standpoint, how are you going to do that? You going to have a clock out here somewhere so we can identify the
There's
time?
a clock up there. There's clocks all around. There's a clock right there. I'm not sure what your question is, but go ahead.
Well, you know, if I start talking about something and I want to say, well, you know, I started talking at 5:01, I want that to be transcribed, and I finished at 5:05. Is that what you're saying? That
Yep.
I need to be that detailed?
But you have video time, and that's what all of their references are, because they don't have any other way to reference.
Well, if I
That's the-
could, this machine right here, for instance, we're at 6 hours and 41 minutes of this meeting.
Into the meeting,
But this video went on, this goes on hold. The video keeps going through recess and all that
everything,
stuff.
everything. And that's the only way that the person that's doing the minutes can
However,
reference.
they will be listening, but they will be listening to the minutes when they're taking them, and they'll know.
Correct.
They'll hear the motion to transcribe, and they'll
But
go to the
my
transcribe.
point, you know, if you reference it's 4:54, that's not going to mean
No, I think they just say
anything.
from now until we're done with this item and do a start and a stop.
Just reference the item, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the transcriber will hear that and.
That will.
Because you might not know that you want it verbatim until after the discussion.
Yep, and that could still be a motion.
Has the motion been seconded?
Not yet.
I'll second it.
May I discuss, where we say time, could we say or topic?
Yes.
I'd like to add that to my motion.
I'll
But
accept
you-
that.
The odd part is you need to, the topic part is a little fuzzier. I think you just want to have a beginning and an end to it, whether it's time or topic, but you just say, I would like, and then if for instance, you get through with it and say, hey, I'd like to have a transcript of what we just talked about, you say, starting when? Well, when I said this, and then, you know, again, they'll be listening to everything you say, but we're just trying to help the staff know when to get super detailed transcribed and when they can summarize.
Okay.
I see weaknesses in this. I hope that it's temporizing.
Well, there's weaknesses in not doing it as well. I mean, pick your poison.
In this, in your document, are
I'm
you?
sorry, Tom, but
Temporizing, what does,
I
did
don't
you
know.
say temporizing?
Yeah, I hope that we can, this method of dealing with the problem can get changed to something that's more workable.
You guys can make the rules, you can change the rules.
And is it up to us to tell them, or is it, this have to be approved by the commissioners?
No, the minutes are your minutes, and you would vote on the motion of whether or not to transcribe
We
the
have no
segment.
power over this nice lady to pay or
But
not.
it's for
No.
direction.
Yeah, it's direction to staff.
And it would include all the members. You have equal votes here as the commissioners have. So we have 6 equal votes here.
Yeah,
That
this
would
body
be for
would
that,
decide.
for that direction.
So, and then they can either pay you now or pay you later. So in
Well,
other
it
words-
comes out of our budget, right?
Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is, you're saying, well, you don't have any control over that person. If you don't approve the minutes and send them back for additional work, you know, they can either follow your direction in the motion or not. And if they don't, then they're just gonna do it over again.
The reason I said I hope that this doesn't look at a permanent fix is I can imagine, had we done what we did with minutes on the 19th that I went back on.
Mhm.
At the time, it wouldn't have crossed my mind to say I'd like to have had a transcript.
Mhm.
this is gonna take somebody with really good forethought or perspective on what's important and what isn't, to somewhere into those minutes, make a motion to say, I'd like to record these in real detail.
Oh, sure.
The person
Well-
starting the minutes an hour before is not gonna know that until they're an
Right.
hour in.
What's not included in this is, if you don't do it this way, you can't ever change the minutes or make corrections to the
Understand.
minutes later. So it leaves the door open for additional massaging of submitted minutes. This is just trying to give staff direction when they're in the room working on them. It's not it's because earlier we were coming up with, what do you want staff to do on these things?
Right.
And that's all we're trying to do here, as far as I could tell. And that's just, anyway, unless there's any other questions, that's what I thought you were trying to do.
It is.
That's what I tried to write
It
down
is
for you.
exactly, but I see weaknesses, as I said, and I hope
Yeah, no, it's,
we can bridge to the new technology efficiently.
Okay, there was a second.
Yes.
Call a motion.
Call a motion.
Aye.
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 Okay. We are adjourned.
Yes.
Thank
And
you
it's
all.
5 o'clock.
So 4:59.
those two clock guys.
Good job.